We really want to, work together because they ain't sharing us in the algorithm, man. We got to grow this thing ourselves. So this is a call-in show. Craig said he wanted to smoke with the whole community because lately he's been doing his little Royal Rumbles where he battled like a whole panel of flat earthers. And I told him that he wasn't going to do good over here if he tried it, but he's want to try it. So we calling the whole gang up. We are calling up the gang. If there's any time that you need to join as a flat earther who like to debate, that's now. Because Brother Sanchez real talk. I'm going to moderate this thing if we get enough flat earthers up here. And, Craig he basically told me, man, look, let me come on there.
Sanchez, are you there?
Yes, I am here. We was waiting on you. Let me go ahead and put these headphones on for a second. Well, we are waiting on you. But mic check to everybody on my end. Drop a 1 if y'all can. Okay.
Why can't I hear Brother Sanchez?
You should be able to hear me now. You don't hear me? Mic check to everyone out there. Mic check.
Right, I know why.
I hear you, fam.
There we go. Hello, Brother Sanchez. Sorry, I fixed my audio.
There we go. So you finished your intro, and we are live. And we are live on my end. And let me just let me give them a little, rundown of what's going on here on my end. Like I was saying, people, Craig basically reached out to me and he was basically saying, we should make it a call-in show. And one thing I'll say is that's brave because he know that a lot of flat earthers gonna be kind of jumping on him. He's gonna be outnumbered. But I did watch some of Craig's shows where they're titled like Craig debates a panel full of flat earthers. Craig, you debate, you get your Royal Rumble. Yeah. So look, if that's
I do agree with you that it's not fair. I agree that, there's a lot more of you than me and there's still not enough of you. You're right. It's not fair.
He said it's still not enough of us. Y'all, this is too much cockiness, man. I hope Craig ate his doggone Wheaties, man. I hope he ate his Wheaties, man. And we're going to see, because he got a lot of confidence. Salutes to the people on his side. We're going to have a good bill. And salutes to the people who joining on my side. And thank you once again, Craig, for stepping up for it. I'm going to let you guys take it over. Casual roundtable.
Yeah, I'm happy to come and talk to your guys, bro. It's always quite fun. The people I talk to on Discord, those shows, they're a very particular type of people. And your group of people, it's a kind of a different group of flat earthers with different kind of thoughts to the people in the Discord server. So it's nice to come here and have some different opinions to talk to. But yeah, any of you guys here, flat earthers, you got questions for me? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say salutes to my people, AJ Davis, the OG, One World, One Hood, and Felix Offer. Welcome to the show. I'm going to mute my flow and I'll let them bomb away and I'll drop the link for more people to join. Craig, you can drop my link on your side too if you want any of your guys to join.
Yeah, I said I'll have a chat with you guys on my own for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then I'll drop the link on my side so that more people from my side can join as well.
Okay.
Cool. One World, you want to go first? I'll go. I just got a quick question real fast, really, man. When we talk about we talk about curvature, we talk about also the spin of the earth,
Yeah.
And science says the earth's spinning pretty fast, 1,000 miles per hour is pretty fast, right? And I'm wanting to know
fast compared to what?
1,000 miles per hour is 1,000. That's kind of where I wanted to go, with that. So they say because it's so big that 1,000 miles per hour is different. But I'm trying to figure out what's the difference. So if you have a golf ball, a basketball, and a giant ball the size of a truck spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, which one is spinning faster? Are they all spinning at the same speed?
The thing is, you can't spin in miles per hour, so there's a little bit of confusion around forces involved here. Let me ask you a question so that we can get on the same page. Which part of the Earth?
How can you not spin in miles per hour?
Because that's a measure of linear velocity. You measure rotation in things like RPM or degrees per minute or radians per minute and things like that. So when you say 1,000 miles an hour, which part of the Earth do you think is moving 1,000 miles an hour according to science?
Let's say the equator. Let's say it's the equator.
So how fast then would the poles be moving?
My thing is that at what point can you actually notice 1,000 miles per hour? At what distance are you able to see 1,000 miles per hour? If you were to draw a line,
would never. I'm sorry. Yeah.
If you were to draw a line, like I said, on a golf ball, and you draw a line on a medicine ball, and you draw a line on a huge ball, a red line, and you spin all of them as fast as the Earth is spinning, wouldn't they all have a red line eventually zoom past you? One might take
if you were to spin them as fast as the Earth, if you were to spin them as fast as the Earth was spinning, then each of them would take 24 hours to do one revolution, because that's how fast the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning at 0.000694 RPM. It takes 24 hours to spin 360 degrees. So if we were to take a golf ball, a basketball, and the Earth and spin them all at the same speed, they would all take 24 hours to do one revolution.
But what if I'm talking at the same speed that the Earth is spinning?
Yeah. The Earth is spinning. The Earth takes 24 hours to do 360 degrees.
How fast?
The Earth is spinning at 0.000694 revolutions per minute. That's how fast the Earth is spinning.
So how does that equal to 1,000 miles per hour?
Because the equator has a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour because it's such a large radius. The surface of the Earth at the equator is moving in a straight line at 1,000 miles an hour. But your body and humans in general don't have an ability to feel a constant motion. What we have the ability to feel is an acceleration, forces applied. And at the equator, the force applied by the movement of the Earth equates to about 0.3 meters per second squared, which is 0.03% of the gravitational acceleration pulling you down. So the only thing you would notice is that force pushing you away from the Earth. That's called centrifugal acceleration. The 1,000 miles an hour is a constant movement in a straight line, which we have no way of detecting. So your question
why I said
about
put a big red line. They put a big red line down a ball, almost like a ball, like when you playing pool, like the stripes.
Yeah.
Right. And you spin that ball at a speed, right? Eventually, you're gonna see that ball zoom past you, right? Now, I can understand a golf ball taking longer than a marble would to make the rotation, right? How long it takes the rotation is one thing, but how fast it's moving is another. So even though the Earth is supposedly huge, right? It's still supposedly spinning, like science says, at 1,000 miles per hour. So
no. The tangential velocity is 1,000 miles an hour. The science doesn't say it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Science says the Earth spins once every 24 hours, 0.00694 RPM. And that means that at different points on the Earth, there is different tangential velocities. And again, that 1,000 miles per hour, this is the important part, right? That 1,000 miles an hour is So at the equator, that 1,000 miles an hour, that's a constant velocity, right? And we do not have a biological function that detects a constant motion. No matter how fast it's going, it doesn't matter. If that movement is constant, we have no way of detecting that. So the 1,000 miles an hour doesn't really matter. There's no way we could
detecting it
detect that.
because
It's a constant motion. There's no vestibular system in our bodies. There is nothing that detects a constant motion. What we can detect is an acceleration.
We understand
What
that.
do cops use whenever they, hit you with the meter?
They use a radar which will tell you how fast something is moving based on the amount of time that light takes to get there and back. That's our body is not a radar. We have nothing in our bodies that can detect a constant motion. There is just no biological function that does that.
I'm gonna yield the floor. Y'all go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in because over here, Google tells me that the Earth rotates once every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.09053 seconds, called a period, and its circumference is roughly 40,000 kilometers. Thus, the surface of the Earth at the equator moves at a speed of 460 meters per second, or 1,000 miles per hour.
Correct. That's exactly what we've just said. The surface of the Earth is moving at that speed. The Earth isn't rotating at that speed. That's just the tangential velocity at that point on the Earth.
No, that's the Earth's
you notice that Google doesn't say that the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour, because you can't spin in miles per hour. When you're in your car, look at your rev counter. What's that measuring in? RPM. Your miles per hour is a measure of your linear velocity, of how fast you're going in a straight line.
It doesn't have
even the car doesn't really have a way to measure that linear velocity, right? Your car doesn't know you're going that fast. The way your car measures linear velocity is by estimating how many times the wheels have gone round in a certain amount of time. So there's no way to really measure a linear velocity on its own, especially not within the body.
What about GPS?
Yeah, but again, our bodies don't have GPS.
I just have a simple question.
You got it. There's no way to make the measurement. GPS is an actual system used to make that exact measurement, not on our body, but on Earth. Correct.
Again, it doesn't have a way to measure a linear velocity. It would estimate linear velocity based on two different positions taken in time. So it would say, right, you're here at one point, now you're here at another point, you've traveled X miles per hour. GPS doesn't measure your constant velocity.
Hey, I'm curious because when I was hearing you talk about the poles spinning before, like, can you elaborate what you meant by the poles spinning? Like what do you mean by pole? And how does it spin?
The North Pole and the South Pole, they'll, just like the rest of the Earth, they spin at 0.00694 RPM. But whereas at the equator, there's a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour, at the North and South Pole, the tangential velocity is 0.
No, well, I don't understand what you mean by pole. You mean like a literal
like
pole?
North and South Pole?
Yeah,
the North and South of the globe. Yeah,
that's like a stick, like a pole coming out of the ground.
No, just the point on Earth called the geographical North and South Pole. It's just the point where the Earth's axis of rotation goes through it. You want me to?
Because we kind of know it as a pole being a short word for polarity, where that's a north and a south polarity. Not like, what I'm saying.
It's just called. It's just the place where you know what the North Pole is, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's the geographical North Pole is different to the magnetic North Pole.
Right.
The Earth's axis of rotation is the points where the Earth, if we're looking at this, the ball, that's the South Pole, and that's the South Pole, that's the North Pole. That's where it rotates. I don't understand why I'm having to explain what the North and South Pole is.
Because I totally, what I see North and South Pole as as these polarities, you know what I'm saying, and that our compass points to, you know what I'm saying, that's why we use
no, they're not this
the North Pole.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, we use a compass that aims us towards north. This is how we move around in here. So, you know, so I just don't get the part that you're saying. I understand, like, if I didn't know how to actually use a compass,
right,
but
if you're standing at the point of Earth where all longitude lines intersect in the north, you would be at the North Pole, the geographical North Pole, the north of the planet, the point where if you were standing there and the Earth is rotating, you would just be standing still, rotating in a circle. And that's different to the magnetic North Pole, which is actually moving across northern Canada at the moment, which is the point where the Earth's magnetic field, you know, intersects and flows towards, which is what a compass follows. It follows the flow of a magnetic field. Do you understand that there's two different North Poles, the geographic and the magnetic? Does that make sense to you?
Oh, you know, no, I totally understand that.
Well, there you go. That's cleared up.
That what we're talking about is that's as far as you can go on land north. You know what I'm saying? We call that would be geographical north. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, correct. If you kept going in a straight line, you would then be going south.
You know what I'm saying? And when we draw a circle out and we go to the center and we point in and out, that's how we do this on a map. And you know what I'm saying, that kind of works out. All of this works out. Even
what's your point here, bud?
North, because you've took this same math and you've put it on a ball, and the ball.
What math did I take?
Hold on a ball, on a globe. There's no way to go through the center of the globe to be able to know the distance. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this can only work on a map where we can measure the distance, the circumference, and the diameter. But for you to do that on a globe that we can't penetrate more than, you know what I'm saying, more than, what was it, 8 miles? For us to come up with this math on how
we don't travel through the Earth, we travel on the surface of the Earth.
Right. So there's no way to do these things. You know what I'm saying?
To do what? There's no way to do what?
We need to, don't we have to come up with the radius and the diameter of the circle before we can come up with the, you know what I'm saying? Don't we have, there's a math that we have to come up with, that we need to go through the center of this to be able to come up with a math? How do we come up with this math for the globe that we can't penetrate?
What math are you talking about in particular? I'm very confused. You haven't really made a point.
He's saying that let me see if I can simplify, and maybe I'm getting him wrong, but he can clarify. I think he's saying to properly measure a spear, at some point you would have to slice through it.
No, not necessarily. You can measure it from the surface.
So, but based on the debate that y'all having about the poles, will that be relevant to slice through it and get it? Because if
not really, no. My point about the poles was simply that if we're talking, because we were talking about the rotation of the Earth, you know, not the measurements of the Earth, and we were talking about the 1,000 miles an hour, which is a specific thing to the equator, but at the poles it's 0 miles an hour. That was my point. That's all. And the semantic arguments about what the poles are is kind of irrelevant.
It's all good. I think y'all having a good bill. Everybody hit the like and share button. Hey, Craig, let me ask you, how did they come up with the 1,000 miles per hour? Because I remember when you were saying, you know, if you traveling in a straight line, you really can't measure the speed or detect it or whatever, because the brother brought up the police gun and all of that. But that made me curious as to how did they originally come up with the 1,000 miles per hour to begin with? Just, you know, if you want to start back there.
Well, if we know the Earth is rotating once every 24 hours and the circumference,
that's what I was. I knew you would go there. And see, my thing with that is, What we're saying on a flat Earth is that the sun and the moon is making their circuits every 24 hours above a stationary Earth, and we coming out. We can have this same phenomena accurately on a flat Earth as well. So my thing is that when you say that at the North Pole, there's basically no motion, no.
No, there's no tangential velocity. There's still the same 0.000694 RPM, but there's no tangential velocity because you're standing at the point on the sphere where you would just be going around in a circle on the spot.
I got you. So you're saying, I totally understand what you're saying. But my thing is with the flat Earth, that would be Polaris. And it said that Polaris is spinning just the way you just said it, but it's not moving from its center position. It's like the pole in the middle of a carousel, and all of the constellations are tethered to that pole, just like a carousel, all of the stars. And as Polaris turns in the middle, it actually churns all of the luminaries around it, just like a carousel and or a swing chair ride, you know, at the fairground going around. And so, one thing before we go to the issue.
Yep.
One thing I want to point out is the same thing you're saying about what happens at 0 degrees on a globe. We're saying the same thing for the flat Earth, but we don't need the Earth to be in motion. We can have the Earth stationary and all of this still be true. That's the whole point. But
if the Earth was flat, and the things were rotating over us, maybe. But the issue is with the shape that these stars make. If the Earth was flat and you were at the North Pole looking up at Polaris, obviously they would be circular like they are on the globe. But if you were to move away from that, because it forms a circle at the center, as you moved away, that the circles would become an oval. That if the Earth was flat, that's what you would expect to see. No. Hold on, let me finish. Give me a chance.
That's wrong. But go ahead.
Let me finish though. Right. This is how shapes work. If you've got a circle and it's directly above you, and you move away from it, the circle will change from being a circle to an oval based on your perspective of looking at it. That is what you would expect to happen on a flat Earth if at that point on the North Pole the stars were directly over you spinning. But that doesn't happen. That's not what we see in reality.
Okay, can I
There's
grab
many things about the stars that
I was allowing. Don't do this today, Craig. Allow me to get my mic back. You be having them.
Yeah, I know. I was just finished. That was literally that was all. That was it. I was finishing there.
Right. But check this out. Here's the point. Here's what we see: time lapse imagery of stars above a flat Earth. Just like a carousel, just like I explained earlier. I'm not going to complicate this. I'm just going to be very simple here and make my point, guys. That's what it's all about. I brought up the carousel earlier. If you look at the way that the ceiling of the carousel is designed, you know what it resembles? Now, let me cook a minute, right? I've been listening. Let me cook a minute. This goes back to another debate me Craig had, where he can't explain to me why there isn't 2 zodiac wheels on the globe. Because and I don't want him, and I don't want him to interrupt me. But guess what? I want to make me a quick argument, and then I'm gonna fall back. On a globe, if you got people at the top of the globe looking directly up, like he said, and if they're at 0 degrees, even on a globe, they would see something similar to this. They will have a central star to match that pole, just like they say it should be in the South Pole. And you would have this phenomena, and they said, want to go clockwise, want to go counterclockwise. They call that the Coriolis effect. We get it. My thing is, you need to... Hold on for a second, Craig, and I'm gonna fall back.
Sorry, I thought it was muted. My bad.
Oh no, you fine. I just want to be clear here. On a globe, you would need 2 wheels, guys. There's just no way around it. And what I want to do, I'm gonna share again. I want to share this again. I thought I wouldn't need it again. I should have saved it there, but this is what I'm gonna share. Actually, I'll get that on my next go around. I don't want to look for it while y'all waiting. I can just demonstrate with my mouse. So on a globe, right, you would need a zodiac wheel above here looking like a halo. And you would need one at the bottom. Now, guess what, y'all? You would need one on the sides too. because everyone's up is different on a globe. Well, you know, when they look up, they seeing a different, you know, view of the sky. So what I'm saying is we only have one zodiac wheel, and the zodiac wheel that we have is a circle. If to me, just dealing with the zodiac wheel and the way that the sky is set up, for this to work on a globe, we would need a whole cup, like we said, a whole globe is covered in different constellations, 3-dimensional, spherical, all the way around it. Meaning anyone on opposing sides of a sphere won't look up and see the same sky. On a flat Earth, if that's just let's pull up the AE map, which is one of the maps we use. If you got this below, and you got this above, that you don't need nothing else. Stow valiant, stay muted when I mute you guys. That'll get you booted off. So check this out, guys. You don't need nothing else with this wheel. You don't need nothing else. And the way that we see the design of this zodiac wheel, this was a staple in all of the ancient religious arts, because we know that everyone started off with flat earth or ancient cosmology. So this will go into how even the ancient people, you know, saw the heavens. And it's very simple. And I'm gonna land my plane with this next for the people out there who need to see it from a religious perspective. Jesus, right, was considered the most high. And the most high star in the sky is what? Polaris. All of the other stars, they revolve around Polaris. That will be Christ. We see Christ as Capricorn today, but that was because of a change that was made. I'm not going to go into the whole history, but I'm just pointing y'all somewhere to research if you out there. But I'm a yield right here. This zodiac wheel is one zodiac wheel above one flat earth, as above, so below. Let thy will be done in heaven as it is on earth. And they both are wheels.
Wheel.
Yeah, but
right.
Hold on.
Sorry,
you have this thing where you just can't. I'm almost there. I'm about to climax. Please pause. Don't cut me off at that point. That's the best part. You do all the stroking to get there. Now watch this, Craig. We know will is W-I-L-L, but I'm teaching you etymology. They both coincide when you're dealing with when the Bible talk about Ezekiel's will, the will of God. It's talking about the tetragrammaton. It's talking about the vibratory form of our desire energy, the energy that makes us desire, your willpower. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm not going to go that deep because that'll go into like spiritual debates and stuff. I don't think you ready to debate me on no religious stuff. You better stick to the shape of the earth with that, Craig. So I'm a yield right there.
Okay, cool. So I already told you why you're wrong about the zodiac wheel. The zodiac is based on stars around the equatorial plane, so you can see them from any point on the earth. So when you need one, but they just look different based on where you are on the earth. Also, you're wrong about the fact there's only one zodiac wheel. I've actually got a file of like 12 different zodiac wheels from different cultures around the world. I don't know why you keep pushing that argument when it is plainly false. The zodiac wheel that we use now is based on stars that you can see around the equator, which means that from any point on the earth, you'll be able to see them. We only need one. But none of that, this original question came from about rotation and why can't we feel the 1,000 miles an hour? Because you don't feel constant velocity, but we've measured the earth rotating. We know the earth rotates, and no talk about zodiac wheels or stars moving is going to change the fact that we have physically measured the rotation of the earth.
But to go back to that, then you mentioned we can't feel it. You can't tell me what I can't feel.
Hold on.
I feel wind.
Hold on, let me respond to him real quick. He said we physically measured the rotation of the earth, and I'm telling him that they physically measured the rotation of the heavens. And what they're saying,
there's no way a pendulum can measure the rotation of the heavens.
And they ain't saying that they measured the rotation of the heavens with a pendulum. I'm telling you that the numbers they're giving us we can prove is true for the heavens. Now that's when it goes, when I was saying about the religious aspect, when they say, let thy will be done on the earth as it is in heaven. Now, if you look at what they saying for the numbers that they're giving you for how the earth is moving, it's really what's going on in the heavens. That's the point that I'm making. If you talk,
I have personally physically measured the rotation of the earth. So I know the earth is rotating, and it's nothing to do with the stars. A pendulum can't see the stars, can be no way affected by the stars.
Share your measurements and research with us.
I did last time. I explained to you all about how I used the pendulum measured the rotation of the earth.
Wait a minute. If I ask you something, I know you did it last time, but it's a new crowd. It's new people here. They didn't see that. It's new people.
Okay. Before I get into the methodology, the other guy that you cut off was trying to ask a question. So could we let him ask his question first?
Well, I didn't cut him off. He wouldn't let me respond to you. So now, for sure, after I responded to you, he can ask his question. And I want you to stay respectful.
Yeah, no, I'm being perfectly respectful, bro. It felt like you cut him off a bit. That's all I was saying. Sorry, what was your name, dude, that I was talking to?
You talking about me?
Yeah. What was your name, bud?
This Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Yeah, that's me. So
Jimmy. Yeah. What was your question, my friend?
So you mentioned we can't feel it. Okay, I'm not gonna go with that, but I'm trying. And you said we measured it, but why can't we see it? Like, we know when something is fast, it's moving fast. No matter how big it is, if it's moving fast, it's moving fast. And
see it from where though?
Any kind of thunder. Let's just stick with the equator. I'm not even gonna want to do all the other stuff up in there.
Yeah, but if you're on the equator, you're moving with it, aren't you?
You're cutting him off, Craig. You're cutting him off, Craig.
I apologize. I thought I was responding to him. I don't mean to cut him off. I just want to make sure I'm responding to each point. That's all.
1,000 miles per hour. I want to know why I can't see 1,000 miles per hour in any kind of way. Like, a line should be. If a line is going past me 1,000 miles per hour, it's going to be some sort of movement, some sort of line, something I can measure, something moving fast. Like, it doesn't make any sense that I can't see something moving 1,000 miles per hour. Like, I'm not going to go about the whole hovering. Why can't we see it when we jump up and the ground doesn't move? I'm talking about. That's why I asked in the beginning, at what point distance, how far do we have to be up to be able to see something, mountains flying by me 1,000 miles per hour?
Okay, so the thing is, you're on the earth, so you and the earth are both moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
So how far do I got to get up to see a mountain shoot past me 1,000 miles per hour?
Well, you would have to not be rotating with the earth for that to happen. You would have to be in a stationary position.
How far do I have to get up
on Earth
to me to be out of whatever the Earth got me stuck in? If it's the atmosphere, how far out of the atmosphere do I got to be up to see?
I don't know. I don't know the exact amount of distance you would have to go up to. But if you went straight up, you would still have the rotational velocity of Earth. So, and the further away you got from something, if something 1,000 miles away is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, to you, it's not really going to look like it's moving very fast. Does that make sense? Like, you can look at a plane in the sky, right? That plane is moving at 500, 700 miles an hour. But to you, it just looks like it's moving slowly across the sky because it's really far away. So the further away you get from something, the slower it appears to be traveling because of how far away you are. You get that, right?
I do. And that's why I hate that's the excuse, is we have to be up so far for us to not be with the gravitational pull. Like, I don't understand how that works.
You're always in the gravitational pull.
How I can't just hover. We got balloons, we got planes, we got helicopters that can literally hover, right? And for some reason
right. Sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I'm stuck in this stuck in some sort of atmospheric pressure gel where I'm in place and I'm moving the exact speed as the Earth is moving, and that kind of that doesn't make sense to me. Like, and that's why I'm asking: at what point can I get out of that, right, and see that thing spinning down below me?
So, helicopters and balloons, they can create a force in the opposite direction, and they rotate with the Earth because the atmosphere is also rotating with the Earth. You would have to get completely outside of the atmosphere and cancel the rotational velocity that you already have, which means putting a force in the other way. I don't know the exact numbers where that would happen, but that's not something we expect to see. So,
from the International Space Station, could we see that from the ISS potentially?
Well, no, because the ISS is orbiting the Earth, once every 45 minutes.
From the moon, would that be something we could visualize from the moon?
If you were standing on the moon looking at the Earth, you would see it rotate once in 24 hours. The equator would have a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour, but looking at it from the moon, it would look like it was hardly moving because remember, the entire Earth is rotating once every 24 hours.
Okay, so check this out. Is there any camera that you know of that you've seen that has actually watched the Earth spin for 24 hours?
Loads. I mean, between 1992 and 2002, DirecTV had a live 24-hour stream from Discover satellite showing the Earth rotating. You could just watch it live. Himawari 8, you can look at it. It takes a picture every 10 minutes. There's, you got Discover satellites at the moment that you could show the Earth rotate. There's lots of satellites out there that are constantly monitoring the Earth.
Okay, hey, Craig, I got 2 questions for you.
Go ahead.
You said the ISS is in the gravitational field of the Earth. Is that what you said, correct?
Well, yeah, of course it is. That's why it's orbiting the Earth.
How are they experiencing no gravitation inside the ISS? Like, how are they floating around?
They are. They're experiencing about 88% of the gravity we do, but they're falling towards the Earth.
I got you. The second question, the velocity you're speaking about, the velocity is taking place at the equator. Is that the same velocity?
The tangential velocity, yeah.
From the North and South Pole, would that same velocity be, would it be as an effect at the North or South Pole?
Well, no, at the North and South Pole, the tangential velocity is 0.
So is it just the velocity is 0, or are you saying there's no rotation going on?
No, the tangential velocity is 0. The rotational velocity is the same as at the equator, which is 0.000694 RPM.
I just wanted to understand what you were saying. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, no worries.
And if you guys have questions, hold on. If you guys have questions to get an order going, if y'all can raise y'all hands like these guys are doing, that'll be good so we can get some order going. And if you're in the chat room with all of these questions, I will ask those too if y'all don't want to join. So before I go to the next hand, I want to read this pinned comment from another globalist. Oh, matter of fact, one word that you want to interject before I read that.
I just wanted a quick question, just so I can get a visual here. Are we on the Earth or are we in the Earth? Because I noticed the way we're all talking, and I think we're having a slight variation. So if you can explain that to me.
We are on the surface of the Earth.
So you got us on the Earth. You don't see us
on the surface of the Earth. No, we're inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay,
but we live on the surface of the Earth.
Wait a minute. So what you call the atmosphere is the sphere of. I can understand that that's the Earth's sphere, but we're not doubting that Earth has a sphere. We're saying that we live in the Earth's sphere on top of flat land. You know what I'm saying? And in between that flat land is level water. We call that sea level. You know what I mean? These things is like a real, anybody knows that water is flat. Water doesn't curve.
Water is not flat, actually.
Water is not flat.
No, actually, it's measured curved. So The thing
So
about
who
water
has
is
who has
that
the
like
leverage to
any other
measure?
matter, hold on, let me
I
explain
think we
that
will
for you,
have
bud.
to be honest and say that water is no shape but the shape of its container.
Well, no, water is the shape of forces acting on it. Like any matter,
Wow.
water just conforms to forces acting upon it. That's what water does. Like any matter, a container gives force that makes it have a shape, but you can have other forces that aren't necessarily a container that give water its shape. On Earth, the shape of water is decided by the forces acting on it. The main force is the one created by gravity.
Okay.
But we know that the water has been measured curved because there's things called tow tanks, which is what you use to test hydrodynamics of ships and stuff. And they're massive basins full of water with tow rails on that bring ships in and test them. Let me finish my point, please. And there's engineers that work on these, and the rails that go above the water that have to bring the things on have to be exactly level to the water. They have to have the same distance above the water at every single point. And when they measure it, they find the rail is actually curved, which means the water underneath it is curved, and the curve matches the predicted arc of the curve of the Earth.
So you telling me when a bridge is basically arched, it's not a straight line because it would have to, like you said.
Bridges are normally arched, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying the legs that's running down into the ground, like you said, over time on the globe, where the arch is, those legs will be smaller. So I get what you're saying, but I'm telling you everything. Yeah, I can draw it out if you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you that a person building a bridge for 50 miles, let's say, he's got to account for curvature. He just can't build a straight line bridge on a globe Earth. He's got to arch that bridge around the surface of a curve. And even if it's the most minute increments, those adjustments would be accounted for.
Massive engineering projects, yeah, they do take into account the curvature of the Earth. Can I finish? I apologize.
Can I finish? Okay, so what we were saying about the water being in a container, you said there are other things that can give water shape besides a container, but you didn't really explain that in detail. I ain't gonna say that the explanation you gave was satisfactory at all. And if you want to say that gravity is, hold on, just let me finish. I'm asking, we was talking about water in a container. Here is the container right here. When we pull up this flat Earth cosmology, this explains why water would have a flat sea level at the ocean, while our horizon line would be a straight line if you look at this model, because the waters are being contained and they ain't stuck to a ball making a spherical shape. Now, if you ask me to reduplicate that on Earth, I can simply do this. I can say that the borders of this bathtub is my ice wall on a flat Earth. And then that'll be a simple way of me explaining why water inside of our terrarium has sea level and not sea curve, like what you trying to make it, right? All the instruments we use is based upon it being level. And it's simple, like I said, water that's contained will give us a shape of that container and maintain a flat surface level. And water that is non-contained will make a shape based upon its flow, like a river or something like that. Or water suspended in the space, they tell you, would turn into a glob. But then guess what? You will have to go to space to prove that, because water don't act that way here. And that's when they got to get you out of reality and science based on what you can prove, not what you can believe, because some dude floating around in space making the water take a shape based upon forces that's not containing it. Simple shit, man.
Right. So my point is that the container doesn't need to be a physical thing. All right.
I didn't say it did.
No, water, like any matter, just reacts to the forces acting on it. So let me just show you this. So this is water taking the shape of, where am I? Sorry. Water taking the shape of just the forces acting on it. Nothing else other than forces acting on it, right? So they put this water and it levitates. It's just levitating there. There's nothing holding it there, but it's got that shape. And they can change the shape of it. Nothing's holding it there. There's no container. The only thing that is happening as they are changing
That's
the forces.
cymatics, man. That's cymatics, dude.
Wait. Let me finish, please. I let you talk for a long time, so please let me do the same thing. All right. There is no container holding this water in place. The only thing that is happening is they are changing the forces acting on the water. The forces in this case are acoustic sound waves. That's it. This is done with acoustic levitation of sound waves. There is no physical container holding this thing in place. The only thing that it is doing, the water is reacting to the forces that are acting upon it. That is it. That is what happens to all matter. It reacts to forces acting upon it. You can't look at that and tell me there's a container, right?
Okay, got you. Now let me show you what's going on. You changed my argument. I said that water would take the shape of its container. Then you changed my argument to water is not in a physical container. It's in an acoustic container. It's in a sound container made of sound, but it still makes me right that if water taking a shape, it's gonna mirror the shape of its container. In your case, water is actually taking the shape of the vibration frequencies that's being permeated through it. Just like if I was to cut on my bass speaker now next to a bucket of water, it'll start making all kind of shapes depending on which frequencies are hitting through the speaker. So my thing is, it's still a container, and like you said, though, what I agree with is not a physical container. But that's not my argument. My argument was just long as it's a container. I know that there are non-physical containers as well.
Right. Okay, so that's my point. So in the case of Earth, the container that gives water its shape is the force created by gravity. That's why water is level.
Okay. I got you. You could say that that's one reason why water could be level if we use the globe theory. Another theory could be based on density, right? Everything find their level and settled out with this least dense things floating, and the let me finish, correct? And the heaviest things they're gonna sink. Hold on, I just started talking. So check this out. Like we see here, no matter what liquid you put in here, no matter what item you put in here, things will level out and settle. Now, this can be explained with density. I don't got to say that there are any kind of forces acting upon nothing. I can say that all things are responding to a universal laws. That's what I'm saying. And it makes totally perfect sense. So my thing is that we're dealing with things leveling out based on density inside of containers. And each of these mediums is a container. Look, you got water right here that's green. That's a container. You got dish soap at this level. That's containing some sort of ball right there. You got honey down here. Everything in this cup is a different liquid that's finding its own level and layer based upon how dense or least dense it is, and it's forming a perfect, what we call, this is flat earth cosmology, what I'm showing here, teaching about how the different parallel universes are layered over each other, what they call ethers or neters or the heavens. But I ain't gonna go that deep into it. What I wanna point out though, because I want you to see it from our perspective, if you're gonna build with us so you can see it. If you look at this flat earth here, the atmosphere is the same way. All of the layers of the atmosphere, they're different gases above us, they're layering out on their own layers, just like this.
Okay, so the main issue with that is that's created by a force. And what happens when you remove the force? The density tower doesn't exist anymore.
What's the force?
The force is created, the force created by gravity. And
I knew I would get him. I knew I would get him.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
We got you.
Is that right? Can I finish?
Yeah, right? You've been finished.
The reason why, the reason why that density tower sits like that is because of the force created by gravity. And what happens when you cancel out that force that's created by gravity? I'll show you exactly what happens when you cancel out that force that's created by gravity. That density tower no longer exists. So here is the density tower. And these people are inside the famous vomit comet, which cancels out gravity by doing a parabolic flight and simulating 0G. So the density tower is there. Here we go. They've got it. And as soon as they start doing their parabolic flight, what happens to the tower? Right, we'll show you here we go. So here's the density tower, and they're about to go into their parabolic flight, which will remove the downward force created by gravity. And watch what happens to the density tower when that happens.
It's gonna shake it up and mix it together.
No,
that's all.
He's just holding it, right? And it's instantly, as soon as they went into 0G, instantly that density tower disappears. It's all mixed together because there is no downward force given those density there arrangements.
You created the force when you did the
stop.
Wait, guys, you keep interrupting me.
Let me respond to him.
Right? Well, let me finish my point first, right? Let me finish my point. So, as we can see, just before they start doing the parabolic flight, you've got the density tower arranged as it has been. But the second that they go into their parabolic flight and that downward force created by gravity is cancelled out, that density tower is no longer arranged. But the second that the parabolic flight happens, it starts rearranging itself because that downward force created by gravity is now being felt again.
Okay, so now let me respond to all this, right, y'all? Everybody,
just so you know, I'm going to put the link in my chat in a minute. No, I'm just telling you something. I'm going to put the link in my chat in a minute so people can join. Okay?
That's fine. That's fine. Just do it. Yeah. Just let me get the floor. I'm gonna show you why what he said is a bunch of malarkey that makes no sense at all. He's talking about a downward pull called gravity, but there's an upward force that he's missing. That's why I say I don't deal with forces. Everything's settled based on their own weight with the laws of density. So check this out, y'all. The way that this thing works is that because they basically in a plane that's disturbing the liquids, they can't settle. That's the argument we had last time about the astronauts. They food can't settle. He said they puking, they constipated, because they basically what's happening in their guts and their body is what he said is happening in this water with the solution he had. And that would kill them. We already went over that argument. If the thing he's holding, if that's going through in there, what's happening in his body to all the fluids that need to settle based on the law of density. The heavy things need to go down and become poop. The liquids need to go down. Your body is sorting all that based on what the solid liquid density and solid liquid gas and the law of density determining how things layered and orchestrated. But to make a long story short, right? If you think about what he did, what makes it so silly, he keeps calling it a downward force of gravity. But in this same thing, you got things floating up. That's defying gravity. That's why I say I don't need no forces of gravity, because if I just use density, I don't have the problem Craig got. And I hope that he can be professional and let me finish like we did for him. So with the law of density, it explains that things that's least dense than the medium therein will float. Things that's more dense than the medium therein will sink, period. If I say it's a downward force, I'm not explaining the upward force. Then he's gonna have to come with some more malarkey and a whole bunch of crap that don't make sense when I got one universal law that explains why things float and why they sink. Simple. And it works perfectly. So, I mean, there's no way around this, what I'm saying right now. Like I said, the layers of our atmosphere, and this is what I'm going to conclude with right here, guys. I'm just waiting on my computer to open up, and I'm finna land my plane right now. So here's the layers of our atmosphere. This is the ancient cosmology right here. Let me show you this. This will take about 1 more minute.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So what they calling the layers of the atmosphere right here, right? This in the flat earth model, if we here to see each other's models and debate them, you know, I'm going to show it to you. So here's how all the layers of the atmosphere are stacked. The reason why things behave the way they behave on the ground is because there's more atmospheric layers on top of you. This is the same thing about a diver that's diving into the depths of the ocean. As he rise up, he got to stop and do it on and settle out on certain levels. So what he explaining ain't got nothing to do with gravity. Guess what? It got something to do with pressure and density. Because if you at the bottom of all these layers, is more weight, you experience more weight, more density. Because just like in the ocean, the deeper you dive, the more pressure above you. The same thing with the layers of the atmosphere. So even they tell you when you're on airplanes, they have to do certain things different based on that. But I'm gonna land right there. That's my minute. And if you drop that link, Craig, I sure don't see nobody from your side.
I've dropped the link in my chat. So if you've got any proof of this law of density, I mean, you've just described buoyancy, but you said law of density. Could you prove the law of density for me?
Okay, cool. Let me go back to my screen share. Let me go back to my screen share, right?
Proof of the law of density.
I know I love that question because he I got you, man. Y'all see what we're gonna do. I was in the Air Force, right? The militant mind come in. When a question is asked, let me go at it, right? Now here's the thing. People have different explanations to explain different phenomena. And in a debate, a person presents their explanation to describe a natural phenomena, and the other person presents theirs. What y'all gotta do is say which guy has got the most simplest explanation that make the most sense with the least amount of resistance. I have one universal law that explains why things in his cup is floating and why things are sinking. He asking me to prove the law of density. But the law of density is just a universal explanation that people have used on Earth the most consistently to explain the natural phenomena of why things fall and why they rise. You don't have to prove the law, which is your explanation or your way of explaining a natural phenomena, only if the way you explaining it don't match up with what we see outside. But that's why I put my example on the board so you can see this is indeed what we see outside, and I'm explaining it to the T with my law, what I'm calling the law of density, and I have that right on. I'm not bound to any other person's explanations. That's what a debate is. That I got the debate from my perspective and you for yours, and the best man win. Now you can say, well, Brother Sanchez, your law of density don't adequately explain what's going on as far as things sinking and floating. And I think the people will say you're a damn lie.
Hey, can I add to that?
Okay, I was going to just respond quickly first, if that's okay. That didn't prove the law of density. It just said a thing. What you explained was what happens because of gravity and buoyancy. Buoyancy is the upward force that you keep talking about, Bro Sanchez, the thing that makes a helium balloon rise, which is actually created by the downward force of gravity. A helium balloon is lighter, less dense than the air, which means that the air is pulled down with a stronger force because of gravity, which creates a force in the opposite direction on the balloon, which forces the balloon up. The same as if you were in a car and you have a helium balloon and you slam the brakes on, everything goes forward apart from that helium balloon, which goes backwards. That's because of buoyancy.
Okay, so let me I want to make sure I heard you right. Because gravity is pulling the atmosphere down, a balloon floats up. That's what you just said.
Well, you missed out a few important points because the force of gravity is based on the mass and the density of things, and the air has more mass than the helium balloon, which means that there is a stronger gravitational force acting on the air than the balloon, which creates a force in the opposite direction of gravity that we call buoyancy. And then I gave proof of the example by explaining how if you're in a car and you slam your brakes on, you get thrown forward, but a helium balloon will get thrown backwards because of buoyancy.
Now, I think that your explanation does not adequately and simply explain the phenomena of why things sink or float in our reality. And I think it's a horrible job of simplifying such a simple phenomena. And I'm going to show you how you simplify it and make it make sense. You say that because there's helium in a balloon, and helium is a lighter gas than the first couple of layers that in our atmosphere, the helium is going to float past those layers like a bubble in the ocean floats up. There are no forces acting. This ain't Hollywood, and ain't nobody doing no acting at all, right? You need all of this jargon and malarkey when someone can just simply explain it with one law, and you mad about that, Craig. I can explain, for example, that boat down in that honey down there, it didn't fall because gravity put it down, and the ping pong didn't rise because buoyancy put it up. I'm telling you that the ping pong ball is simply lighter than all of these liquids right here, so it will rise above all of those mediums. And some things aren't lighter than it. Look, this little cherry tomato rose above these first layers, but it didn't rise above that dish soap, because of the law of density. It ain't that I'm saying, see, you would have to say, well, gravity was pulling the cherry tomato down during these first couple of layers, and then it just decided to stop pulling it down.
No,
nope, you gotta let me finish. If the cherry tomato rises, then buoyancy just pulled it up. No, things don't get pulled up or down. They're simply looking for a settling point. Things settle. They set themselves in their respected layers, just like metals under the ground, just like layers of the dirt and rock that we're walking on. You're not going to play
like
with me.
Like the clouds in the sky. Like the clouds in the sky.
Now let's pass the mic around. He said he can handle the snake pit. Let's go. Who else we got on here?
I have. We can't my guys in as well.
Right.
If you give the atmosphere back up.
Hold on. I got to tell something to Craig. I got to say something.
The law of buoyancy, Rome GV actually explains.
Hold. This is important. This is very important, Craig. Wait. If you put the link out on your end, I don't see nobody in the waiting room. I'm waiting on your people. I'm trying to get them on. That's what I've been telling you. We've been going back and forth, and I've been trying to get your people on. Oh, hey, okay, Siggy.
Bro,
okay,
can I make it?
Okay,
can I make a quick question? Just a quick question regarding what you were talking about.
You can, but wait a minute, Craig. My bad. Siggy said he is with you. So okay, and we got Rubik's. My bad. I see your people now. I'm gonna be quiet and let all of y'all get it, Craig. You and your entourage, and then we'll respond.
I just have a quick question regarding buoyancy. You were talking about. So you were talking about weight. So what does give weight to things? Is my question.
You said what gives weight to things?
Yep.
The medium that they're in. So let me explain. Our perception of weight. Hey Siggy, by the way, I gotta mute you while I'm answering you because your phone is tripping. But anyway, you know he on that globe head mobile. So, but check this out, y'all. What our perception of weight is determined by the medium that we're in. Okay, so right now, me being in this room on land, I experience a certain sense of weight. But if you put me in a water tank, I'm kind of flying around. The medium changes my sort of whole experience of weight or weightlessness and all that, just to answer you simply, Siggy, without taking you all over the place.
Okay, but I wasn't saying that. I was actually asking. So you weigh exactly the same. If you're on Earth, your weight is always the same. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're
I understand.
In the air,
I was just answering your question, though. I was answering. I know that you ain't teaching me that I don't know. I was answering your question, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
let me repeat your question to you one more time. You said what creates weight on Earth? And I said, what creates our perceived perception of weight, the amount of force that's on us and all of that, right? It's the medium we in. That dictates that more than anything on this Earth.
But that doesn't change. Your weight doesn't change
I
depending
didn't
on where
say
you
it
are
changed.
on Earth.
Why do you keep putting that in my mind? I didn't say that, though. What's your point, man? Like, oh, you saying things I didn't say. This is crazy.
Right. So, can I ask a question? Right. Let me expand on what you're saying. So, question for you, Bro Sanchez. Right. The medium that we're in right now is the air that's got 14.7 psi. Right. So, why is it that someone that had, say, someone weighed 120 kilograms, right? They would weigh a different amount at the equator compared to the poles. Their mass, 120 kilograms, would stay the same, but how much they weighed, like in pounds and ounces, would actually change based on where they are on Earth. Why is that?
And this is my theory on why that is. At the poles, when we nearing the poles, we're raising in elevation, and there's less layers of the atmosphere above us. And when we go, hold on, you can't ask a question and not let me answer it now.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, well, let me just mute you so you won't. Now, just to finish, when you're at the poles, you're raised in elevation. When we traveling toward the pole, we're rising in elevation the more we go. That's the highest point on Earth is 0 degrees. So you have less layers of the atmosphere above you at these points. And as you go toward the equator, you actually going lower in elevation, more layers on top of you. So that's what would answer Craig right there. He's saying that there's a, hold on, let's let me land though. Just let me land. So Craig is saying that there's a downward force pushing down called gravity and an upward force pushing up called buoyancy. And what I'm saying, if a person is at the equator with more layers of the atmosphere on top of them, they would experience more of this so-called downward force or gravity of more layers pressure stacked on them, right? A man with 10 elephants on his shoulder gonna feel more weight than a man with one. Right? That's simple what I'm saying. And as he go and raise in elevation, less layers of atmosphere above him, these things change. That adequately answers Craig, but he's going to find something wrong with it when that's simple though. Like things stacked on top of you and things not.
So
like,
let me respond to that now. Right. So
I love it.
No, you don't raise in elevation when you go north. Elevation means distance above the surface. Bro, if you're at the North Pole,
you can't talk.
And you're at the equator. Wait, I let you talk. Please let me, and please don't interrupt me. Thank you. So if you're standing at sea level at the North Pole and sea level at the equator, your elevation is the same. You are at sea level. You don't raise in elevation when you go north. The same amount of atmosphere is above you if you're standing at the North Pole to standing at the equator. Elevation means distance above the surface, not whether you've gone north and south. You confused up and down and north and south. So what you just said, Bro Sanchez, is utterly, completely wrong. You do not raise in elevation when you go north. The same amount of atmosphere is above you. The same pressure is acting on you, 14.7 psi. So why, if that's the case, do you weigh different when there is the same amount of atmosphere above you?
I'm going to answer you. First, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question because I want to answer you, but I don't want you to try to dance and hold up the flow.
Okay.
This going to be yes or no. Have you ever been to the North Pole before?
No.
Okay, so shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about, whether it raise or not in elevation. I'm going off of my model.
Sea level is sea level.
No. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Ain't no sea at the North Pole, though. You going off of, see, you're trying to put your model on my model. And that's why I said answer the question yes or no.
The North Pole,
quiet.
it's a frozen sea.
Okay, you got to go, though, bro. You got to go, Siggy. You out of here. And when somebody asks me, it's gonna be order, man. I'm gonna enforce my military discipline over here on everybody, right? I cut Craig off. He pointed it out. I shut my mouth and didn't say nothing till he finished because he was right. I cut him off. And ain't nobody gonna do it to me. So now check this out, right? Like I said, he never been to the North Pole. I never been to space. We're debating each other's models. So on a flat earth model, he asked me a question that I got to base on my model. And I'm telling him, if a person is at the pole on a flat earth, there's less atmosphere. I can show you my model. Now, my model testify to what I'm saying. Any flat earth will tell you I'm not making this up. Are you here today to debate my model or your model? Because if I show you my model and you ask me a question based on my model and I show you how it will work on my model, then you try to change my model, that ain't fair. This is my model. It teach that as we ascend to the north, just like I'm from Alabama. When I'm going from Alabama to the West Coast making my trip, my ears are popping. It don't feel like I'm rising in elevation, but you're on an extended slope when you're going from Alabama to California, and anybody that made that trip gonna vouch for me and know I'm telling you I'm right. When you get to Utah, you so far up in the damn sky and the mountains, but you don't know that. It's like you never left the ground. It's one big extended slope. So as we travel toward the North Pole, that's the same thing. It's true. Your ears go to popping the more that you get there. There's less. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is on a flat earth model though. And he asked me a question, what do you think I'm gonna base it on? My model. And it definitely works on my model. If we use my model, I can answer that question with no problems, which is why Craig gotta pick at my model like it's his model.
Okay, so can I ask you a yes and no question? Is there on your model the same amount of atmosphere above the North and South poles?
There is no South Pole on my model. Matter of fact, and let me pull it out real quick.
I've been to the Antarctic, so there's definitely a South Pole. I've been there.
Let me pull out my what I'm saying here.
Okay,
so I'm a screen share.
There is an ice wall, right? On your model, there is an ice wall around the edge, yes, which would on the globe be Antarctica, right? Is that correct?
Hold on, let me answer you one at a time. That's why. Hold on, I'm about to screen share.
Yes or no there?
Nope. I'm gonna let you see the model for yourself. Here it is, right here. I can show you better than I can tell you.
So none of those are models.
Okay, so now this is what I'm gonna say right now, guys. Craig, if you're scared, man, just say you scared. Like, you're not gonna sit here today and tell if none of these are models, then guess what, Craig? The debate is over. You ain't got nothing to debate me about, because this what I teach. Because think about it. If you're here to debate what I teach and I'm showing you what I teach and you say, well, that ain't a model, then ignore it. Don't debate it then. I'll put it, you can go your way, I can go my way, and you could debate somebody with a model if this don't qualify for a model.
I mean, we must mean different things when we say
it
model,
doesn't matter.
Because
can't put it like this. I can use another word. This is my belief. Can you debate my belief versus your belief?
I don't have a belief, so I wouldn't know how.
Yes, you do, man.
Belief, so.
You believe.
No, I don't.
You believe in Andromeda. You believe in.
No, I don't have beliefs.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait, let me ask a question. You don't believe in a galaxy called Andromeda that exists?
No, I don't have beliefs. The evidence suggests it's there, and I base my position on evidence and logic. Beliefs are irrelevant to me.
Okay. So, and you don't believe in, for example, diamond planets?
I don't have beliefs. I base my position on whether logic and evidence exists.
I'm asking a question though. Do you think that this diamond planet is a fact then?
Again, if there's evidence that suggests it exists, I mean, then I would go with what the evidence suggests. Beliefs are irrelevant.
Okay, as of now, do you accept or reject NASA's discovery of this diamond planet? And if you accept it, give me the evidence. And if you reject it, tell me why.
NASA said that there's evidence that something like that might exist.
Based on what? Based on what? Versus just them saying
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what the evidence is, but they've got evidence. Okay, so I would base my position on that evidence.
I got you. So here's what I'm gonna say.
No, you don't.
Hold on. I got you.
Confused.
I got you. Look, he want to be smart to slow me up because he know I got him on that. Now watch this. Watch this, bro. Let me. Come on. Don't do tit for tat. Let me respond to you. So you just admitted you don't know what evidence they got to make this claim, but yet you still believe in it. Want me to tell you how I know you believe in it? Because you just said the K word that you lack. You don't know the evidence. No. So right now you believing in it till you get the evidence, and that proved my point. And Craig, you gonna quit thinking I'm a walk in the park. You need to debate somebody else on this panel, man. Like I'm starting to see now you're not even on my level for real.
Again, I didn't say what you just said. I didn't say that. I said, if there is evidence, I haven't seen the evidence, so I don't have a position on it right now.
And that proves a belief. That proves you believe in it.
Again, you interrupted me while I'm talking, right? So I don't have a position because I'm not sure of the evidence, right? I don't know what the evidence is. If there is evidence, then I would base my position on that. But I don't know. Right now, I couldn't tell you if I accept it or not because I haven't looked at the evidence. What I said, and you completely misunderstood me, was if there is evidence that suggests that, then I would accept the evidence until something else was presented to say the evidence was wrong. I didn't say that, yes, I accept it. I said I don't know because I haven't looked at the evidence to be able to make a position. So please do not attempt to straw man me.
Okay, so cool. What I'm saying is if you're going to be honest enough to say you got to look at the evidence before you make a position and you telling me you never went to the North Pole, then don't throw my model out and reject my model because neither one of us have the evidence, right, to say what happens or don't happen at the North Pole based on either of our models. So both of us will have to say this is the part of the debate where we both go into belief in order to go into honesty. Keep it honest because we're not talking about how a compass is used or things we can verify about the poles right here. We're talking about something we would literally have to prove, but you would have to definitely go to the North Pole to prove whether or not to pressure it. For example, if somebody told me, Brother Sanchez, if you take a trip from Alabama to California, you raising an elevation, even though you can't detect it. And I'm saying, well, I don't feel the ground really making a steep incline because it's so minute over so much of a long distance. They can say, well, we can prove that you're raising an elevation because the air's popping, right? Because you can look down at the ground you was just on. You now when you get to like the Grand Canyon and all that. So my thing is this: I literally gotta take the trip though to experience that. If I never left Alabama, it'll just be, you see what I'm saying, a belief. And that's why I'm saying if I never been to the North Pole and you never been to the North Pole, we can't really have a genuine debate on what will happen to our bodies and stuff when we get there. We would have to debate what we think would happen based upon my model and your model. And the people would say, well, it make more sense on his model or it make more sense on his model. That's normally how a debate work, man.
Okay, so I haven't personally been to the North Pole, but there is plenty of evidence because other people have been to the North Pole.
Share
you don't
the
have
evidence.
to personally. Right. I'm sorry. I literally just let Brother Sanchez talk for like 3.5 minutes, and I got 5.5 seconds in, and I was interrupted. That's not fair.
I was just saying, share you can screen share here. It's open.
Yeah. Okay. So there is people that have been to the North Pole. There is plenty of pictures of people at the North Pole. There's, plenty of evidence of people at the North Pole measuring barometric pressure and stuff. It's not a secret that the pressure at the North Pole, the pressure at every point on Earth at the surface is about 14.7 psi, right? And on your model, if you call it a model, does it have a dome above it, Brother Sanchez? Yes or no?
So let me explain something.
Just a yes or no. Does it have a dome?
No, it doesn't.
Right. So how do you determine how much atmosphere would be above the center compared to the outside?
What I have above my model is an ethereal. If you want to call it a firmament dome, I won't play semantic games with you like I was just about to do.
That's want to know what shape it is.
We have a spherical shape. I just showed you the model. It's a dome, a terrarium. Okay. But look, I wanted to ask you something.
Wait, let me finish my point, please. Right. So on your model, right, that means that there would be less atmosphere above the Antarctic ice wall than there would be if you were standing at the North Pole, right? That because the North Pole, you would have the center of the spherical shape, the dome, whatever, be right above you. But at the ice ring, at the wall around the outside, that is where the dome would be touching. So there would be less atmosphere above you, which means there would be less atmospheric pressure, which is not what we experience in reality. At the Arctic and the Antarctic, there is 14.7 psi at sea level. But at both the Arctic and the Antarctic, in reality, you weigh less than you do. Sorry, you weigh more than you do at the equator. Okay. Even though the pressure and everything is the same.
All right.
So, but you weigh the same at the north and south. Your model couldn't explain that based on what you've just told me, right? But now I think we should open up the floor to
no. You're not gonna host. No, you be running, man. Y'all saw him trying to run. He don't want me to respond, dude. No, we're gonna open it up after I respond to you, cause you know. And now mute up. We don't need you talking no more. Check this out, y'all. Like I said, he asked me about my model. Here it is, right here. When we going to the North Pole on my model, we're ascending. We're ascending in elevation. On all these models I've showed him, and I told him to pay attention to it, there's an ascension as you go to the pole. I told y'all what he was going to try to do. He was going to try to alter my model and belittle it, if you call it a model, and go to sand. Now, guess what he said? He said somebody else went to the North Pole to do these experiences. Then he said, what we experience at the poles, like you didn't experience a damn thing. You believe in somebody who said they experienced it, which go back to what I said earlier. You said people have been to the North Pole, but until you go, you need to shut the hell up and be honest and say, well, there are people that went, and based on what they're saying and their observations, because guess what? Until you go, you can't verify it and prove it. And I'm going to share some with all the children watching right here. Here's what the scientific method is based upon. Observation is one of the first things on it. Observe. And if Craig didn't observe it, if somebody else observed it, he's believing them, the observer. Right. So, and it proves my point when I told him, if we're going to have this debate, see, I'm being honest. Craig is not. I'm saying, listen, Craig, I have no problem saying I never been to the North Pole.
Please don't call me dishonest.
Yeah, I can call you what I want, long as I don't disrespect you. If I feel you're dishonest, that's a word we can use, and you can prove how you're not.
I think that's disrespectful. Please don't.
Man, listen, if you interrupt me again, dude, it's gonna show, because you losing a debate, man.
Don't let him get off like that.
Bro, this man is really trying to act oversensitive.
I'm trying to be respectful, man.
Hey, man, stop, because y'all over there calling us retards and flirts and all kind of shit, dude. So stop. I just said you're dishonest. Dude, you making me mad now, and you're proving that I'm winning this. Can you stay muted while I finish? Dishonest does not trigger you. If you look in his chat room at some of the stuff they say about flat earthers, I wish y'all would act like that. I wish you would act like that. Now back to what I was saying. On my model, as we go to the North Pole, we raise in elevation. You can say, well, that's a stupid model. But if you ask me a question about what happens with weight, if you say, Brother Sanchez, on a flat earth model, why at the North Pole people weigh different than at the equator? it makes sense on what I'm showing now. Now, guess what? You might not like the model, but I answered the question based on the model adequately. Now, like you said, Craig, let's let some more people on the chat room critique what just happened, because I think I answered the question adequately based on my model, and you just ain't like that. And guess what? And I'm going to land a plane here too. I also would say that you took the words out of my mouth when you helped me out when you said other people measure it. Other people been to the North Pole. Other people been to space. All right, all of these other satellites been there. And ain't nothing wrong with that. The only thing wrong with that, if I'm gonna base my research based off of what a other person observed, guess what? I didn't do the scientific method personally. At that point, it's secondhand, and that's now goes into belief. Because if everybody in your family said we went to Egypt and we took pictures of it, here go the Sphinx, and you never went there, guess what? That don't mean that the Sphinx don't exist. It just meant that in reality, you can't say 100% proof that you know it exists because you never been there to see it for yourself. You can believe it exists, even though if y'all don't like how that sound, that's just the truth. You might get there and the Sphinx might not be there. So my thing is, in order for you to definitively prove something, you must be the observer. Anytime you go, I never been in the ISS space station. So I can't say, well, I know how your body gonna act up there and how it's gonna feel. Craig said you can't poop, you can't burp. And Craig, the mic is not on you next. I'm responding to what you said, and like you said, we gotta pass it to other people because I ain't got all day to go tit for tat for you. So I'd still just like, no, we can't, because then I'm gonna want to respond. You started, I responded, you came, I responded, you came, I responded. That's an even number. Then we got.
What you just said is wrong, and I'd like to respond.
Well, guess what? At this point, it's just wrong because I ain't got time, and I got a bunch of people on the call.
So you're scared and running away, right? I understand.
I'm scared. I'm running, and you get the W because I'm running right there. I got to get other callers in.
Thank you. I appreciate you admitting that.
I got to get other callers. Right.
Please, Sanchez, can I ask Craig a question?
Yeah, y'all can do what y'all want. I'm pressed for time. I just got to get everybody in.
Okay, I just want to ask Craig. Craig, peace, man.
Hello.
I think I'm a globe earther as well. I think he was doing pretty good.
Doing?
But what I wanted to say was when you showed the experiment with the water drop levitating because of the forces pulling on it, first thing came to my mind was the Bible scriptures where it says the Most High suspends the earth over nothing. I know you might not go with that, but according to a lot of texts, they said the voice and the sound of the Most High is what's keeping the earth up and stuff like that. I know that a lot of people might not believe that.
Hey, Madon, Madon, I just wanted to say I liked that those observations you pointed out. That's biblical syncretism. People get paid big money to do that. Keep it up. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I had never seen that experiment done before, and I thought that was really neat, man, because I believe that it's sound and vibration that's holding up the earth. But I ain't gonna hold the mic. I just wanted to I just wanted to acknowledge that experiment.
Nice to talk to you, man. Thanks. Is there any people from my side that have a question for any of the Flat Earthers on Bro's side? I think that would be fair because there's been a lot of questions from your side. So yeah. So anyone can someone on my side put their hand up, and Bro Sanchez can let them in to take the mic?
Right here, man. Rob Noxious, man. I'm on your side. I got you.
Yeah. So let his people go in first, Rob, and then you can go after them.
No problem. You just tell me what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go inside the store anyways.
Right. If you Ftfe, let it be known.
Space work, science work. He wants to talk. Could you let him unmute?
Yeah, for sure. Space work, science works. You gotta hit.
You got to unmute. You got to hit unmute yourself there, bud.
Yeah, you should hear me there now.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm doing very good. How are you guys doing?
Doing fine.
Excellent. So you've got a question for Bro Sanchez and his team?
Yeah. You talk about your model a lot. Does your model allow for planets since you start talking about space?
Does it allow for planets, you said?
Yeah, like Jupiter, Mercury,
Okay.
Saturn.
Hey, good question. I'm always go to show and prove as these questions are asked. So yes, it does. Planets on they didn't really call them planets during the time of this cosmology. They called them wandering stars. So you had 7 wandering stars, and then you had all of these fixed stars as well. And in the flat Earth model, the 7 wandering stars include the sun and the moon, Venus, Mars, basically all of that stuff. If you just want to, and then if you want to get into how that would orchestrate over flat Earth, I would love to open up models for that and go deeper into it.
Okay, but what are the planets, the wandering stars? I mean, you're right about that. That's what it means. The wandering star means planet. Yes. So we all agree on that. But do any of you guys own a telescope?
Yes, I do. Would you like to see it?
Well, no, I own one, and you can see the moons go around Jupiter, right? If you track them for 10 weeks, 20 weeks.
I'm not denying that, sir.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next thing, you can track Jupiter versus the background stars. Can we all agree on that?
You know what? I would just take your word for it for sure. Let's go with it.
Okay. Therefore, we can make out that they orbit the sun.
No, we can't make that out. That's the part where we lose each other.
No, because with the multiple planets like Mars and Jupiter, and you got the inner planets, Mercury and Venus, and they transit the sun, but Mars and Jupiter never do. Never, ever.
Hey, let me explain something to you. If you think
that
about
explains that we are in between them.
Let me explain something to you real quick. If you look at the alignment that we had September 23rd, we had all of the 7 wandering stars that you just brought up, and I'm gonna pull it up for you real quick. Hold on. This was gonna back me up. This was the September 23rd alignment. Everyone on Earth saw this in the sky, SpaceWorks. Check this out. You know why this debunks what you're saying? This was a once in 7,000 year phenomena. It took place on September 23rd of 2017, and I made some of my most viral content during that time. But the reason for this alignment, I want to show you. If you look at these 7 stars that we talk about that align, they were making a circuit around the North Pole. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Ain't none of those 7 wandering stars going around the sun, right? What we see the sun along with the moon and every last one of them all making a circle around the North Pole. And so the North Pole is the center of our Earth, not the sun. All right, we see the sun and moon both going around this central North Pole axis. We don't see the moon orbiting the sun, or excuse me, what we see is the sun and moon on their circuit above the Earth around a central pole, which is why we can look up in the sky, see them at the same time. So we see the sun and moon in the sky, then we see the wandering stars, and ain't none of this stuff going around the sun. It's all of the zodiac, including these 7 wandering stars, are making its circuit around the North Pole. This is what the flat Earth is. Now, if you look at the Antikytherian mechanism, the Antikytherian mechanism is tracking the 7 wandering stars based upon them being 7 celestial planes over a flat Earth. As above, so below. That's just answering SpaceWorks, though. I hope I'm giving him some of the research. Salutes to him. I like the questions your people bringing too.
Well, we've got someone here that would like to ask you a question as well. It's MC Toon. Mike, could he have a question for you, if that's all right?
Appreciate all of you guys for joining. And for sure, bomb away. We have a whole panel full of 16. Say who you want to address the questions to. You can address it to an individual or the round table in general. And let's get it. Thanks, everybody, joining. Let's go.
Hey, Toon, over to you.
Oh, hey, is my camera not working?
We can see you. We can see you.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, hey, earlier, bro, you said that you talked about water being flat. And so I was just wondering, could you send the measurements that you took or somebody took of the flatness of water, please?
So when I say that water is flat, I'm saying water will maintain a level. That's why we say sea level, right? So level and flat can be used as synonyms depending on what context. But like I'm sitting at a desk right now and the surface of it is flat. I don't know the measurements of it, Mike, but I do know that this surface is flat though.
Okay, so could you just send the measurements of flatness then, please?
No, I can't.
Oh, so you just have a blind faith that the water is flat?
No, what happens is this. Have you ever used a tool called a level? The level let me know if I'm plush, if my surface level is flat or not. So hold on.
Could you send the measurements?
Hold on. You keep asking me for measurements. Just wait a second. Wait a second.
Hoping.
Okay, I'm gonna just hope that you kind of hit a little blunt and pop down a little. But check this out, right? Let me ask you a quick question. And what's your name again?
Mike.
Mike. What city are you in? I'm gonna go somewhere here. Just walk with me.
Minneapolis.
Okay. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves stadium flat. Yes or no?
I don't know.
Is it level? Yes or no?
I don't know. I've not seen the measurements.
Okay. And you wouldn't know the measurements, so you wouldn't know the measurements. No one else but me and him. No, I'm pretty sure that Mike can stand his. Mike, do you need help? I just want to know. If you need help, Mike, I'll let you get help, but I can do it by myself, Mike. Can you?
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, Mike, if the people that built the Timberwolves stadium say, well, it's a flat and level plane suitable for playing ball on, because if it wasn't, we can be sued. Guess what? You don't got to go and measure the court as far as width, height, and get all that. You just need to make sure it's level. And that's when we'll use some called leveling devices. So what I'm saying is, if I say that something is flat or something is level, that's like me saying that, okay, the entire Las Vegas strips, let's hypothetically speak, says run 7 miles flat, no slants, no slopes, is straight level, right? I can make that claim by riding down that 7 mile street with a level in my hand that'll detect for if it's perfectly horizontal. But I wouldn't have to know how many miles that road is. Me knowing exactly the length of a leveled road don't change the fact that I can detect if it's leveled or not. I can go to the salt flats in this overseas where the ground is perfectly flattened out, reflecting the sky. I don't know the measurements of them, but that don't mean they can't name it salt flat. You're going to say, well, before you name it salt flat, did you measure it? No, they can know that it's level and flat, irrelevant of the measurement. You don't know the measurement of the Timberwolves arena, and you don't know the measurement of the desk you're sitting at right now, Mike. But I can assure you that the surface of your desk is level if it's like mine, if you got a sturdy, stable desk. I mean, so the point that I'm making is I don't got to know the measurements of a pool table to know that it's slanted because the balls is rolling and it ain't level.
Well, that was a long time for you to just say that you don't have measurements of the flatness of water.
And you don't have measurements of the flatness of anything that you didn't measure, but that don't mean you can't prove that it ain't level to flat. That's the point.
He also doesn't have an example of curved water.
it's just so far, bro, you've just said a lot of words, but never actually substantiated your claim of the flatness of water. Could you just go ahead and do that, or just admit that it's a religious position that you hold?
Okay, so I'm gonna prove it right now, and I'm gonna see if you accept my answer or not. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and screen share for you real quick. And I'm gonna, instead of me just talking to you with my avatar, let's go deep into it. Mactoon. All right. And I heard that I heard of your name before. My first time speaking to you though. But yeah, we can do some more of these. You got the energy I like. So check this out, right? If somebody say to me, Brother Sanchez, can you prove that horizon line is flat and horizontal? Based upon, I would say, what proof would you need? And they would say, well, with measurements. I say, no, I wouldn't be able to prove it with measurements. And I'll be cool with saying that. That don't make me a bad person. That don't make me not know what I'm talking about. It just means my way of, my claims of saying that this water is level and flat has nothing to do with me getting out of the boat with a tape measure and trying to see exactly. It's based upon how things behave on a level surface. If I got water in a cup on a level surface, it's gonna make a horizontal line. If the surface is slanted, then you know the water would show me these changes. So that's why we use this leveling tool to hang pictures and all that. So I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know.
Is this the same flat water that somehow rises in elevation as you go north?
Hold on,
you said
one thing
that
at a
things
time.
rise in elevation as you go north. Is this the same flat water?
One thing at a time.
Man.
One thing. You're not gonna let Mactoon. Y'all rude, man. Mactoon deserves a right to respond to the level thing. We don't got a Bogart back to back. Slow down.
Yeah, let Toon say what he needs to respond to that. Toon, what do you have to say in response to Bro Sanchez showing this horizon here? You're muted, Toon. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I admitted to him that I don't know the measurements, but I'm not basing my claim on it being level or flat on that. And he can say, well, your claim is stupid. And I'll say, okay, and I'll take that one.
All right. Well, so what I got from that is that you have a religious faith that water is flat.
Cool.
But hey, sorry, don't interrupt me. All right.
No problem. You got it. You got it.
I've listened to you complain every time that Craig.
I'm listening to you. The floor is open.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead.
listen with your mouth shut. Then.
See, he's trying to trigger you, man. Don't even fall for that shit.
No, just no. Let him go. Let him go. He's not triggering me, man. Let him go.
Right.
Let him go.
I'd like to share my screen, please.
Let him go. Let him go. He can't trigger me. I'm the gun.
I'm still waiting on some information on how do you measure flat water.
I stopped my screen share, and we got your screen share open for you.
Craig, you'll need to.
He said my idea that water is will maintain a level and flat surface is religious and belief, but just to respond to that,
all right, my turn to talk.
If water curve in space, that's a religious belief.
Why?
If water curves in space, that's a religious belief. Not the one.
Sanchez,
not
you
me.
honest piece.
Not me saying that it's level and flat. By CJS. Now go ahead, Mike.
You're muted, Toon. Just unmute yourself.
So why do I keep getting muted and talked over, bro? I've listened to you complain. I've listened to you complain for a couple hours now about every time.
I haven't complained. I just answered your question.
So,
go ahead, man.
So stop interrupting me.
You got it.
Stop getting all Felicia on me because I'm trying to talk. Okay, Felicia?
Holla at you. We're gonna listen to what we're gonna do. We're gonna get him up out of here. I ain't gonna take no disrespect. And then I'm about to roast his ass.
He was just playing, man. He was just playing.
Nah. I'm gonna tell you something though. Hold on, no. Everybody stop real quick. Hey, Craig, I ain't nothing to play with. I'm from the streets though. So I'm from Alabama too. And I ain't gonna
that's MC Toon.
I don't give a fuck who he is.
He's the worst rapper in the world, man. Like
only thing I'm saying is it hits different if I keep trying to let him play me like that, like he said, he trying to trigger me, but I would suggest that white men don't try to trigger black men. In a racist world we live in, let's all come with love and respect.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
If you don't want to go there, you on the wrong channel. I love my people, man, and that's what, hey, you got to respect that. So let's continue. I respect all people. Only thing I'm saying is it looks different. I'm respecting him. We might cut each other off and talk over each other, but guess what, though? You're not going to Felicia me and come with the ratchet type hood like, no. That's going to be looked at real wrong. I'm letting them back on, but yeah, I was wrong. I apologize to him for interrupting. We've kind of been talking over each other here a little bit. So I'm going to fall back. So I'm going to fall back. And that's why I'm going to let this fat dude go so he can go and hit a treadmill and fucking eat some goddamn. Nah, Santa Claus need to shut the hell up. I run, yeah, that's the globe mentality. Look at your followers, man. These are grown people. You need a therapist. Yeah, Rip Van Winkle need a damn therapist. Y'all need to learn how to behave yourself.
Sanchez, you need to learn to be honest for once.
Hey, man, if I'm dishonest, leave my dishonest ass alone.
Okay, right. So I see Hogarth has got his hand up. He's being very respectful and just waiting. So maybe James Hogarth could have a chance to say something. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm telling you, if y'all want to roast and come with all this energy, I'm going to get real niggified, ignified, and ratchet. I'm going to get project on. You want to bring a black dude out? We can do that. All
right, let's everyone try to be calm. But yeah, James has been patiently waiting with his hands up, so let's give him a chance to say what he'd like. James, unmute yourself.
Where's the black guy?
Thanks. So, Brother Sanchez, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, we can hear you.
Great. Making sure I don't misrepresent your model, because I know you'll get very upset if I pick the wrong picture. Could you please put up, share the best image you have of your model?
I don't have, no, let me show you some. I don't have a best image. I have multiple different conceptions of our universe from ancient people, and I can say that every single culture had some right things about it and some wrong about it, just like in any science today. There were various models of the solar system you guys believe in today. Different philosophers said it was one way, it was a geocentric argument at one point. No difference, right? I got different conceptions from all over during the time when people conceived the flat earth, and I can see something right in all of them, and I can see something wrong in all of them. In other words, I don't have a perfect model. No one does.
That's fine. But we can work with the theater of the imagination. So thank you very much for explaining earlier how your view has the rising mountain as we approach the pole in the center of the disk. That's helpful so that we don't have the question about the atmosphere. But on your conceptualizations, whereabouts in that would you consider the equator to be?
Okay, good question. You mind if I take like 30 seconds to open this screen share? It won't even take that long. Hold on.
Yeah, by all means. I'm really interested in like how you're describing this.
Okay. I just need to pull up, because you asking me about something that I really want to go into with my models.
That's great. This is why at 1 a.m. I'm still sitting up in bed listening to this and learning from you.
Okay. Let me grab something real quick. Sun path. Damn. Matter of fact, I saved this thing. What am I doing? So I don't have to go through this. My bad. Hold on, let me see. Because this is a good example. Let me see here. Come on. Hold on, let me try to find it this way. So the Tropic of, let me see something real quick. Some of y'all flat earthers know what I'm talking about. Here it is. Consistency, my bad. So the equator on a flat earth, as above, so below. Here's how the equator works on a flat earth. You see this circle on the ground, my brother, that says equator? That's the below equator. There's a celestial equator above that's matching that one. And basically, this equator is the equal point of the sun path on its path of ascension and descension. When it's midway, and when it's midway on its path of ascension or midway on its path of descension, it's always gonna, that middle point, that circle will match this equator circle. And when it's get way into make this small circle at its highest peak, like what's happening at the North Pole, is the same thing. I told you our Earth made the same way. We got a mountain following this same path, and there's one star in the middle, Polaris. That's where the sun is going. So the thing about that is that one star will be matching this 0 point on the Earth. Is all as above, so below, is all mirroring what's happening down here. So basically the tropic of basically equator would be the middle point on a flat Earth. The Tropic of Cancer would be the innermost circle, if you will, or the inner point, and a Capricorn would be the cap, the outer cap, you know what I'm saying, the ring or whatever.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. So using that as our view, if you have a 2 kilogram bar of gold as a figure that's easy to work with, picture a bar of gold that has mass of 2 kilograms. Okay, like in the olden days when they'd instead of normal currency, they would like barter with gold. If you take that mass of gold, yep, fantastic. Yep, exactly like that. If you take that mass of gold and take it to the Arctic, the North Pole area, that the weight of it is less, is more than if you go to the middle of where you had your picture, where the equator is, which is explained in your model with your mountain in the middle, which is fine. But if we continue going out towards the Arctic wall, then it will get heavier again. So in your conceptualizations, is there also a big slope going towards the Arctic wall that matches perfectly the lowest point being on the equator? So we have this big kind of like bowl instead, a bowl with a big spike in the middle, or do you have some other explanation for how that works?
I'm kind of confused as to what you're asking me, how what works. My bad.
Sure. Let me try and make it, as I said, it is 1 a.m. here, so my bad as well, if I'm coming at all unclear. So
you're doing great, James. Thank you.
If you have, so we measure mass in kilograms. Yep. So we have 2 kilogram mass of gold is the same physical gold if you take it to the Arctic, the Antarctic, to Africa, to the UK where I am, to wherever. It's the same blob, it's the same density, it's the same volume, it's the same blob of gold.
But like, you asking, not to interrupt, but just, I think I know where you're going. You asking me basically what we were saying earlier. Why is the gold heavier? Go ahead.
Yes, sure and I appreciated your answer, because that was an answer that could be plausible for going from that equator line through to the North Pole at the center of your
Oh, you're saying it wouldn't work going from the equator outward?
But my query then, yes, is as you approach the Arctic wall in your conceptualization, when we measure it in reality, we see the same effect as if you're going to the Arctic as to the Antarctic with that mass of gold. If you weigh it on a regular scales, it will weigh less in the equator line and more at the Arctic, and the same more at the Antarctic. So in your conceptualization, is there just a if you can turn off the screen share just for a second, because I think it's easier with my hand to try and explain.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so where we have the line of the plane and we have that mountain in the middle that you described, to make sure that the air was, for the pressure coming down for the weight, is the same. Would it be a similar on this side, like a height here? So would we end up with effectively a bowl shape like that? so that the weight we measure would be the same regardless of atmosphere? Or do you have some other explanation?
Man, this gonna sound crazy, but it may look like I'm even losing whatever that may say, but I'm having a hard time understanding him. So I'm gonna let another flat earther who may understand you better than me. I'm a tag in one of my comrades on this one.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much for the time.
Hold on, before I let you speak, big guy. Out of respect, we don't leave no questions unanswered. So if there's any other flat earther who understood him and would like to give him a satisfactory answer or give it a shot, go ahead. And if not, then yes, he can speak. He can speak. And our horror, you can speak if no other flat earther wanted to answer him. We'll just scratch our head on the question a little bit. But go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you for your time, Brother Sanchez. I do appreciate you doing these calls with Craig. And Craig, thank you for doing these shows as well, because I do appreciate them.
No worries, James. I very much enjoyed your question there.
Hey, Craig, was he asking me? Basically, I'm saying that
he was basically asking you what I was earlier about the fact that the change in weight is the same from the equator north as it is from the equator south, and how your model would explain that based on your explanation of there being an elevation rise in the center compared to the outside.
You know what?
So he was looking for a comprehensive explanation as to why the weight would be the same going both distances on your model. I think he asked it very well.
Yeah, it won't be the same going both distances on my model, though.
But it is in reality, and that's the thing.
No, not in reality. How can you make that claim? Like I said earlier, if neither one of us never been, how can we make that claim? Because my thing is this right here. We could say that the gold weighs nothing in space, but I never been to space. I would have to believe the people that had the gold floating around in space, but that'll make me a believer, not no type of scientist.
I get that. But as James was saying, what he was saying is based on historical trading of gold and the fact that they knew that the weight of gold would change the same going north and south of the equator, so they had to adjust for it, because otherwise you could just buy some gold at the equator and then head north or south where it would weigh more and make money.
You know what? I get what he's saying. I totally get.
But anyway,
let me answer him.
Should we move on to the next person?
Nope. We're not gonna wait till I get his question to not let me answer it. That's called running, ain't it, y'all? I'm pretty sure now that I get his question, everybody is like, okay, let's hear your answer now. Now that you get it, right?
Do it.
Cool.
Excellent.
So and this only gonna take 1 minute, and we're gonna go to our horror. So check this out. On my model, because I just gotta take me a minute to pull my slides up, but once we get them, we good. See, on my model, man, you split this torus field in the middle right here. And I get what you're saying now. The further you go out from the equator, is less of the sky on you too. Let me show you. Hold on. No, let me just show you.
Right, okay. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about your explanation.
Watch this.
Are you screen sharing? I don't see you the screen sharing.
Yeah, but y'all see the screen. Oh, hold on. My bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. That is my bad. I am not screen sharing. Now I am. So here go my model. Now watch this. When you go on the North Pole toward the middle of this model, you're raising an elevation. And he said, okay, that's true. But what about when you going away? Is less of the air on top of you when you going away, because if you're up under a tent, the closer you go to the edge of the tent, the lower that the wall get. The wall is declining down. So once you get over here to the wall, you're not up under this hole in the center part. But even when you get to the center part, it's elevating you, so it's still the same phenomenon that's happening back here. So let me show. So hold on, just to drive this home now that I get it, because when I get something, I like to drive it home. Just like this tent, right? When we going to the outside away from this pole, the wall is getting lower and lower. Look, you get way out here, it's less atmosphere on top of you as well. And if you're going toward the middle, you elevating because you're going up this mountain according to the Mayan. So that's how it will be true both ways.
Okay, so your explanation is that because you rise in elevation towards the dome at the center, you're going to be as close to the surface of the dome as you would be if you were at the outside.
Because check this
so
out.
The elevation at the center in your model must be extreme, right?
I got you.
Which again isn't what we see in reality.
Just to answer your question about the elevation at the center of my model, I can agree with you. It's very extreme. This mountain that we see in the Mayan cosmos, in religion, and I hate to use these religious examples, but religious people were scientists, cosmologists, religious people are doctors, surgeons, lawyers. But anyway, let me just share something with you, right? They called it, this would be the mountain that Jesus stood on where he can see all the kingdoms of the world. This is the most elevated point in our universe. The mountain called it Mount Meru. But yeah, like you said, that is extreme. That's basically the stairway to heaven concept. This is where it's coming from. That's what I'm saying. Jack's beanstalk. I got cosmologies where they have it literally, is connected with the heavens, because what's that pyramid right there, right? This is what it's doing. And just to show you, it's this is what the North Pole is. It's an ethereal pole of plasma where there's a peak of energy. A crash is happening at the middle of the earth. All of the magnetic ley lines are crashing. All of this magnetic energy is crashing together at the middle of the earth, and it's making a pile of energy, which is what this mountain symbolizes. And when you collapse things from all these angles, all of that energy goes vertically. It has nowhere to go but vertically now. Like when two cars crash and they go up in the air and all of that, that same sort of thing is going here in the middle of the earth. This is according to the Mayan and different ancient cosmologies. They looked at our earth just like an electromagnetic torus field, just like one of these. But we can let other people build, though. I know Ahura is waiting.
Ahura he's desperate, so chomping at the bit. So let's get Ahura in. Thank you for that detailed explanation, Bro Sanchez. If you would stop screen sharing so we can have Ahura ask his question.
And I am muted.
No. Guys, first of all, it's roar. Okay?
Roar. Okay.
Roar. Like a lion. First
roar.
Name. Yes.
I get it now.
First name, Les. L. Roar. Okay?
All right.
So, all right, Bro Sanchez. Would you mind putting up any map that you want that shows, your Earth that you're saying, your flat Earth? Come on that, please.
A map that, you said you just want me to pull up one of my models real quick?
Yeah, one of your maps that shows the Earth. No, not that one.
No, no, the screen share was just stuck there, but I'm about to get you one.
All right.
A lot of flat earthers like this one. It ain't my go-to, but I want to mix it up a little bit for them. There you go.
Okay,
you can use that one.
I don't want to use something that you don't like. I mean,
I love this. This the Gleason's map.
It's a good one.
This one has my stamp of approval. Yeah.
All right. So, now I just want to clarify what you said earlier because it's been a while. Okay. So, you're saying that at the equator, let's say right there south of the United States, okay, just south of Mexico there on the equator, if you'll point to that. Okay, good. All right. So if we're there on the equator, on the ocean, say we're on a boat. Let's say we're on a boat. and we measure that brick of gold. Okay, we find it weighs, let's say we say it weighs 2.999. Okay. All right. And so now let's take our boat and go on through the Panama Canal there and go on around up there north of Alaska. Go ahead and pull the screen down if you would.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so you can go there north of Alaska, up they're close to the North Pole. Okay, not on the North Pole, but just north of Alaska right there. Like right in the middle of the screen right there.
Hold on 1 second. Here I go. Okay. You said go to Alaska, you said?
Yeah, northwest of Alaska there.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. There you go, right there. There by the Aleutian chain. Yeah, there you go, right there. Okay, and we find that when we go right there, it weighs 2.000. I'm sorry, 2.200 pounds rather than 2.1999 pounds. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So what is your explanation for that again?
I'm gonna use the same explanation that I use if you're asking me the same question, basically, though. You just wording it differently.
Yeah, what is your explanation for the fact that they're off of Point Barrow, Alaska, it weighs more than they're they're in the Sea of Cortez? What's your explanation for that again?
Well, Alaska, let me just go to Alaska real quick right here. You're saying right here off this little arm of Alaska, correct?
Yeah, right up there. It weighs 2.200 pounds.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're saying, but like I said, as we go to this middle part though, it start to change drastically. That's all. That was my point.
Well, okay. What's changing drastically exactly?
See, I'm going based on you guys' claim because I'm debating with honesty here. I don't know how. I can't prove that gold. That this is what the nature of gold is when we change, because I never traveled with gold. I'm taking everyone else's account here, and I'm going with you guys' argument. So based on that, let me just say here, based on that, right? Based on the argument you saying that this is what happens when gold move around. I'm saying
it doesn't have to be gold. It could be lead. It could be anything.
Cool. Right. Anything, even a human, right? Can we throw that human in there?
Yeah.
You're saying that your weight gonna vary based on where you're at on the earth.
That's right.
And I thought I did a good job explaining it. I just want you to do a good job of pointing out in my explanation where I went wrong at, and that'll help me out.
I'm just trying to clarify what you said to make sure I understood it. You're saying that there's less atmosphere. Is that correct, what you said, that there's less
as you go toward the center? And see, Alaska, you still ain't nowhere. All of these continents, they have nothing to do with that pyramid that I was showing in the middle of the earth.
But we're not talking about the pyramid. All we're doing is we're in a ship, okay? We're in a ship.
You're still on a plane, though. I'm trying to explain the model.
That's what I'm asking you, okay? So up there, they're off of Point Barrow, Alaska, or off of Adak, Alaska, right up there. Why is it, according to your explanation, why is it that I weigh more, a little bit more, not much, but a little bit more, okay, up there in Alaska than I do down there off in the Sea of Cortez?
I would say because there's more atmosphere stacked upon you. Because check this out. Hold on. No. You can't cut me off. Just give me 1 minute now.
I'm agreeing with you. Okay.
All right. And on my model, it will show that. Because look, watch this. If Alaska is somewhere right here on the edge of this pyramid bottom, just according to the Mayan, you will have more atmosphere above you. Because look above you. The more you go toward the middle, the more atmosphere layers gonna be stacked on you. It's just that once you start what's called this path of ascension right here, it ain't gonna work like that, because you're actually rising up with the atmosphere taking away the pressure.
We're not. First of all, you surely don't think that is a pyramid that size. But even if,
what do you mean? What are you asking me about? About the?
Well, we're on the water. We're on the water. We're on the ocean. There in the Sea of Cortez. Okay, we're right there in the ocean in a boat.
Right.
On the Sea of Cortez. And gold was that brick of gold or lead or whatever.
When you agree with me that the more atmosphere get on top of you, that it's gonna make it heavier.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You don't agree?
I don't agree. But
you don't agree in Oh no, I'm saying, do you agree that the deeper we dive in the ocean, the more pressure stacked on us, the more weight we're gonna experience?
No.
Oh wow. Okay, cool.
Wow.
That's probably the problem. I'll fall back there. Cool. I'll fall back right there, man.
And by the way, you're speaking to
you good.
A diver. You're speaking to an expert diver.
You're fine.
By the way.
That's sad. That's sad.
Can I say something?
Now hold on. It's sad that I've had 3,000 dives.
Okay.
But anyway,
so you just gonna deny pressure? Oh wow. Go ahead.
No, the pressure is there, but that doesn't make me weigh anymore.
Man, I've swam to the bottom of a 12-foot pool and it made my ears. Anyone that ever dove deep, cause I'm a deep diver too. I ain't been no hundreds of feet. I've been to 18 feet, and you can laugh all you want, but 18 feet was all I had to go for me to realize that, damn, if I was to go any more, that shit'll be hurting.
Yeah, I did the submarine escape training tank, which is extremely deep.
Yeah.
Hey, bro Sanchez, let me fly for a second. I gotta get the guy.
Let me have a guy, please.
Yeah. But we're getting way off the track here. Okay.
Let me have a go.
Let Ivor finish his point, and then we move. I think Ivor's nearly there.
Yeah.
Elroy, sorry, Elroy.
So the question that I have for you was, okay, what is causing the
gold to weigh more?
The gold to weigh more, and if I understood what you said, and let me just try and put what you said into my words and tell me if I'm wrong.
Let me just say it again and you clarify with me as I go.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Right. This hole right here in the middle of this Gleason map represent the pyramid right here. That hole right there, that's the North Pole. You ain't nowhere near that point of elevation. So hold on. Let me show you. The closer you go toward that pole, the more pressure you experience because the dome is high in the middle. So until you start to climb that pole, when you get around the edges of this pyramid, that would like you being like right here around the rim of this pole. And it would be so many layers of atmosphere stacked upon you at that point, and all of a sudden the pressure would ease up as you stepped up upon this plate and ascended, because now you even it out by you actually walking up there to decrease the gap.
That's not what I said though. Okay.
That's what I'm saying to answer your question. That explains it. That explains it.
No, it doesn't. We're nowhere near that point there at the top of the map. We're over
on your model. Here. I'm debating from my model perspective, though.
Right? No, we are in a boat. Okay, in a boat. You can't get to the North Pole in a boat.
Who's weighing gold on a boat? Who's weighing anything on a boat? Where y'all even getting this?
Let me finish. But you're missing. Let me finish, okay? You're out here, out by Point Barrow, Alaska. The gold weighs.
Because it's more atmosphere on top of you.
Why is there more atmosphere on top?
Let me show you something, right? I'm glad. Now that's a good. That's right. That's a good question.
I'm
about to show you why. Everybody stop yelling. It's getting chaotic. Let me just build with him a minute. Watch this. Just watch this. And I'm gonna use that map. I'm not going nowhere. Just hear me out. If we're inside of a big cathedral like something like this, guess what? When you get in the middle and you start to talk, you're gonna notice an acoustic change because the ceiling is higher. Now, as you after you move away from the ceiling, guess what? Away from that high ceiling, you notice your voice start to account for that. The same thing is happening right here. If you understand that we're under a big dome according to Flat Earth. And the closer you get to the middle, the more higher, the more dome, the more ceiling is on top of you versus you going away. So let me show you another way of looking at it real quick. What I brought up. Hold up, you gotta let me finish. We gotta have order. I'm almost done right here. Check this out, right? To answer you. If I go toward the center of this tent, the ceiling is higher than if I'm going toward the outer edge. And until I make it to that pole and start my ascension, I'm up under a lot of layers of air. That will explain why on a Gleason's map, things would get heavier as you go toward the center or experience more weight before. So but hold on. Let me finish. Y'all, damn guys, this is the way debates go.
It's the opposite, bro.
Hey, hold on.
The opposite.
Hold on. We're gonna let you go. Yeah, I'm using what he said. I'm not hearing what y'all saying. Stop. If you cut in again, I gotta let you go. I gotta let you go. That's the problem. You need to stop. Let him make his argument and let me debate these arguments one at a time. Now, after I get through killing his argument, then you can make your argument, but never tell another man he misspoke. That's wrong. Let him say, hold up, Sanchez, I misspoke, and let me change what I'm saying. But he didn't do that. You're not going to do it for him. I'm going to make you have respect for that gentleman. Now, like I was saying, guys, and I'm going to conclude here. It makes perfect sense what I'm saying. And they just crumbling apart because everything they throw at me, I got an answer for it. Now watch this, y'all. I'm showing him, he said as you go closer toward the North Pole, the gold getting heavier to try to debunk me. And I said, look, you ain't even made it to the path of ascension yet, the pyramid here. If you still around, look, everything gonna get heavier, like I said, as you move to the North Pole. It ain't gonna start to lighten up till you get to this little circle in the middle, this little dot in the middle. That's the pyramid, just like I showed with the tent. It don't get no simpler than that. It's more atmosphere above you toward the middle of the tent than the outside. So this pole would be the pyramid, allowing you to climb, or the beam path, all that shit, to ease that pressure that he's trying to say that's on the goal. But everything they throwing at me, I can legitimately explain it very simple on my model. They just don't want to acknowledge that that's what I'm doing, though. That's the fucked up part about it.
Sorry to interrupt you, but can I just add something? You know, the same effect that he's trying to explain to you, it happens in the southern hemisphere. I happen to live in Argentina, and the issue is pretty much the same. Things have a slightly different weight depending on where you are. So how do you explain that exactly on your model?
I've been doing it all night. Everybody that come up here and say things have a different weight based on where they are, I'm explaining it. There are different places on Earth where there are least or greater amounts of layers of atmosphere above you, which will dictate everything y'all asking me. That's a simple general answer that will just we can move on from that. Because the goal...
We cannot, because it doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain how it changes from the southern hemisphere.
You know what? Well, let's do this. Let's do this then. Let's do this. Let's flip the thing around. Let Roar explain to me why the gold weighs more in Alaska. I gave mine. You don't have to accept it. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. But now he can tell us why then. Since I'm doing a horrible job and no one want to take my answer, that's the best I can do. So now y'all tell us what's happening to the gold. Fair enough? And I'll mute my mic at this point.
Right to me. Right. You unmute yourself.
Crickets.
Where you at now? Where y'all at now? Where y'all at now? Where y'all at now?
Elroy wants to respond, but he's muted. He just needs to unmute himself and he can respond to you.
Yeah, man, y'all, boy, I tell you, I do this, man. Let's go.
What I was beginning to say is the rate of acceleration is higher. The higher one goes in latitude, and the lower one goes in latitude. I'm sorry, lower. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The higher one goes in latitude, the lower the radial acceleration. The lower one goes in latitude, or the closer to the equator, the higher the radial acceleration, which causes the gold to weigh less. If you put that gold in
centrifugal acceleration, yeah.
Right, exactly. If you
yeah, help him out, y'all clashing.
Centripetal acceleration. There's no such thing as centrifugal, but that's beside the point. If you put that gold in water, okay, if you put it in, let's say, 3 feet of seawater, it's going to weigh some amount. I'm not going to calculate it right here, but it's going to weigh something like 1.5 pounds, okay? If you take it down 10 feet, it's going to weigh 1.5 pounds. If you take it down to 1,000 feet, it's going to weigh 1.5 pounds. If you take it down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, it's going to weigh almost 1.5 pounds. The water is somewhat compressible. The point is, it doesn't matter how much is above it, it's still going to be the same. The point that I'm making, though, or was trying to make, all right, is that you're saying there's less above you, okay? And why is there less above you? The air pressure is the same. The air pressure at Point Barrow, Alaska, is going to be the same, depending on the day and time of day, etc. But the air pressure at Point Barrow, Alaska, is going to be exactly the same. They're at sea level. Say it's standard pressure, standard temperature and pressure, STP. It's going to be the same as the equator.
Okay, so let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. I asked you, because I gave my answer, right? And you keep asking me to repeat myself, but I'm going to try this again. You tell me why now. I want to learn now. Tell me what's happening to the gold at Alaska.
He did just explain it. There's a difference in centrifugal acceleration changing the perceived gravitational acceleration.
Okay, cool.
It's spinning faster on one side than it is on the other.
Right, cool. So got you. So he gave his answer, I gave my answer, and the people can decide what's the best answer. Now we can move on from talking about gold.
Hold on. So the only way you can say that is if you're at a higher elevation there at Point Barrow, in which case the water's not level.
I'm not saying you at a higher elevation. That's why I'm not gonna keep on arguing with y'all. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you just said.
Listen, let me show you what I said. Let me show you what I said. I'm gonna repeat it right here so we won't have no problems.
You just said
I'm the man. Let me know. I got it. Nope, that ain't what's happening at Alaska though. Alaska ain't the North Pole to us. Why are you trying to make stop, man? Let me talk. Stop, bro. It's getting crazy. You're trying to make my model up instead of going by what I told you. You're picking around. You gave an answer, I gave an answer. That's it. The people can judge those answers, but you're not going to put words in my mouth. I didn't say you going up at Alaska. I said you only began to rise in elevation right here where my mouse is. This little black dot right here represents my pyramid. You taking your first step up this pyramid right there at that black dot. Anything outside of that black dot, you still is on a leveled earth. I don't understand that. If you look at the model that I'm showing, it backs me up. It says that everything outside of this pyramid is part of the leveled earth around you. I'm pulling up 2 models. You ain't gonna keep acting like, no. This is what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna keep going back and forth. You could say, well, it still don't make sense because But the only way my shit don't make sense is if you don't agree that more things stacked upon you will cause more experience of pressure in the case of the ocean and all that. Now, look, I gave you my best answer. It ain't gonna change. What is changing is a person that's misinterpreting what I said, and now I gotta keep repeating myself to clarify my stance because I didn't say Alaska was a rise in elevation. He's trying to do that.
All right, bro, let me ask you a question based, to expand on all of this, okay? There is another circumstance where there is a change in weight, okay? If you travel from west to east, you weigh less than when you travel from east to west. All right. This is called the Yacht-Voss effect.
Can
So, and this is, a measured effect. In fact, a friend of mine, Wolfie, did an experiment measuring this on the plane going east to west and west to east. So basically, the explanation for that on the globe is if you are traveling with the Earth's rotation, then you are adding to the centrifugal acceleration, which will make you weigh even less.
That's crazy.
If you are going against the Earth's rotation, you are decreasing the centrifugal acceleration, which means there's more gravitational acceleration, so you weigh more. So that's the explanation on our model
like
for why if you go one. Wait, let me finish. That's the explanation on the globe model for why you weigh more traveling to the east than the west. What is the explanation on your model for why there's a difference in weight based on the direction you are traveling?
That's why I was trying to interject, because I don't want to answer that yet before I clarify something, just so I be sure. You're basically explaining the upstream, downstream thing, and where you're going against the current or with the current. We get it. So you're using that in relation to the gold example, just for clarity, right?
Yeah, anything. But the point is that when you travel a certain direction, if you've got that kilogram of gold and you are traveling to the east with the Earth's rotation, then you weigh less than if you were traveling. The gold would weigh less than if it was traveling in the opposite direction. There is an explanation for that on the globe that works 100%.
You gave the explanation.
So what is your explanation for that on your model?
I want to actually question the whole validity of it. Hold on, let me say this, guys. We don't need all that, please. It don't help. This is what I want to say, y'all. What I learned to do is speak only with what I know. Until I do that experiment and travel, and and this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assume that I'm on the globe, and this gonna be a promise. Y'all gonna see I'm gonna keep this promise. I'm gonna do this experiment. I'm gonna assume that I'm on a globe. I'm gonna travel east to west. I'm gonna get me a couple of little grams of gold. We're gonna test this thing east to west and then west to east. But until I do a test like that, I feel like I'm gonna make my argument too, by the way, Craig. Don't think I'm running from the argument. What I'm doing, I'm gonna speculate and guess because I didn't do that. I can't be sure that that's true. And that's something he said he's about to do an experiment, or somebody he know that's about to do it. Salutes to them. That's what it's about. I'm gonna get out there and do it myself. Now, once we can prove legitimately that that's what's happening, then we got to explain it on each of our models. Now, we don't got to do that before we can give an explanation. So let me give my explanation. Now, that being said, my explanation based on me not doing that, again, is just me kind of speculating on a phenomena that may or may not exist. So on a flat earth, if let's just say that, because he's talking about the upstream, downstream going against the current, that was talking about the circulation of the heavens, for example. If all of the atmosphere is going clockwise on a flat earth, if all of the air on a flat earth above the flat plane is being stirred up clockwise, right, and you start traveling clockwise, you'll experience less pushback, more of a flow, like you floating, like with a lazy river, right? And if on a flat earth, if you're in the air and you're going counterclockwise, but the atmosphere is still going clockwise, you're gonna get the same phenomena Craig said, where pushback, you going against the current. Now let me blend my plane, or I bet you somebody gonna try to interrupt, and I'm gonna tell you why they like to do that before I can land my plane. Every time, guys, they ask me something, I explain it perfectly and simple on a flat earth model. Or if you got a circle down here and the sky's turned this way, I can create the same thing he just said on my model. Drop a 1 in the chat if I didn't just do that. Because some things we don't got to complicate. We can just say, okay, and move to the next damn argument. It works on yours, works on mine, if you will. I can create the same situation, but, you know, that ain't what often happens. I got to be wrong about everything. That's when you know there's no honesty there. And one of his folks came up and called me dishonest.
Right. Okay. I that's your explanation. I'd love to see more data to support that, but that's your explanation. Cool. Right. There's someone waiting to talk who is actually a professor that has put something on the moon.
So he said,
and he'd love to ask you a question.
I don't believe none of that, but he can talk though.
So could Professor Phil Bell be unmuted, please?
Yeah, we don't respect everyone's equal on this panel. We don't respect no credentials. We are all the same, but salutes to him.
No, I'm just saying he physically put something on the moon.
We don't believe. I don't believe that though. I got the right to say I think it's. I don't believe he did it. But he can speak.
I mean, so you're calling him a liar?
Yes, and he can speak though. No, see, that's what we're not gonna do. If he say he put something on the moon and I say I don't believe you, that don't make me a mean person. I'm exercising my right to disbelieve, to not believe something. Then you know what? To be fair enough, when I say that, you know what he can say? I can prove to you I put it on the moon. And then he can start showing me how. Now, to this guy, I know
he was paid an awful lot of money to do it, you know.
Money don't make nothing truth. If anything, money make it more of a lie. Nope, you're gonna shut the hell up because Craig was talking to me and I'm responding to him. I will put your bogus ass in the waiting room. You put some on the moon and you ain't got your own channel to talk at. You over here on my damn channel. I bet you he ain't got more subs than me in here, Professor.
Could he ask you a question? Was that all right?
But he ain't gonna be telling me to shut up. And when me and you talking, two grown men talking, little boy. Now check this out, Chris.
Shut up. He just asked.
Quit goddamn holding his hand. Every man up here can stand on their. Hey, stop! I'm talking. Every man can talk for
himself. Bro, you've been complaining about people interrupting.
Holla at you, man. You gotta go. Like I said, I'm a host it. If you don't like the way I'm hosting it, don't do no more shows with me. Because I'm going to have military
What's going on?
I'm talking and you're interrupting me. I'm trying to address my people and you won't let me do that. I asked you for a second to talk to my chat room to address the people. Stop for a second. Here's what I'm saying, guys, to my chat room out there. Here's an announcement. Bringing up a person's credentials mean nothing here, and you're not wrong if you tell a person that said that they put some on the moon that they didn't. At that point, you challenging them to a debate where they got the equal ground to prove that they did. And if they prove it, you got to accept it. He can prove it versus say, you don't tell me I'm wrong. Yep, you wrong. Prove it.
Okay, can he talk now? Is that all right?
Why you talking then? If you want him to talk, Professor, I'm addressing him.
I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Professor Phil Bell, nice to speak to you, buddy. Over to you.
Thank you. Finally. All right. So, Bro Sanchez, can you please put your model back up?
I don't have. Which one? Which one?
Fancy one that you had with the pyramid in the middle of it.
Okay, that is not mine. That's the Mayan cosmology.
It's the one you follow.
Can two men talk uninterrupted?
Okay, thank you. All right, so the equator, where is that on this model?
Okay, let me go back. I think I still got it up. Here we go. Let me load this up for you. I'll pull it up for you. No problem. We just had it up a minute ago, and I'll leave it up. The equator on this mod. I just did the whole sun path, Tropic of Cancer and all that, but we can go and pull it back up. Damn. Hold on for a second. Trying to
you
see.
Can just put the Mayan one up there. You can just give me a rough estimate.
But this one here really got it marked all out. But I'll give you a rough estimate then.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for a rough estimate.
Okay.
On your
so no problem. All right. So the equator in this model would be the middle point. What right? You got the middle of a circle being a pyramid. Yeah. You got the outer of the circle being this Taurus wall or whatever. So the middle point in between them both, that'll basically be your equator line, right there, if you will.
Okay, perfect. So the point was that you weigh less at the equator, okay? And you weigh more at the South Pole at the south. In your case, you don't have a
pole. Well, that wasn't his point. That's your point. You the first one made that point tonight.
I'm telling you. I'm just giving you facts. Okay.
I don't know because y'all ain't all on the same page. Your other guy said it different.
Is it okay if I talk now?
Hold on. I need clarity. I get your argument. It's only going to take 5 seconds because I'm confused. I'm saying, are you admitting that you don't agree with those other guys? You're making your own argument. I just need clarity on that.
I'm the physicist in this place. Okay.
Okay. So there you go. Then he's saying y'all were wrong. Cool.
Okay. Okay. All right. Here goes. You weigh less. You weigh less at the equator. You weigh more at the South Pole, and you weigh more at the North Pole. Now, let's have a look at your model. There's definitely more in your model. There's more gas above you at the North Pole, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that would. If you're on the ground, right? Because if you elevate, then you shorten the gap.
Then how do you resolve the fact that you weigh more at the edge of your model, where there's practically no air above you?
Okay, so where would be the edge would be, let me clarify. You saying the edge right here where my mouse is going around in a circle?
Yeah, like where Antarctica would be. Yeah.
Okay, you're saying things way more there. All right, so earlier, cool, let me answer you. Earlier, I debated a bunch of globalists that was adamant about it being the opposite of what you saying, but now we're getting the physicists on.
They're wrong.
Hold on, right, and that's what I want to prove, y'all, that I've been winning this debate.
So hold on,
wait, no. He just said they're wrong. So to everybody that said that, that's who we talking about. If the shoe don't fit you, don't put it on. Don't be the hurt dog.
No one here tonight has said that though.
Oh yeah. That's yes. They definitely did. They definitely did. Hold up, Rob. I want to put on the record that the physicists came on to correct the globalists that said that. And I was debating
your
that dude.
misinterpretation.
Yo. Check this out, y'all. I'm gonna call this thing. Hold on. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. Please stop interrupting me, as I'm gonna have to just end the show because it's getting exhausting. I'm talking. We ain't gotta do that. I'm gonna be through.
Stop misinterpreting.
Let me get you up out of here, man. Because that man, the physicist out his mouth told them they was wrong. I never told them they was wrong. The physicist came and said they're wrong, and y'all giving me more smoke than him. That's how I know you trolling, man. Get up out of here, dude. You're not welcome here no more, CJS. You're blocked because I don't have no time for that amount of troll, nitpicky behavior. Now, the physicists obviously came up here and corrected them or said something other than what they were saying or felt like what they said needed to be reinforcement because it lacked something. He said out of his mouth they were wrong.
Can I continue now?
I thought you had all. I thought you were done, man.
No, definitely not. Not even close.
You asked me a question. I was answering you, though. We can rewind the tape.
We can go backwards and forth. That doesn't mean I'm finished.
No, you're not going to say I just interrupted you when I was answering your question.
I didn't say you interrupted me.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I just asked your permission to carry on.
Oh, yeah. Take your time. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, now, one of the other things we notice about our atmosphere is only about 30 kilometers thick. The rest of it, about more than 99% of it only reaches 30 kilometers. Okay, the rest of the 1% is above 30 kilometers. In fact, 99.97% of it only reaches 100 kilometers. So there's practically nothing beyond that. That's how far. Now, let's have a look at your model here now. Whereabouts is 30 kilometers in your model over here?
I'm going to say this. I have not measured the atmosphere at all in my model, and I'm not basing none of my claims on specific measurements. I would also say that there's very few globalists that I've debated who made their own measurements too. So what the globalists do got is a science team that says they've made the measurements for the globalists. I don't have that team. So my thing is this right here. Don't hold me to no specific measurements, because all of the measurements always changing on a globe. There's no specific measurements even on a globe. If we look at the history of heliocentrism from the beginning to now, there have been drastic changes to this thing. It's been a mutation. So we ain't gonna really make an argument based on no specifics, which is why I can win debates without asking for specific numbers, because in a scientific method, the first step is observation. If you can't make an observation and make an argument and a claim based on that, you missed the first step, because you already thought you was at the last step with equations and numbers and specifics, when that shit changes every year in science.
Can I carry on now?
Hey, I'd like to make a point about flat Earth.
Very quickly, please.
Exact numbers.
I've only got. I'm nearly there, right? And I've got to go. All right. Now, the 30 kilometers that we're talking about, that the atmosphere gets up to, which most of it, more than 99% of it. Now, let's have a look at the edge of this this dome that all the flat earthers seem to say we have. Obviously, at the edge of that dome, there must also be a gap of where the atmosphere only reaches 30 kilometers. So are you suggesting that right next to the dome around here at this point, right near at Antarctica at the ground level, there's no air?
No, what do you mean? No, how did I suggest that?
Well, I mean, the atmosphere goes all around. If I stand anywhere in Antarctica, the atmosphere is still going to be 30 kilometers.
Let me ask you a quick question. Doesn't the ground rise and drop in elevations?
Of course.
So that would dictate. So even though the atmosphere go all the way around, if you rise up, and you go, if you go to the top of the Las Vegas, the stratosphere, for example, you can damn near start to feel your ears pop just doing that.
Yes.
I'm just saying, like, these layers of the atmosphere are like breaking the surface of the water after you dived in. And you can rise above some of those layers based upon the elevations of the ground, even though the atmosphere is consistent all the way around, like you're saying. That's the point. So,
okay, so
the ground can lift you up and decrease the gap in between those layers. Simple.
The things that are on the ground are irrelevant to the height. The height of the atmosphere is the same everywhere.
I know that, but the ground isn't though. But the ground isn't though. So that would matter. But listen, let me show you why that matter. That matter because let's say that a person is standing right here. It is more of the dome above them than a person standing on top of here. Now, a person would say, wait a minute, if they at the middle, there should be more sky. Nope, because the ground is rising. We can lift this pyramid all the way up and they can literally be touching this part, and that won't be a lot of layers of atmosphere pressing down on them like a person surfacing in the ocean. He will rise up above those layers, not because the atmosphere changed, but because there was elevation on the ground. So if you don't understand how
I don't need you to explain very obvious things.
Okay, it seems as if you do.
All I want you to do is to explain to you. See, at the edge, at the very edge where Antarctica is, right near the ground, there'll be a gap because the gap is all consistently all around, right 30 kilometers above everywhere.
Antarctica, right?
Yeah, above Antarctica, 30 kilometers above Antarctica, most of the atmosphere exists.
Let me pull up this map real quick. If we look at the ice ring, he's saying that this ice ring is basically the air, the atmosphere all around this ice ring is consistently the same, correct?
Yes.
And you saying, I'm just trying to ask you, can you now make your point now that I understand exactly what you're saying?
Okay, good. All right. So what I'm saying is that everywhere around here is the atmosphere is 30 kilometers high. Okay, that's 99% of it. More than 99% of it is just 30 kilometers high. Okay, everywhere around it. Now let's put a solid barrier around it.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we
All
go.
right.
Here we
So
go.
now imagine there's a solid barrier all around that. Okay. And around here, the 30 kilometers goes all around. So the 30 kilometers is going to be everywhere. He's going to be everywhere. It's like the 30 kilometers is like a dome around the Earth.
I agree with that.
Okay. It's like a dome around the Earth. All right. So your argument was that if you're in the middle, there'll be more air on top of your head if you're in the middle. But if you're on the edge, there's not more air above your head, and yet you weigh more.
Hey, look, now check this out, right? Here's a way to look at that. There are models where when you get toward the edge here, it drops down like a fountain. So what you have is a sort of, think about what's happening here, what you're saying here with Antarctica. Let's go back to it. This Antarctic ice shelf, for all that we know, when we leave the center of this circle and we're going toward the outer, we can be on a very, very minute decline, right? That can be one way of explaining that. Another way of explaining that would be that, and then keep in mind, we can't, hold on, one thing. I don't think that we can be sure also that, because he's making this argument to the gold argument earlier. He's saying
the
that
water's declining, is it?
What you say?
The water is declining, as you say. It's like going down a hill.
At some point, because
and the water's doing that as well, is it?
Well, let me show you this. Watch this. Watch this. Because at some point, and I want to give you an idea what that point is, though. You're right. I'm saying that, but I'm not just a immediate decline. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I got different slides to show. I'm loading it up now. So like,
the water goes downhill.
I'm about to show you. At some point, right? At some point, the water will flow downward. Let's just take, for example, this water fountain right here. So at some point, let's just say this is our Earth, this little circle of water right here on this top pot. And at the ice ring is the rim of this pot. I'm saying there's a possibility, yeah, that at some point, boom, the water could flow, start to flow downward as well. Or that can be the path of the torus field and all that. But the point that I want to make, and I'm going to pass the mic, you're saying all around this ice ring, the gold gonna weigh the same consistently, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm saying that ain't been proven, and I disagree with that because hear me out. Because some of these ice shelves are lower and higher. It ain't just one big perfect ice chunk like this. It's higher and lower elevations in this thing. It ain't just that perfect. So that would change something too. Also, I want to point something out to everybody. This is my last liner. He's admitting that an ice ring surround the whole world. He's actually testifying. You saying that the gold weigh the same all around this ice ring?
Yeah, not your version of it. My version of it.
Give me your version of it. Give me your version of that ring.
Sure.
And then make it make sense on your version, like I did with mine earlier with the ones that you. Because listen, let's say you right. That mean out of all the globalists that came up, the professor had to come up and tell y'all think, because listen, I got it on record. They were saying,
no one here said anything different.
Hold on. See how he keep cutting in? You see how he cut? They hate that. I
haven't said anything in a long time. That's the first thing I've said.
I know it because you hate where I'm going. I know why that triggered you, and I'm finna show them why, y'all.
No, I just want to clarify that during this stream, no one has said a different thing to the professor. That's it.
You clarified.
We've said the same thing as the professor.
You clarified it. Now, guess what? I'm going to say you're a goddamn lie. You haven't said what the professor said. He wouldn't have to come up here and repeat it if you damn said it. He actually said out of his mouth, they were wrong. They're wrong. We heard it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut that out and make it a sound bite because we're not going to let y'all deny it. When he said they were wrong.
He said that we were wrong.
No, let me finish. When he said they were wrong.
Wait, no, you don't get to call me a fucking liar and then just cut.
Yeah, but well, then that's why I said if the shoe don't fit you, don't wear it then. If you didn't say that, then you be quiet. If you didn't say it, then you can be quiet, man. And let me talk to the globalists that did. And yeah, Fight the Flat Earth, we put your ass in the waiting room too. We put, hey, look, remember now, Fight the Flat Earth, and I want everybody to know this. I don't email Fight the Flat Earth for debates. Be fair and let me respond. He be spamming up my email all day for debates. And when he go to doing the shit that he doing right there, bro, I can turn up with him. I can be disrespectful too, man. This ain't no yelling match. I was cool with y'all, but y'all out of line. Y'all out of line. You've been disrespecting the whole show. Now, if I told y'all the shit that I was saying, I didn't specify it to nobody. Why you unmuting? I wasn't even debating you, Craig. I was debating one of your minions, and I mopped the floor with him, and the professor had to come on and save his ass, and now you trying to cap for your little poodle, because I beat his ass. Yeah, man, y'all can't pull that over here.
Can I ask what the dispute? Can I ask what the dispute was about?
There's Antarctica.
Who is
that? Let me make the next point for Flat Earth, please.
There's Antarctica. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Yep.
Great.
Don't look like a wall to me. Is that a wall? That's not a wall.
Okay, am I allowed to talk now?
Man, the professor's talking. No one was talking to you to begin with, though.
I get to respond the fact you called me a liar, though.
Man, you're a messy ass. You feminine, too. You like a woman, dude.
Hey, come on.
Petty, bro.
You don't get to say that and then just mute me. It's not fair.
Bro, I will say that and kick you up off my show because I don't go tip
if you want to run away, bro, that's fine. But you don't get to call me a liar and then just not let me respond.
I came here to debate. I can call you a liar and then you can prove how you're not a liar.
Well, let me fucking respond then. If you want to debate, let me respond.
But I wasn't talking to you when I said a liar.
You were. You directly called me a liar to my face.
I was saying that the globalist was a dude I was debating that would disagree.
You said directly to me just now that I'm a liar. Those were the words that came out of your mouth.
You were lying.
So let me respond.
Let me
be an adult and
man, get the fuck up out of here. I ain't letting you do a motherfucking thing. I ain't even talking to your ass no more. Now check this out, y'all. The globalist that I was debating made an opposite argument than the professor. I was telling that globalist that, like, I agree with the professor. They was wrong. Craig is trying to take up for them. Craig didn't even make the argument, so I'm not calling Craig wrong. Craig didn't make the argument. That his buddy did. So guess what? So listen, man, Rob, you gotta go too. Check this out, y'all. Here's what's going on right now. Craig is caping for the dude that lost the debate. And I'm not finna let him waste time on my show with the little feminine shit. I want to hear from the professor with Antarctica. He's in his feelings and emotions. And I'm tired of that shit. He told me earlier when Mac Toon came on, he was just joking and all that. Bro, I'm not a joke. Y'all been trying to trigger me. I'm not letting you trigger me. I'm just now letting you activate the adult in me because if you joke with me, I'm going to think you a child. I'm a serious grown man. You playing with me like I'm a little boy, though. That's when I got to activate my father card on you children. Now, wasn't nobody talking to Craig, so won't nobody want to debate and argue with him. The damn globalist that I beat up was wrong and the professor said it, so why the fuck is Craig even talking to me? Because he want to cape for his goddamn follower. I ain't going to let you do it. We ain't got time for your caping. Now let's pass the mic.
Hey, man, let me try to grab it real quick. One thing I want to say is the professor still on right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Hey, would you agree, Professor, that as far as kind of testing that theory on either side, globe or round, that would be very difficult because of the simple fact, sorry about that, we cannot freely explore Antarctica to actually go over there and actually do those type of experiments and things of that nature. And I got a little bit more for you, but I just kind of wanted to start there because of where the argument is at.
Would you like me to
we both agree that past the 60th South parallel, there's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, which a person like me or you, without consent from our government in very specific places, could not go and actually have those experiments empirically.
That's wrong.
So there's not a such thing as the Antarctic Treaty where we can't.
There's definitely the Antarctic Treaty, but it doesn't stop anybody from exploring.
Hey,
but if you cross Australian territory, if you cross Australian territory in Antarctica, and you might well do if you go via Davis or one of our workstation, obviously you're going to have to ask our government. I can't come to America without a visa. Okay. So if you're going to cross Australian territory, us Australians, we're going to want to know that you're there, but we're not going to stop you. We just want to know that you're there.
Okay.
So you can, and there have been people. Just a couple of years ago, a 17-year-old girl did it on her own.
Time out. The 17-year-old girl did what?
Crossed the entire Antarctica from one side to the other.
Yeah, and read the treaty.
Okay, so, oh yes, please, somebody bring up the treaty portion
and airplanes fly over it every day.
Okay, now I'm gonna go to my second point because you're right. We can debate Antarctica. I'm gonna go to my second point, and I really want to get some clarification because this is one of the things that actually got me on the flat Earth side from being a globe.
No problem.
So, good deal, and I appreciate you. So this is the thing here. The globe model has empirically claimed a circumference of the Earth. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's somewhere around 24,000 miles circumference. Yes. With that, they say that the diameter of the Earth is 3959 miles. Please correct me if I'm wrong there.
The radius.
Okay. Say that again.
The radius, not the diameter.
Are you sure?
The diameter is twice that size.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. So going with that math, there's a thing as far as spherical geometry, which basically kind of shows that at a certain distance, this Earth is curving. So at a certain point, you will no longer be able to see because your eyes, a telescope, nothing can see over this curve. Can we agree there?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, perfect. So there's Mount Canigou, the Chicago skyline. I can literally name things for days that as far as this proves that we can see further than that model shows. If we disprove that the diameter of the Earth is incorrect or that it does not fit what we actually see in reality, we can pull up a picture of Mount Canigou, the sunset behind Mount Canigou. Pull up a picture, the same thing for the Chicago skyline. If we can empirically prove that that is incorrect and spherical geometry does not work, what's kind of the answer to that?
If you could prove it, but you can't. Let me just tell you why. Because what you're describing is refraction.
So what you're saying is that you're not actually seeing that's there. What's happening is that the sun is reflecting it up exactly at the horizon, exactly where it should be on the horizon. You're not seeing, you're seeing an illusion, basically. The same thing for Mount Canigou.
You're not seeing an illusion.
Go ahead.
You're not seeing an illusion. You're seeing the actual thing. When you look in a mirror, are you seeing an illusion?
I mean, no. It depends on the mirror.
Yourself, aren't you? You see, because you wouldn't be in the mirror if you weren't actually there, will you? So the water at the horizon, you wouldn't see the horizon if the water wasn't actually there. The difference is you're looking at it. What you see is in a different place. So in other words, you see it a bit further away. It would be exactly the same thing as if you climbed a bit higher. Go up a hill or go up a mountain, you'll see further away. It's exactly the same thing. It doesn't change the geometry of the Earth just because you can see further away.
I don't want to cut you off. I just want to make sure that my argument is that, no, you're supposed to see these things because it's a flat Earth. And yes, with the right conditions, because we cannot see forever, atmospheric conditions, things like that. That's actually true. That We're supposed to be able to see these things. Your model is that the same. No, listen to me. Your model says the exact same, that you're not supposed to see these things, but you do because of refraction. And then you give an equation that shows that something is literally past the horizon, past the curve of the Earth. Please, somebody pull up the refraction calculator, the way they showed this in a model. That the sun, actually, you're seeing something that you're not. It's an illusion. In flat Earth, we say that's not an illusion. That's exactly what you're supposed to see. What you say is that no, you're seeing an illusion.
Would you call yourself a rational person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. That's all I want to know. So now that you are a rational person, why is it that the sun disappears at night? Is it because it goes so far away that we can't see it?
Yes, sir.
Then why is it that we can see the stars in the same direction, which is on the other side of the world?
Say that. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
When the sun has gone, where the sun has gone, looking straight across, I see stars.
Okay.
Those stars are further away than the sun.
Again, so my thing is this.
So if I can see the stars, obviously that I can see through the atmosphere.
You're answering my question with a question. My thing was trying to clarify that what you're saying on. Okay, I will answer you. I promise you I'll answer your question, but you at least have to answer the one that I asked you. Correct? Can we do that first?
I did answer your question.
So again, so I just want to clarify that your answer is that no, you're actually not supposed to see Mount Canigou from there 258 miles away, or the Chicago skyline. You're not supposed to see that, but because the sun is refracting this image from below the horizon, from below the curve. Explain that, please.
The sun has nothing to do with it.
It's refraction's got to do with.
Please explain it. Explain.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Professor. Go ahead.
And I will answer your question after you explain that. I promise you.
See, I told you that's a religion. He just prayed to the damn professor.
I didn't pray to anything.
I'm just messing with you. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I got you, bro.
No, that's a measure of respect when you ask somebody for forgiveness. Is what that is.
No, it's okay. You can go ahead and finish the job.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question. It's rhetorical, really. I assume that you have seen a camera. Used a camera, perhaps?
Come on, get to your point, please.
Well, okay. I'll assume that you have seen a camera, have used a camera. I mean, you're looking into one right now, okay? Or actually, here's a better example. You see this right here?
Yep, we can see it.
Yeah, that's a magnifier, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you see my face through that magnifier?
From a certain angle?
Oh. Can you see my face? I'm holding. Do you see my video? Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see my video?
Why do we keep answering my question with questions? Like, well, it's not that hard of what I'm saying.
I'm holding up a magnifier. Do you see my face through that magnifier?
At that point, no, I don't see it. No, I don't.
Wait a minute.
You're just holding it up at a weird angle to where we can't see your face. But I mean, I get what you're doing. It's just kind of funny.
It's okay. That is refraction. Okay. The reason my face is distorted. Okay. And if I move to the side, you can still see my face, even though it's not behind there. That is refraction.
I can't see your face. What do you? I can't. Maybe I'm tripping, but I can't see your face.
I know because of refraction, but he hasn't made a point.
You can see part. You can see part of his face at least from it.
This is okay. Please don't tell me that was your answer to my question of why we are able to see Mount Canigou at 258 miles away. Please don't tell me that's your answer.
And so, because look, he act like we don't know what he act like we don't know what refraction is. We just don't know how it makes his point. We know exactly what refraction is.
Correct.
But if you know what refraction is,
I don't understand how your argument just proves something that's below the curve of the Earth. You can use a magnifying glass and bring that back.
Right. That would be holography. That would be holography.
That's not holography.
Hold on. I'm being funny. I let you talk, Mr. Magnify, man. Let me get in it a little bit. I'm gonna be quick. Only thing I'm saying is, like the Chicago skyline, when a news reporter got up there, when he said, that's not the real skyline. It's a refracted, like a reflection of Chicago, but not the real thing. Your example, how you put the magnifying glass in front of your eye, I don't see the connection between that and him telling us we're looking at a projected
You don't know
image.
what refraction is.
So, okay, there we go. I can respect that. You're saying the newsman don't know what the fuck you talking about. I can go with that. Cool.
No, he did. He knew. He understood.
Because I don't think, I'm sorry, his name is, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Aura. What you're doing, so we're asking you to do this experiment with you going beyond the curve of the earth and somehow being able to use anything to bring you back up. So your experiment is not, so what is that in your experiment? What is the magnifying glass in your experiment?
That is a refractive piece of glass called a lens. Okay.
Okay, and so you're telling me if you go over the curve of the earth, that somehow can I pull up a magnifying glass and then see you? Is that what you're trying to say?
Sort of. Did you look
If you had a big enough one, yeah. If you had a big enough one, yeah, you could.
If you had a big enough lens, you could look over the curve of the earth. Wow.
Well, no.
As a matter of fact, at this point, hold on, time out. At this point, you need to go look up what refraction is when they say that these things are like that, because they actually you can pull up the model. You can literally pull up the model, which shows that the sun has everything to do with why you're seeing that. You said the sun has nothing to do with that. Please pull up the refraction model on that thing.
On what?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a call, guys. I'm getting a call, sorry.
Well, yeah, like, so you basically saying, so when a newsman said that image of Chicago on the skyline was a mirage, you're saying it's wrong, but I want to give you the chance to explain how.
No. It's not mirages. Wrong. Mirages are an effect of refraction. Has nothing to do with the sun. Refraction has nothing to do with the sun. Okay? Refraction is always due to a discontinuity or a gradient, can be a gradient, but a gradient between two optically dense media that have different indices of refraction. Okay? So we've got the air here, which is optically somewhat dense, and we've got the magnifier. If I duck my hand, I don't know if you guys can see me now. God damn it!
Yeah, we can see you. We can see you.
All right. If I duck down, can you see me right now? Can you see my head?
No, not now.
All right. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
All right. So I just brought my head up by using a lens. A lens is a refractive device. Okay. Refraction will bend the light. Any light, doesn't have to be the sun. The light in this room works just fine. Okay, refraction. Anytime that you have a surface, okay, a boundary layer between an optically dense media and some optically less dense media, or perhaps a vacuum, you're going to bend the light. Okay, and so that happens. And of course, the thing there is or at least famous from you guys, is the black swan. If you look at the black swan, you can see how badly, how much refraction is going there. I mean, it's obvious. All you have to do is look at it. Look at the oil platform that's in the foreground, and its lines are pretty crisp. And look at the one that's in the background beyond the horizon there, and you'll see it. It looks like somebody sat there and sat on it. And the fact is, you'll only get that on certain days. You won't be able to go there every day and do that. If you go there some days, you'll get it. You go there other days, you won't get it, because the refraction varies with the atmospheric conditions. Professor, do you want to jump in and say something?
I want to say something to that real quick. It'll be quick, because look, here's an example of refraction just to back you up. I agree.
There it is.
There's a ladder on the outside that's been not only refracted but reflected as a bunch of multiple copies of itself inside of these bubbles, but they're distorted. Now, when he said it's gonna bend light, this is kind of simulating the bending, this kind of phenomena of light bending or this distortion that's happening. But the only thing I'm saying in the case of the news reporter is saying, okay, here's refraction with a straw in a cup. He's saying the real straw is the real Chicago. But you're saying the refracted Chicago skyline, which is this straw right here, that's not the true, you know what I'm saying, skyline. That's what he's saying right here is refraction, yeah.
Yes, I mean, you're right, except I would say it a little bit of a different way, okay? It's the true skyline, or it's the true straw, okay? It is the true straw, but it's not where it appears to be. That straw appears in the water to be over to the right. In fact, even though it is the straw, it is actually over to the left. And thank you very much, Bro Sanchez. That's exactly the point, okay? Because the refraction causes it to appear to be in a different place. Over water, over the edge of the horizon, there are actually two different possibilities, but what often happens, especially over water, it can happen over land as well, but over water, you have a lot of refraction going on near the water. Move up higher and it isn't so much, but there near the water, what's going to happen is that the image is going to be displaced upward, okay? So you see that image up higher. Now, the other thing that I want to say about this is I cannot say myself, okay, whether we're supposed to see that or not, quote, supposed to see that or not, because I don't know how high the photographer is. Okay.
Well, I could tell you what, right? If you know the distances between these two, right? I don't know them off the back, but I know according to spherical geometry, we should see nothing at all. Meaning we're talking distances where a tiptoe or a ladder and all that ain't gonna bring in that city. It's not gonna. You're gonna really.
We just told you why that's not true.
So hold on. Wait a minute. I want to get to that. You told me why that's not true based on refraction. I want to argue that. You haven't let me respond to that yet. Wait a minute. Let me get the mic a little. I'm telling you, you and the reporter is wrong when you say that this skyline is refracted. When a person can get on a boat and what they seeing is what they get, they're literally going to this city, right? Taking a trip. And there we go, like you acting like, and there are several phenomena where there are things they said we shouldn't see while we should see them. Guess what? You will have to say the same for a lighthouse. A ship that can see a lighthouse hundreds of miles away that can see the tip of the head, right? If he zoom in, then guess what though? We know that the base of the light will be hidden because of the mirage on the horizon, which is why we can't see the bottom of these building bases. And I wish I could talk Brendan, listen, please, guys, please, let me finish. I'm telling you that the buildings, every time you know what? Fuck it, I'm through, man. Every time I talk, everybody do that, man.
I got a question for you. Don't give up yet.
Hey, hold on. Before Bro Sanchez do that, the reason I tried to get in there is because this was my argument. I'm the one that brought this up. So I tried to get in there. I apologize. I cut you off. Go ahead, continue.
No, but everybody doing that. I know I'm a country nigga from Bama, but just walk with me, man, and let me finish. I know I talk slow, but what I'm saying is the buildings are not leaning back. The globalists, I get different arguments from different globalists. They say you can't see the base of those buildings because that's the curvature hiding it. Some globalists say, you know what? Them buildings ain't even there. It's just a refracted reflection. And I'm trying to see which one is right. It's no consistency.
Exactly the point. And on top of that, to even add to that point, we can get places that are much further than this. Mount Canagoo, the salt flats of Bolivia. We can get in what happens at the salt flats of Bolivia. I see the guy Aurora looking crazy. So I want you to go pull up this picture in Google right now. The salt flats of Bolivia and the mirror that it makes. This thing is, let me get the right exact number.
The salt flats are curved. The salt flats are curved.
Sir, when you look at that mirror, there is no possible way to get a mirror image on a curved surface.
Of course
this is
you can.
literally spherical geometry. No, sir, you can look
Yes, you
at
can. That's not true.
No,
There's
you cannot.
security cameras
Yes,
in
you can.
convenience stores that
Is false.
mirrors over them.
That is empirically false. That can
No,
only
it's
happen
not
on a flat
false.
surface.
You're just
Look at a
lying.
reflection on a ball, like the Dallas Cowboys. They have a famous one that I'm in Texas. The Dallas Cowboy got a huge mirror right there, and it's spherical. It's a complete sphere. There's no possible way you can tell me that that's the exact same.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what?
No, sir.
I forgot, JP. Brenda is a troll. I forgot. I knew that name. Brenda is an old troll that used to porn bum me and all kind of stuff.
A mirror image on a sphere. You cannot do that. That was false.
And you know what, JP? When all of them go to the dressing room and they want to buy a mirror, they don't want no spherical mirror. They want a flat mirror so they can see what they get, JP. They don't want no distorted image because we know how reflections look on a sphere.
It distorts the entire image. So that was a terrible argument there. I'm sorry.
Does any of you guys realize that all mirrors are not flat?
You know what?
No
y'all trolling. Y'all are fucking trolling.
No
you know
mirror
what?
in the
you know
world
what?
is completely flat.
We can say that it's 99% level, and by definition, that will be considered flat. See, what y'all asking us for when we get the answer right is now to be perfect, but there is no perfections or absolutes. We're giving you the path of least resistance.
Hey. And I'm not going to let y'all keep ducking behind dumb like loads for fraction claims and all that. We can both agree that these distances should not be seen on a globe Earth. The only thing that you say saves you is refraction. This guy said that the sun has nothing to do with refraction. Tell me that I'm a lie that you did not say the sun had nothing to do with refraction. Then pull up a model of how refraction works with images. You're going to see the sun is literally one of the biggest components of that model. I don't subscribe to it, so I don't know it to a T, but you can pull it up on Google right now, the refraction model. It has to do with the sun, as far as why they say you see these images.
Look at this shit right here. Let me show you something about what I mean by the mirror image. Watch this. You see this mountain right here? Look at this mountain with my mouse on. Look at how it's reflected right there. All the way out in is just a sandwich, perfect sandwich. Look at the cloud right here and the pattern, and look at what they doing here, making this diamond almost shape because it's like a kaleidoscope effect. So to come nitpick and to be like, well, it ain't 100% flat. It ain't all mirrors ain't all the way flat. Like that phone that you got with the face on it, that ain't all the way flat. But you see what I'm saying? We're gonna play them games now just so they won't say y'all won that, man. Y'all got that.
Hey,
you killed them on that, JP.
And just in case somebody need a small version of an experiment to do, go inside of any convenience store and they have that mirror that's curved and tell me if you're getting an exact image or a reflective image and it's not a distorted image.
Right.
That's a terrible argument for you guys. I'm sorry. Come to a better argument.
Right, because this thing can kind of see in an angle that'll let it get down a couple of aisles and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, too. So they make it circular.
You ain't never been in the clown house of 1,000 mirrors?
Hey, bro, Sanchez, I'll be polite if you let me speak for a second.
Starting to understand. Now you can.
I don't know about.
Give the thought.
Hey, how about you pick a spot that's the size of a pinprick on that thing, okay? And then tell me how distorted the image is on the size of a pinprick on that little ball you got.
What do you mean? Okay, for example, right? Let me do what you just said. Watch this.
The size of a pinprick.
Hold on. Here we go.
The biggest thing to admit, Shane, that both of us can get on common ground about is that these things, according to your spherical geometry, should not be seen.
Wrong. Can we both agree that refraction bends light
over a curve?
I'm
sorry. I'm gonna have to be honest and say, over a curve, I would literally have to do some more investigation.
You know what? Because
at this point, I don't think so.
Because guess what?
There is a YouTube video.
Watch this, right? Watch this, right? The refraction ain't bending the light. It's refracting the image. I don't know how we can just say that's bending the light.
What's the difference if it brings up the image above a curve? You couldn't see it, now you can
It's not
see it.
though. It's not. It's not doing that. Let me show you something. That would be projection. That would be.
Hey, can I chime in here?
That would, but see, here's the thing, guys. In a Royal Rumble debate, me and this man battling. So let me just get. I'm gonna be in and out, but let us conclude though. But so my thing is this right here, man. I'm telling you that an image can't be in one place that is not. That would be teleportation. That would be projection. That would be, in the case of this straw, that straw is in a real place.
That's refraction.
God damn, man. If you just let me finish, I'm going to let you have it with no interruptions. I know what refraction is. I'm the one put up these images so I can show you what it is. And what I'm saying is this don't explain the Chicago skyline, because what we're seeing is what we're getting in that case. We're literally looking at the straw that's in the middle of the cup, the real straw, not no refracted image.
Hey, bro, can I
Bro
speak
Sanchez,
real quick for a second?
I've been waiting for like an hour. It won't take long, I promise.
I've been waiting.
Go ahead. Let's let them go, man. Let's let them go.
And it's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. It's a philosophical question. I'm not going to talk about your model or any of that.
You got it. You got it.
So, right on. So, anyway, love it so far. It's been freaking awesome debate. I hope you and Ftfe can work it out, and you will. So, I'm a Christian. Are you a Christian? Or are you a man of faith? Do you have any faith at all?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay, no worries. Well,
that's cool.
So, I love conspiracies, right? I love them just like the next guy. I love UFOs, stuff like that. But flat Earth, what flat Earth poses the trouble is there's so many laws of the universe that it violates, or that have to be wrong for it to exist in one way or the other, whether it be gravity, speed of light, rotation, like all sorts of things that we observe have some sort of different explanation. It must originate with some sort of dishonesty. There's got to be people out there that are working on these things, like NASA.
I want to talk to this brother. Which
right? NASA,
y'all don't
SpaceX, right? You know what I mean? Like these all these people that work for these organizations. They all must be in on it or lying or deceptive in one way or the other.
Listen, you say you're a Christian, man. Your Bible told you to be wary because Satan is in the earth. He dwells in high places. And guess what? Hold up. I want nobody unmuted but me and this brother. And brother, when I'm talking, you be quiet. When I'm talking, you be quiet, just respectfully. Now check this out. Your Bible told you to prove all things. You didn't do that. Flat earthers are following the Bible. It just say the earth is a globe. We still following the Bible because the Bible said prove it then. Not just believe NASA. Your Bible didn't say that. Your Bible didn't say believe NASA and believe all them Eratosthenes and Plato. They ain't say that. It told you to prove all things. You do the scientific method personally. So guess what, Joe?
Right.
In that sense, I'm following the Bible because at the end of maybe at some point in my life, I'm going to prove it's a globe and I'll come back to that conclusion and I'll be in accordance with the Bible. At least I proved it for myself like the Bible told me.
Yeah, you're right. It does say that. It does say to seek out.
I got a question for you too, and I really want to ask you at any given point, and I'm gonna shut up.
Okay,
but go ahead.
This won't take long. I'm weaving it in. So you're right. So these people in these organizations, they obviously have to be deceptive in some way, but that's only one small part of it. That's only like the space exploration part, satellites, things like that. The laws of the universe that flat Earth seeks to challenge, like bluntly challenge, go down to the smallest jobs of humanity, such as developing semiconductors or
all that is flat Earth based. You can't have none of that on globe technology, heliocentrism.
Maybe, but flat Earth is offering alternative explanations.
Can I ask a question, man? Because listen, you're a Christian, and religion is an alternative explanation to reality than science. So let's not play the alternative game. Can I just ask you my damn question real quick, man?
Yeah, shoot.
If you're a Christian, do you remember the part of your Bible when it say, when God returned to the earth, every eye shall see, Every knee shall bow, every tongue confess. Are you familiar with that portion of the Bible? Yes or no? Can you tell? Okay, got you. I know you are. Now look, the people that wrote that, they were flat earthers who was saying everybody can see God. Hold on, I just started. I know you don't like what I'm doing. The people that wrote that were flat earthers, man. I'm following the ancient Hebrew and ancient conception of their earth. They said every eye gonna see God in the heavens because the way that the earth shaped. If we was on a globe, everybody can't see God if he returned. We gotta ask from which angle is he gonna return from space? If God coming from this side, they can't see him over here. The people that wrote that scripture that you just confirmed had this in mind when they wrote it. Now you could say, well, they was wrong then. The technology came and we found out they were wrong. Then we need to start rewriting the scriptures then. This big now. And then we need to tell me how I want to know how everybody on the globe will see God when he come to the earth. You're going to come with miraculous talk now, pseudoscience. Let's go.
Hold on.
No, let him answer that. Nope. Don't bro Sanchez me. Let the man I'm asking a question to talk only and answer me. Let him unmute and do it right now.
Okay, I didn't know it was muted. Sorry. So yeah, I do have an answer for your question. So there are a lot of places in the Bible where there are very elaborate stories, parables, analogies, allegory is extremely present in the Bible, and it varies from translation to translation. Now, Bro Sanchez, what you have to remember is these translations may vary, right? But you can always go back to the original Greek, the original ancient biblical Hebrew, and you can see that these words, these phrases in those ancient languages, many of them had several meanings. And in order to determine the meaning of that word, the correct, and that's one of the reasons why there are so many translations, is you have to take it in context, sometimes with an entire passage, multiple sentences. So
can I ask you a question? I got you. Thank you for that answer.
Go ahead.
Now my thing is this. I'm right, you're wrong, and I'm gonna show you why, man. I can take the Bible, I'm gonna show you why. The Bible said don't lean into your own understanding, and that's what you're doing. The Bible said don't add and don't take away. In other words, the Bible said accept me as I am, like we would want any human to do for us. But you got to translate it, interpret it your way. Nope, it said every eye gonna see it, and I'm gonna take that literally. The Bible said every eye gonna see God when he come, and I'm not gonna lean into John's understanding or anybody else understanding, not even my own. I'm gonna go with what cause the Bible told me so, not cause John. No, you can't. You're gonna wait. You can't, cause I'm from the Bible Belt and I don't like your disrespect of my grandmother's religion. You take it as is. It said every eye gonna see him, and that's what it mean. It don't need nobody else saying what the Bible really mean. The Bible can speak for itself. If I say something, anybody interrupt me, you gotta go. When two men debating, you gonna learn to shut up. If your son offer to fight me, and it's a one-on-one fair fight, anybody jumping in trying to help gonna get the pistols coming out. It's a fair fade. You trying to jump in and help and jump me. Be quiet, two men fighting. He need to shut up when I'm talking.
Everybody, big boy?
I'm just gonna put your ass off. I mute everybody because when two men is talking, Matt Klein, you should shut your stanky mouth up. That's why I'm muting you now. Because in order for me to fight this man, I can't be having motherfuckers in the audience jump in distracting me. It's a one-on-one fight. You should shut up and let me and this man have a fair fade. I'm not muting him. He ain't muting me. We going back and forth. He gave me my answer. Now I'm asking him another question. Why you interrupting? I'm muting you because you need to shut up when two people arguing. That's the man code. You don't hop in two men fight. You sit on the sideline and watch. Because if you try to jump me, right, bro, I'm muting you first. You need to be muted with a phone like that, though. Who the hell is that talking now? Because they falling through the pits of hell. But John, like I was saying, man, I can say what I'm saying without interpreting the Bible another way. Brother Sanchez can take the Bible just as it come to me. And I don't gotta lean into my own understanding. I don't gotta go into. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You know when you put the ER on the end of motherfucker, you gonna put the ER on the end of nigger too. Now, Matt Klein, get your goofy ass up out of here. He just joined the call and acting like he been waiting to talk so long. Interrupting me and his man. Now, like I was saying, right, like I was saying,
can I respond?
Like I was saying, damn it. You see all,
I'm sorry.
You know what?
sorry.
No, you good. I'm just saying it's a strategy going on, y'all. They got a whole team of guys that's gonna disrupt and interrupt me when I'm trying to talk, so it can make it look like I'm taking too long and hogging the mic and muting everybody. When I can't,
you're good. Just let me know when you're good, and I'll respond.
Like I was saying, John, you could say that the Bible don't mean what it say. There are allegories in the Bible, but not everything the Bible say is an allegory. Thou shalt not kill. That ain't an allegory, man. You shouldn't be killing nobody. Now, you got to learn when to learn and misinterpret the allegory. You got to learn when to interpret the allegories from the things that are not allegory. And when the Bible say every eye gonna see God, that wasn't an allegory. The Bible will often tell you when it's speaking in allegory, and I can prove that in Galatians 4:24, that the birth of Moses and all that was an allegory. And it says that in here. It say, now this may be interpreted allegorically. The Bible is clear to let us know when it's speaking allegorically or not, and we can't fucking say no. You gotta stop now. You're in a debate now, John. You gotta let your opponent go, then you go. Decorum. Now check this out, right? I know what I'm saying hurting you, but it's right. The Bible let us know when it's speaking in parable. Jesus do too. And when it's speaking in allegory. But we can't tell the Bible when it's speaking allegorically when the Bible telling us when it's doing it. You ain't gonna tell the Bible what it's doing when the Bible telling you what it's doing and when it's doing it. Who you think I'm gonna listen to, you or the Bible? The Bible didn't tell me it was speaking allegorically in that part. Why should I listen to you when every other part where the Bible speaking allegorically is specified? Now go ahead.
Okay, so first, just to recap on the translations and how you said, I don't want to misinterpret you, but I think you said that you accept the Bible as it's presented, as it comes, as it's presented to you. I would just challenge that a little bit by pointing out the Bible was not written in English nor Old English, nor even Greek really before it was translated from Aramaic. So if you really want to get the true source of the true meanings of the words, I would go to the ancient Greek, the ancient Aramaic, or Hebrew. And as far as the, what was the second part you said? Oh yeah, allegory, right. So yeah, the Bible does, and ESV is a good translation, but yeah, the Bible does mention on some verses that they are allegory. Others are inferred allegory based on context. You can go to the Song of Songs and you can see that whoever he's singing, I can't remember who he's singing it to, but he's singing it to this lady, and her nether regions are like palm trees. And I doubt she had palm trees in her nether regions. So there's many other, I don't have my Bible in front of me. Maybe we can pick this up some other time when I can point out some other things.
What you said about what you said. Hey, thank you for joining. You're welcome anytime. Listen, guys, email me for the one-on-ones with a moderator, because these free-for-alls are gonna always be a little chaotic. But John,
I don't know if I could do that, but maybe I'll think about it.
But that's just to anybody from Craig's side or from the Globe side. John, the thing is what you saying about the Bible, right? It's still like when you say that the Bible wasn't written in English, I don't care about that. I deal with the English translation because I'm an Englishman. And in that translation, it tell me to trust the interpreters of my Bible as holy men of God who were led by the Spirit to give me my translation and interpretation.
I hear you. Yeah, it does. It does tell you to trust it. And I think by interpreters, do you mean the people who are the authors of the Bible, the disciples, the apostles?
I'm telling you everything down to King James. That's where your faith is necessary at. That's where your faith is necessary.
You absolutely should put faith in these translations. I mean, there is definite evidence.
You shouldn't. I was just telling you what I was indoctrinated to do.
I was just trying to tell you that your English translation, I assume it's probably either NIV, ESV. Usually those are pretty common.
NKJV. NKJV.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That translation was painstakingly worked over centuries. So, I mean, there is hard evidence to show that is a very accurate translation to the original.
You know why none of that don't matter though? Because if a dude was a murderer and he used the New King James Version of the Bible to stop killing people and become a pastor, he don't care about what you saying about what's wrong with it. He gonna tell you that very book saved his life and it was the NKJV and no other translation, and he's gonna have a bond to that interpretation and translation. That's the part you missing. There's no one correct translation. Christ told the disciples to build 7 churches and translate the shit in every language to all the people.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we can't nitpick. We can't. But you know what though? There is no original. What language is the original text written in?
The original language, shall I say? The original language. Yes, there are some copies.
What is the original language?
Well, it depends on. In the Old Testament, you got Hebrew, ancient Hebrew. Actually, it's not actually the modern Hebrew. And then in the New Testament.
Now let me ask you a question. You telling me Hebrew was the first language on earth then, right?
I honestly am not a history expert. I couldn't tell you if it was the first language on earth. Definitely the first language in that area of the planet. But like in that isolated area.
So there's no other religious sources or texts out there that's pre-Hebraic texts and all that?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are there any kind of religious systems and texts out there that's pre-Hebrew?
Oh yes.
Okay, so those would be more of the original than the Hebrew. A person that's Hebrew can't come and make stop, bro. No, a person that's making a Hebrew argument that you making. You can't have the word original come out your mouth when we know that there were systems before your Hebrew one. Like that's being a hypocrisy. That's like don't do that. That's be fair.
So, but it is
because you're telling me to get the original one when you bringing up the Hebrew and that ain't even an original one. Facts. That's what I made you prove.
No, it is.
It's not.
I want to correct the record.
It's not.
That is
I'm gonna tell you why it's not.
An older belief system.
Listen, let me show you something. The older belief system is the same one that morphed into the Hebraic system, which means that if it's a mutation, it ain't the original. That is fact. I've been teaching that on my channel. Bro, I've been teaching that on my channel for years. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Syncretism proves that there was one early spiritual system that morphed into all the different world religions we see today. You just said you're not a historian. So I am. Why don't you go and become an historian and do the historical research for you act like you know something when you admitted that you're not a historian and I'm trying to give you the history of it. If you're going to admit that you don't have the history, you're not a historian. But I didn't admit that. I'm saying I know what I'm talking about. Either go and do your research on what I'm saying in your own time, or fall back and yield the flow and say, well, Brother Sanchez, I'll look into that when I can. But you're not going to call me wrong out there, men. You're not a historian when I'm giving you the accurate history of these world religions. You're just going to move on, Mr. Non-Historian, because this is not a doggone religious debate. And if you unmute again and you want to talk to me about religion, you got to go, man. Let's go back with the flat earth.
I just had a question for you about what you just said because I was not familiar with it.
We got to go back to flat Earth though, real quick, man. We got to bounce it back to flat Earth.
The flat Earth thing comes back full circle actually, and it comes with having. If you are a Christian, I know you pled the fifth on that. So that kind of. I thought you were. That's was kind of based on my whole thing on, and it seems like you do have a faith-based, belief in the Bible, which is good.
But if you gotta make your argument based upon knowing my belief system, you just need to pass the mic, man.
Well, okay. Well, it's just that you have to distrust a whole lot of people.
No, I don't. I just got to prove all things. I just got to prove all things. Your Bible don't tell you to distrust nobody. It just say prove all things. If my brother come in there and say, man, I got $1 million saved up for you, and I say, show me, I'm following the Bible. If my brother say, man, you need to trust me, I'm not following the Bible. You got it backwards, dude. Proving all things is me trusting the Bible gonna lead me the right way because the Bible told me to prove all things. You saying you got to have a high level of distrust. The man that wrote in the Bible, prove all things, it ain't that he had a high level of distrust. It's just that in the world we live in, you need to make people prove all things. You can't trust everybody. So no, I don't got trust. I'm taking my approach because I lack faith in science. I lack faith in NASA. I lack faith in the ISS. It's hard to make me believe that just because they got the money and the resources and the big fancy titles that I should go with it. You know why? Because the Bible told me to prove all things. It don't say don't prove it if it's a scientist. Don't prove it if it got a lot of money. Don't prove it if it's NASA. So how dare you telling me, man, that when it's you the one that's really guilty of that. That's why I want to move it from religion, dude. I'm following the Bible by proving all things. Now leave me alone and let me do that with the rest of my life. Let me go through life proving all things. Why are you mad that I want to prove everything? Your Bible told me to do it. Now let me go back and prove the globe some more by having this debate. Can you leave me alone about religion? I just want to debate flat Earth.
It just seems you have to have a.
I gotta let you go, man. Holla at you. You sound like a
okay.
damn.
Can we get
I gotta let you
scientific
go,
evidence
man.
for proof, like you were saying you wanted?
The Bible says that God is omnipresent. That means he could come to everybody at the same time. Omnipresent.
Okay. Let's get
Can
to
we get back to science?
Let's get back to some flat Earth. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Do you mind if I go?
Go ahead, Eric.
Because I've been here for a while. Because I've been waiting for a long time. I've been waiting since the whole exoplanet.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So do you mind if I share my screen? Bro Sanchez, do you mind if I share my screen?
Okay, let me unlock it. And listen, I want everybody on the call that's been waiting a long time like him, I want you guys to speak after him and take y'all time. Take as long as you want to make it up. Go ahead, share your screen.
All right. Let's see here. All right, so I'm here just with the for the exoplanet. The one that you were talking about, the diamond-like planet, was from this planet, 55 Cancri E, which is a super Earth planet that was found, and it and the reason why they said it appears to have like diamonds or whatever, carbon, all that stuff, is from spectroscopy, which you can do with a telescope, which I've done myself because I'm a science student and doing astrophysics research, and just myself, I have done some of this stuff. I haven't done spectroscopy of this planet, but I've done spectroscopy and photometry myself using data from telescopes. And so the way they even know that there's a planet there is from transits, from planetary transits, which is when something goes in front of the star, it dims. And planets, it's hard to tell just on Earth because planets are really small. But there is a star that you can actually see that does transit, which is Algol, which is called Bagul translated. and it's called the Ghoul from Arabic. And Algol's its magnitude is normally 2.1, that's fairly bright, but it can dip down to 3.4, which is definitely a visible change. Like if you're watching it over the course of its full orbit, then you'll see this dip. And so also, with those planets, you can actually measure the masses of the planets from the stars' movement across the sky, because the stars don't just stay in one place. They are actually all moving, and this is provable. And there's Barnard's star, which I have up there, but it doesn't have a lot of information because I was just going kind of quick, just having all this up here. But with the tug of the planet from the star, if you know the star's mass, from orbital mechanics, you can figure out the mass of the planet. So with the mass of the planet and knowing what composition the star is, what the planet is from spectroscopy, you can get the density of it. And with it being carbon and it being a very dense planet, you can infer that there may be diamonds underneath the surface. Does that mean there are diamonds? Not necessarily, but it's possible. It's saying that it's possible that it could happen.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I'm going to tell you something. All things are possible, but the purpose of science ain't to prove what's possible. It's to prove, hold on, please, I just started. The purpose of science isn't to prove what's possible. It's to prove what is reality. Okay? If I go around and saying, well, it's possible that it's diamond planets out there, and I'm taking $80 million a day to just tell us what the possibilities out there are, that's a ripoff, because we don't even know what the whole composition of the ocean is. We just exploring the deeper depths of our own ocean while talking about that is alcohol galaxies out there that's like a wine dispensary in space. They got articles like the alcohol galaxies. And my thing is like, if it's a possibility, it's like, duh, it's possible that it's a troll living under a bridge. It's possible that, come on, man, like that ain't what science is.
Well, no, it's not that it's just saying it's possible. It's that there is a planet there. We know it is there. We know this is the composition of it from the spectroscopy.
But the spectroscopy don't give us a fact. It gives us what's possible. It gives us what's possible.
It gives us the fact of what is there. It gives us, we know the planet.
It let us know the light spectrum. It don't let us know the physical composition.
The transit lets us know how big the planet is, how far away it is,
but not what it's made of.
And the spectroscopy tells us what material it's made of.
Okay, so why did you just so why did you just say that you can't be sure it's a possibility that it's a diamond planet?
Well, you can't. We don't know the inner surface of the planet when it's. I'm not sure how many light years away.
And I don't think you know the outer either. Then.
Well, no, we do know the outer from spectroscopy. That's what the spectroscopy gives you. It gives you what's on the outside.
So when I put up the image of the diamond planet earlier, it's saying that the core of the planet is diamond. So they gave us that image based on a possibility and not a fact. That's my point.
Well, the reason why it's hypothetical that
we don't want to know the reasons. We just want the facts.
Well, this is a fact. The reason why it's hypothetical that there could be diamonds is that with the spectroscopy they found it's a lot.
But who cares though?
When it's a lot of carbon, it's very dense. When carbon is really dense, it turns into diamonds. That's how diamonds are.
I think it's just a bunch of malarkey. And I think that there's no way, like you said, that they can prove definitively that there's a hold on. I don't know why he don't like evidence. You didn't give me evidence to prove definitively that there's a diamond planet out there. You gave me evidence to prove that there's a possibility that it is, and I didn't need evidence for that. There's a possibility that there's a pink elephant planet that exists somewhere. I will never cancel out then there's a fucking impossibility. So your science is pointless. Back to my point. Now, can we debate about the shape of the ground? Are you gonna keep? Are you not just gonna leave it alone? No, I'm not gonna fucking accept it. I just told you what I'm gonna do. Like, quit being emotional. I said no. I told you why. Move on.
I'm the emotional one.
Right. Because damn it, man, stop begging me to accept your answer. Just let me host my show and move on. You made your argument. I made my rebuttal. Cool.
Your rebuttal is
right. Yeah, your whole thing. Your whole thing. No, that was your thing. You the one said that it's a possibility, and I beat you up with that. I didn't say that. That came out of your mouth. I said science ain't based on giving me possibilities. If I'm gonna go out there to dig for diamonds, I want a fact. I don't want to go with a possibility, man. So let's move the question on. If science can't give me facts, it's fucking in a way, because that's what we want out of science. Facts, not possibilities. Ooh, there's a possibility that pigs can fly in the universe. Ooh, yeah, that's all right. I'm telling you that too. It don't matter if I'm emotional after you was emotional. You set me off. It's contagious. Long as I didn't start it. Now let's move.
Hey, the point is on that, Eric, the point is that your argument is debatable at best. You're talking about there's a possibility of a diamond planet, but we're going to move on from that. What we want to get back down to is the Earth, because just like you said, you use all these different equations. They use things like parallax and just different spherical geometry to find how far the shape of, the planets are, the sun, things are like that. That's why I keep staying on the ground with that 3959 mile radius that you guys claim, because that's the killer. Because if that's wrong, then all of your measurements are wrong too. Your measurements of gravity, how much things weigh, all of that is off. So when I tell you that these things can be seen at great distances that is beyond your spherical geometry, I still have not got a clearance for that. Can please somebody definitively crush that flat Earth argument for me?
I'm just saying, when I came in here like almost 2 hours ago, and I was saying I just came in for that. That's why I was going with that. I mean, I just came in for that and was showing this is how exoplanets work. And I mean, even if you want to say, oh, it's not a diamond planet,
hey, I got you.
There's still
Eric,
seven. Let's say TRAPPIST-1.
Hey man, don't nobody want to talk about exoplanets, because nobody never been to one. You're talking pseudoscience now. Bring me back. Bring me back to the shape of the ground that I'm walking on right now. We can touch that.
Well,
we can touch that. But why do you gotta keep on fucking dominating the? Why can't you let other people talk? You just fucking mouthy. Share the mic, man. People tired of hearing you, and people tired of hearing people. It's my show, dude. People tired of hearing your exoplanet talking ass. Stop.
Yeah. Hey, check this out.
Hold on. Before you get it,
he's gone. He left. Let him go, please. Don't do that.
I got you. Before the other guy tried to get in, the guy that just said refraction. So again, you now have to explain how refraction is making an image that is over the curve of the Earth come back up. That just saying refraction is not an answer, my guy. Please explain how over the spherical geometry with saying you should not see these things, how refraction can refract something that's beyond the curve of the Earth to the horizon. That's impossible. Flat Earth is possible. On your model, it's impossible.
Okay, do you know how far that picture was taken from?
Which one are you talking about? Because like I told you, I can bring several that are past the spherical geometry.
Chicago skyline is a good.
Chicago skyline isn't even the furthest. Let's pull up Mount Canada. Let's do Mount Canada.
Can I jump in and can we stop talking about pictures?
You can't jump in. Hold up. Wait. He can't jump in with that background noise, is what I'm saying. Please, whatever y'all got going in the background, turn that off and you can do whatever you want.
And I just want the globe earther to be honest. Just please be honest with this, because I'll be honest if you ask me a question I'm not sure of. If that is true, though, let's just say it is true, hypothetically speaking. if we can see these things and it's actually there, does that disprove the globe?
Is my mic better now, bro?
No, because it matches up with the globe perfectly. It's one degree. It's one degree of curvature per 69 miles. 1 degree of curvature, and refraction can bend light 1 degree very easily over that amount of time.
Okay, and let me help everybody that doesn't understand how it goes. You can pull up the Earth curve calculator right now to understand. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, Shane. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. A person that is 6 foot tall, how far out should they be able to see according to spherical geometry?
They're about, in normal conditions, probably 3 miles or three or so miles. Yeah.
Thank you. So if I disprove that I can see further than 3 miles using a telescope or a camera, if I can prove that I can see further than 3 miles, does that not disprove your calculations there?
No, it doesn't.
Because there can be things that are taller than the horizon.
Bullshit.
I'm not saying something is taller than the horizon. I'm saying it's exactly on the horizon where it's supposed to be.
I've never seen a photo that was too far. You would have to verify with the height of the photo where that one was taken from. That particular Chicago photo was taken from about 80 feet from a sand dune next to that beach. And another thing, from down on the beach, you can't see that every day, dude. That's not a normal thing. You know what I mean? That's
correct, because
all
let
of
me
the
explain
flatter.
why. I will explain why. The reason that you cannot see that every day is because of atmospheric condition. We don't negate atmospheric condition. That yes, there's like things such as fog in the morning. You can't see past the fog. Yes, you can see further if it wasn't there, but you can't see past certain atmospheric condition. We don't disagree with that. The fact that you can see it when the conditions are right disproves your model.
It doesn't at all. It doesn't at all. You guys can't explain a hump of water blocking half of a
Shane, can I jump in?
You can't.
Because according
to have never gotten past the hump of water blocking 50 feet of a container ship. You know what I mean? It's like how do you cannot explain that. Geometry cannot allow that. You're standing above the water, right? How is your vision going to get blocked by a mound of water? It's absolutely impossible unless the Earth is a sphere.
No, because listen to me. Okay, so let me respond. In probably about 4th or 5th grade, and I don't mean to be condescending to you, we all found a thing called perspective, and they made you draw a box. They made you put a little point in the center of the paper and draw boxes all around it and bring that point right back. That's how our eyes work as well. That's why if you look off into the distance, the ground will rise up and the sky will meet you right there at the horizon. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal 360 degrees around you. These things only happen on a flat surface, on a flat Earth. They cannot happen on a globe Earth. If you look up Kansas right now, just put in Kansas flatter than a pancake. Science tells you that the entire state of Kansas does not change elevation but about a couple of feet. According to spherical geometry, in the middle of where that is, there should be a hump of like literally taller than Mount Everest down there.
You actually brought up a good point. Perspective, right? Perspective says that things get smaller with distance, but they shrink proportionally. Why are we seeing 50 feet of a container ship? That the top of that ship is just as far away as the bottom from us. Why can't we see the bottom? Is the bottom somehow further away, so it's somehow shrunk more like that? Doesn't explain that. The bottom's right there, right underneath the top. Why can't we see it? And why is there a hard line of water?
Can I
a
do
nice
that?
Hard line of water.
Can I go with? Can you asking a question, brother? I want to hop in there and help my flat Earth comrades and answer you.
I don't need the help, but go ahead.
Okay, well, look, I'll just piggyback on you if you let me in when you make your point. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I'm the whole point is
yeah. After you, then I'm gonna let who's that? Yeah, whoever was debating you. My bad. Yeah, y'all got it.
Okay, so the whole point is the things get smaller proportionally. When a ship goes away, it goes away and it gets smaller. So the whole thing gets smaller till you can't see it anymore.
Because you're on a flat Earth. Because you're on a flat Earth and it's called vanishing point.
We're telling you,
that's,
hey, hold on. What you're saying,
you can zoom in on it, right, and bring it back. You can zoom in on it and bring it back and see it, but half of it's gone. Where did it go? You're looking at.
I want to answer that. I want to answer that. You know what? Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it right now. Fuck that. Here's what's going on, bro. Watch this real quick. If he slide that quarter right there, let's just go to the video where it's at real quick. This what's happening while you losing the bottom of anything as it vanishes on the horizon. Here's what's happening. Let's take the sun, for example. The sun disappears from the bottom up, like we see here in this image. And you say that's because of curvature. That's what globalists say it's not. It's because of vanishing point. Watch. Slide the quarter away. It vanishes from the bottom up. There is no curve. You said that this can be pop. Hold up, bro. If you yell in my ear one more fucking time like you're fucking retarded when I'm trying to teach you something that you ask, bro, I ain't got the patience for this shit no more, man. I swear I don't. I don't fucking got the patience for this shit no more, bro. They act fucking retarded, man. Like we're fucking adults, dude.
My bad.
God damn, it gets old. Check this out, bro. I showed you why it vanishes from the bottom up. The table is at eye level. That's what the image on the right show. So questioning the position of the camera and table is gonna make you look stupid. Cause that's gonna show you don't know what the fuck eye level is. Now, don't nobody interrupt till I'm done, cause this shit making me gonna have to go back and start smoking cigarettes again. I swear to God, I'm gonna have to get me some cigars and shit, dude. This shit is crazy. Like, watch this, bro. The way we see the horizon at the beach, it's eye level. When you go to the beach and you see the horizon line, it's eye level. Let's look at some more. And y'all gonna be patient because
like
hold up, bro. I'm gonna have to really let you go, man. I don't wanna boot you. Bro, I don't wanna boot you. Why you doing that? Cause you know you losing? Why you can't let me make my argument and be quiet, bro, and then I'm gonna give you the mic. You do it one more time, that's the third strike. I gotta let you go, man. I'm not gonna talk over y'all and be yelling in my house at 7 o'clock. You're gonna be quiet and we're gonna go one at a time like professional adults. You can do it. Now, like I'm saying, you can't be fucking listening to me talking over me. When we go to the beach, the horizon line is splitting our pupil right in the fucking middle. It ain't above it, it ain't below it. That's why you don't got to look down at the horizon and you don't got to look up at it. You look out at it. Let me show you something. Here's how the horizon line cuts our eyes. The same way that this horizon line cuts through the middle of the earth, right in the middle point. That's how it splits your pupil. So if you look at the table experiment, here's your eyeball right here. Here's your eye right here, this blue lens. The table, you see this little gap right there? That represent the middle part of your eye where it's supposed to split it for you to simulate this thing. If you want to simulate the horizon line outside, you need to put your camera right here, because if you raise it up, that's like a fucking you being in heaven outside the earth or something. That's like NASA going to space on a globe. That ain't what we's doing though when we're on the ground trying to see why things vanish at a distance. And the next person unmute, I swear to God, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room just by unmuting your mic. Now check this out, y'all. This little slit right here on this blue lens, that represent the 50-50 mark where that table need to split your eyes if you want to do this the right way. Now, if you want to do your own thing, then you would raise the camera, lower the camera. If you want to recreate the horizon outside, you would put the camera exactly where they got it right here, where the blue lens is showing you, because that's exactly how the horizon line meet us at high level. These dudes don't know how the fuck their eyes work. Where that sun is vanishing at on the horizon line is called vanishing point, and I shouldn't have to teach this to a human being who got eyes. The man told you earlier, all of the lines converge to a point. That ain't curvature. That's convergence. But these dudes can't understand that. They don't know that they looking through the world through balls. They think they live on a damn ball. They really, and he don't even understand this experiment. Anybody saying move the camera anyway, don't get the experiment and don't know what eye level is, and I just rest the flow with that. I don't want to talk to them.
I would just like to say that that particular thing is not analogous at all, because if the top of the table is supposed to be the water and the coin is supposed to be the ship, we're looking out, we're seeing the top of the water, and we're seeing the coin or ship on top of it. Okay, that we aren't lying down.
I didn't say that ain't had nothing to do with what I'm saying, bro. You don't get it. You don't get it, man. You totally don't get it.
What it means.
He totally don't
what it
get it. Guess what? Of course, the ship is floating on top of the water. What you're not getting is that the horizon line is splitting our pupil evenly. That's going over your fucking head like a halo. But anyway, let's go to the next person, man. But anyway, it's cool, man. We can go to the next one. You don't get it, all right? You won the debate, I lost it. I don't know what I'm talking about, and you do. Now let's go to somebody else, man. Shit.
Can I join now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask JP a couple of quick questions. I've been trying to have a discussion with him all night.
My man, let's do it.
Okay, I have a couple of simple questions for you. You say that there's supposed to be spherical geometry for the Earth, right? But the horizon is a certain distance from us.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know the formula for that distance?
I do not.
The formula for that distance is 1.22 times the square feet of the observer in height, their height in feet. Okay. So 1 foot observer would see the horizon 1.22 miles away. You're saying we see past 1.22 miles therefore the Earth is flat. Correct?
Just to make sure, when we both say that point of 1.22, it's saying that at that point, that is when the Earth is curving to the point where your eyes cannot now see over that. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes. That is what I'm trying to explain. Yes.
Okay, then yes, we're on the same page.
Okay, yeah. If you ever read up in books, that's what they say. That is what the horizon should be at the size of the Earth, at the 3969 radius, correct? Okay. Now, a little background. I'm a retired Navy vet. I was an ATC. My job was working with radar systems. Radar systems do not bend the same way light does for like your eyes to see things, okay? Because if they did, when we got a radar bounce from an aircraft, it would be in the wrong place. We would have to know exactly where it is, correct? So the radar beams are
but before you go,
beams.
hey, and I'm really not trying to cut you off, but before you go to your second, before you go to your second part, your first part is for sure that a person that's 6 foot tall should not be able to see more than 1 point.
No, I'm not claiming that because whether or not the Earth is, hold on.
Let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me explain why I just asked
okay.
Let me explain why I just asked that. I'm sorry. Let me explain why I just asked that.
Okay.
We just concluded, me and you just agreed that at 1.22 miles, this is now when the Earth is curving and you can no longer see over this curve. We just agreed on that.
Well, yeah, well, in theory, yes. But what I'm saying, no.
What?
Let me explain real quick. Let me explain real quick. Let me explain real quick. You agree, I agree, everybody agrees light bends. We don't agree how light bends, but we know light bends, correct? Because of the atmosphere, right?
I'll go with you.
Okay. Now, if you take away the atmosphere and have just a ball just like a basketball. It has a basketball at 3,000 miles in diameter, okay? The formula for that would be 1.22 miles, you know, of the observer height feet squared. So at 6 feet, it is 3 miles. That's the formula. Okay.
Time out. Hold on. I don't want to lose you.
Okay.
Are we now going from 1 mile to 3 miles?
Yeah, because that's a 6 foot person will see 3 miles because
The 1 mile was for one person that was 1 foot tall, dude.
Thank you. Yeah. Every foot of the observer's height equals 1.22 miles, basically. But it's a squared formula. So a 6 foot tall person will see 3 miles because you square the height of the person, which makes the person 3 foot tall at the observer height, basically. You see 3 miles, basically. You see what I'm saying?
Awesome.
That's the formula. Okay. You can't get around that formula. That is if anybody knows math and you take the diameter of the Earth, that is what it's going to have to be for the distance to the horizon. Can't get around that. It's math. Math is not wrong. Right?
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're on the exact same page here because I think a lot of people are getting this as well. So
yeah, I'm trying to be slow in explaining it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're both agreeing that a 6 foot person cannot see, no matter if they bring out any type of instrument, because now that's the Earth curve. They cannot see. A person that's 6 foot tall cannot see farther than 3 miles.
That is the part where we're disagreeing because I'm saying the atmosphere plays an effect.
Okay, and so you're saying that at 3 miles, something can be reflected over the curve. At 258 miles, something can be reflected over the curve.
Yes.
At what point can something? At what point? I actually believe that your model. Correct me if I'm wrong. I actually literally believe that your model states that something can be refracted indefinitely. Is that correct?
It's a theory. It's not actually true statement. Like,
why do you keep going from theory to reality? I'm staying on reality.
Okay, well, yeah.
I don't want to hear.
Well, no. They're not saying that it can happen in reality. They're saying in theory it possibly could happen because the way the light bends. Okay, follow me on this real quick. Don't shake your head. Just listen. The way that light bends, for light to bend even 1 mile further down the distance, like if you could see 1 mile further away than you should, the light only has to reflect 1/10 of a degree. How much is 1/10 of a degree in reality? That's not a lot, is it? But
okay,
is it a fact or
not? Is it a fact or not that in your model something can refract indefinitely? Is that a fact or no?
It's a theory. It's not a fact. I don't consider it a fact. It's a theory. It's being tested. It's not exactly true.
But the actual diameter of the Earth, or the radius, I'm sorry, is 3959. Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact.
Spherical geometry now states that a 6 foot person cannot see past 3 miles because the Earth is curving. Is that a fact?
No, but let me get to my second part. Let me explain my second part first so you can understand. We're getting stuck on the fact that a human can't see that far. I'm past humans. That's what I said. I don't want to talk about photos. I don't want to talk about the human eye. I'm talking about radar. I was a radar operator in the Navy, okay? That was my job.
But my thing is this, my thing is this, I don't deny what you're about to say because I was not in the radar, so I can't deny anything that you're saying. But for anybody like me that's not in radar, we're talking about what every single person.
Hold
we're
up,
talking about what every single person can go debate.
I was in. No. Don't run.
Go ahead.
Don't run. I was in radar. Hey, we got radar in the Air Force. We have to learn about that too. Now look, I can talk. So I just want to point something out about radar. Radar don't account for curvature, and I'm gonna show you what I mean. Hold on.
I'm not talking about that, bro. I know it don't account for a curvature, but what I'm trying to get at is if you know anything about radar, whenever you set up a radar array on something, you have to know the distance to horizon, and you use that formula 1.22 to 1.35 times the height of the dish squared to get your radar horizon. That matches the size of the globe perfectly. And that distance does not change no matter where you have a radar array set up at.
When you say
curvature, but when it hits, hold on, let me finish.
You can't just blabber on a bunch of fucking complicated jargon. All of us ain't advanced at radar. Can you at least allow for interjection?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
So what exactly is a radar horizon?
The radar horizon is where we get a clutter zone. When I do surface search and air search radar when I was in the Navy, after a certain distance, we had a clutter zone where we could not get a bounce from because of the atmosphere of it hitting the curve of the Earth. Whenever we have a horizon from the distance it hit the horizon, hold on, let me finish, to a certain distance past where it hit the horizon, we could not get a clean bounce on an object.
Okay,
that distance is set permanently for no matter what height the radar array is. It's a permanent distance, it is a set distance and never changes.
Okay, so I don't think that proves a curve at all, because when you say hold on, I'll let you go.
Okay.
It don't prove a curve at all, man. You're just telling us that at the horizon line, your radar can't see beyond that. You can't get a clear reading. What we're saying is what I'm saying is this. The further out you go, of course, your system's gonna break down just like the human eye. We can't get a clear reading out there too. This is crazy. None of this proves a globe. What it proves is that you can't get a reading at a certain point, and that's a universal point dealing with radar. But what I wanted to point out is the part when you said that the radar don't account for curvature. That was damning. You know why? Because if you look at the doggone how the radar look, again, y'all, I'm going to just show you something. You can call it circumstantial evidence. You can call it what you want. But all this equipment is based on a non-rotating flat earth. If you look at the radar screen, it's based on a flat earth screen. Look at it. If you look at a pilot's, if you look at a, hold on, y'all. If you look at a pilot's altitude indicator. Matter of fact, Rob think it's a game, right? Watch this shit. Watch this. Watch this. If you look at all these tools, it's based on a flat earth, y'all. And you could look,
you're not understanding what I'm trying to say, though. Let me finish.
You're not let me finish. I'm talking. I'll let you finish. You just got through. It's my fucking matter of fact. Buy you out of here.
Didn't let me finish.
You getting the fuck up out of here today. You won't say another word on my show, you fucking liar. I sat there and let you talk, and I ain't interrupt you. And when you were done, I grabbed the mic. Now, because I'm going somewhere that backs up flat earth, they hate that. They hate that all of this stuff back me up, y'all. They hate that. They hate that no matter what debate they bring up, I could go with sacred geometry and I can make it make sense on my model. They can't do it. He just admitted that the radar not accounting for curvature because it's designed for a flat earth. And I went to the next point to show you that it's even based off of a fucking flat earth. Just like with the pilot attitude indicator. They can't stand that shit, that I'm right and they ass is wrong. Cause he's Mr. Radar Man and was in the Navy and he got to admit that they lied to his wannabe smart ass. Nigga, I was in the Air Force. I had to score higher to get in the Air Force, you ship boy. Aim high, nigga. Talk to me when you get in the Air Force. Aim high, dude. Them little low ass scores to get in the Army and Navy. Shut your mouth up. I'm gonna pass the mic, y'all.
Hey, listen, I got a dagger real quick before I bounce. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container barrier. I'd like to see a globalist handle that.
Just suck the atmosphere right off.
Don't get too quiet because I was hearing y'all when y'all was talking about the laws that we are breaking at flat earthers. So I'm just wanted to back that up. Again, I'll say it again so y'all can, Google whatever you need to do. I said it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without it being in a container barrier. All right. As many times as y'all talked about the PSI that's here and we're under a pressured system, we really got to explain how we can break through this pressured system, because once you break the pressure, it's no longer a pressured system. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to know, how did y'all violate the second law of thermodynamics? You know what I'm saying? If y'all can take care of that one before I bounce, that'd be really good.
It's a good opportunity.
I thought y'all was meditating or some shit. Okay, so watch this, right? Let me show y'all something, right? This dude, King Ed, is a damn dummy. And I'm gonna tell you why. If you wanna know why the hell your radar can't detect no more beyond the horizon line, it's cause the equipment is based off of, guess what, you know what's crazy about all that shit? Think about this, King Ed. You wanna know why your periscope can't see but a certain distance? When you zoom in your submarine periscope all the way in, the horizon line is still there, and you can't see beyond it no more, because you ran out of zooming power. Your radar will run out of power. This stuff don't scan forever. And you talking about a universal point where all got that. Now, it's a dude on a call right now telling me I'm wrong, right? But one world, one hood just got through talking, and the flow was open and nobody said nothing to me. If somebody think I'm wrong, come on, let's debate it. Let yourself be known. Because a periscope can't see forever. And goddamn it, the periscope see distances that it shouldn't be able to see if the earth was a globe. He's saying that his radar is goddamn running out of a signal because of the curve of the earth is dropping down, but yet the periscope in the submarine can keep on seeing beyond that distance. Y'all sound retarded, dude.
Hey, check this out. I'm no radar specialist, but I do construction, and we send off laser lines, and it kind of works in the same fashion. And the calculation that it comes with is to let you know how far this line can actually shoot. So the math that comes with, you know what I'm saying, with these instruments is to let you know how far those instruments can actually work. That's the measurements that you're coming up with. That line, that radar thing don't just shoot forever. Is, you know what I'm saying, there's a distance to how far it can shoot off and measure properly. And that's the math that they're giving you with that stuff. Don't sit there and say that it's something else. I know what time it is. All right, go ahead.
And the bottom line is, I'm beating that dude with his own logic. He said his radar can't scan no more because that's where the curve of the earth began. I'm saying, well, if that's where the curve of the earth began, why that periscope on a submarine can keep saying on and on and on? That these two different gadgets are contradicting each other if you're using yours to prove a globe when you just said it don't detect for curvature. This is silly. This shit is silly, y'all. It's fucking silly. But they know it alls though. That's what get me. That's what make me beat them up too. And then they come with insulting and all that and think you know it all. Man, you don't get your ass out of here. When the people wake up and see the righteous side, you niggas gonna be judged. You damn devils. Y'all know the truth. Some of you motherfuckers know the truth, but you hiding. I'm starting to lose patience with a lot of y'all. I don't want to debate Ftfe no more. Fuck him and his racist ass following. I want professional people. Not all of his people racist, but that Mactoon motherfucker with his Felicia statement, like when I got on Red Rhetoric and Non Sequitur show, like I know the vibes, dog. You don't, and niggas gonna say he playing a race card. I ain't playing a race card. I'm just saying y'all a bunch of white dudes, goddamn it, acting like none y'all can say can be wrong, but the country black dude just wrong about everything. We know you think we're ignorant and shit, and it shows on these goddamn debates. And I'm gonna point that out too, why this black man beating your wannabe smart ass. Now let's go.
Hey, not for nothing. There's a big super moon out tonight. Probably got everybody acting, all this lunar energy going on in here. Everybody acting lunatic.
But that mean y'all need to get in tune with the stars and act loony. Cause why ain't you on point with what the stars telling you to do? If the stars saying this is loony night and you don't get loony, you ain't on in synchronicity with the heavens. Get loony with me if that's what the stars telling you to do. Listen to them. That's what this shit. Hey, come on now. That's what I say to that. That's what I'm gonna say to that. Let that shit get in you. Let that loony get in you. If that's what the stars saying we should be doing now. See, I didn't even know that, but that lets you know how in tune I am.
Hey, my bad, man. My heart fell out of my soul when my phone died on me, so I apologize there. But the guy was wrapping up the radar. Where did that end up? My bad, y'all.
He got wiped off, man. It didn't do good.
Because from what he was about to try to prove to us is that just like we had said, that a radar works perfectly on a flat earth because it only goes, in a straight line. Radar doesn't work on a spherical earth. Like he said, now if you're 3 miles away or some shit, 8 miles away, then it doesn't work at all. And my bad, I know I'm probably off topic now, but I just got back in, y'all. My bad.
Hey, Sanchez. Hey, I got some smoke with you, man.
I got some fire with you. Let's go.
All right. The smoke is, man, Air Force ain't no better than the Navy. Nah,
man, don't take me serious. Don't take me serious on that.
I'm just joking about that shit. But I did have a statement about the guy for the ship, though, because I was in the Navy, too, for 14 years. And I'm going to tell you right now, the radar only works linear. It doesn't work all-encompassing. It doesn't work on a globe Earth. It works linear.
The point I just made. My bad.
And it can go further than 3 miles. All they have to do is amplify the signal. That's it. It works like a pointer laser. But the pointer laser doesn't reflect back to the pointer. The radar does. It sends out a radar signal, and the signal pings off of the object and bounces back. That's how they find out a location of an object.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah,
and that's how
the new ones do, though. The new ones ping back. But that's you're exactly right. You know what I'm saying? But the new ones ping back. They even tell you the distance and how far it is, how serious how they work now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Yeah, but that's how they were able to defeat the radar too. That's how the enemy and how we were able to defeat the radar.
But what I was saying is, the wider that the base of the radar get, the weaker it gets. So as it expands over distance, it can read less and less the dimmer it get. And so he's saying that's because of the Earth's curvature. I'm saying, no, dude, your radar got the same limitations as your eyes.
Yeah, and the other guy that was talking about why isn't your eye at the edge of the table? The water doesn't meet your eye at the shore. The horizon does. The water meets your feet at the shore. So why would you put your eye to the water to look at an object off into the horizon? That doesn't make any sense.
You talking about with the quad on the table joint?
Yeah. So
so it's when you look at the diagram I put up there, do you agree that the camera is in the right placement based on it putting it where the eye level, the horizon?
Definitely, because the table represents the horizon, not the shore of the water. So
exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't at all.
And if you want to raise the camera, you would have to have a much longer table.
Yeah.
That's how that experiment goes. Like that. Yeah, you could actually raise the camera if you want, but the table would have to be much longer. That's why they put the focus point at the edge of the table. You know what I'm saying? That's
you know why that's
Straight
true?
up, because the table's not representing the ground. The table is representing the horizon, bro.
And look,
That's all it's representing.
that's why what One World said just now is true. But the reason why what One World said is true is because that explains why when we raise up off the ground, then the horizon just keep going further and further away from us, meaning us at eye level. It'll never let you go below or above. It's going to always do that based on what One World said, because distance horizontally must equate to distance vertically when you're doing this.
Yep.
So if I raise my camera up, I got to move my horizon back.
Yep, that's the only thing you can do is move the camera back. Another thing I wanted to hit on too, man, that I felt like you guys should have keened on them guys with. Remember the guy was talking about the carbon and the planet, right? You know that diamonds are not created naturally. And if they are, they're created because of some type of man-made interference in the ground also as well. By him saying that the carbon density from that spectrometry or spectrograph, it's based off on data that they receive from an instrument, not an optical instrument. It's almost like them saying that I put some numbers in a computer and it gave me back an object. That's all they're reading with this spectrometer or whatever that thing is. It's not a telescope. So why would they bring that up is beyond me, because a carbon planet and a diamond planet can't be true anyway.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why they bring that up, because they have to take you off this earth to debate their earth. Because a famous quote by Albert Einstein, this was right after they did the Michelson and Morley experiments, which was one of the best ones to try to prove if we are actually spinning. After they proved that actually it wasn't spinning, and it was a failed experiment, Albert Einstein then came up with the theory of relativity, which states that on the earth, there is nothing you can do. And you can look this up if you don't believe me. Albert Einstein himself stated this. There is nothing you can do on this earth to prove that we are rotating. And also, there is no visual experiment that you can do to prove that we are on a ball. So when they try to do that, just take them back to the Mount Rushmore of science, which tells you that that's impossible. But always stay on the ground, because once they start talking about spectroscopy and diamond planets, the conversation gets stupid. Religion, keep them on the ground. We're gonna kill them every time.
Well, if he would have let the conversation go further with the centrifugal force, in order to have a centrifugal force, you got to have inertia, and inertia is something that you can experience inertia in your car. You can also experience centrifugal force. So that doesn't have anything to do with the atmosphere, because when you cause inertia in your car, it doesn't change the atmosphere in your vehicle. So they're saying that the reason why the atmosphere is different in these different locations, is because of centrifugal force, but that's not the same thing. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It only has something to do with the atmospheric pressure, has something to do with moisture and density. That's it. That's why the shit is higher or lower in certain areas. The more moisture you have, the more pressure you're gonna have. So when you go from a higher altitude to a low altitude, you're gonna experience more moisture at the lower altitudes than you do at a higher one. So you experience pressure on your ears and all that shit. Just like when you dive into a pool and you go down low, your ears pop. The same shit. It's like you're driving to a lower atmosphere or a lower depth inside of moisture, and moisture is everywhere. It makes up 1 billion trillion gallons of moisture in the air. So what they're talking about is futile, man. They don't have no more claims that could be, anything other than theory.
Hey, and mute Decibel, I'm about to prove to you again that y'all just keep lying and you just cannot stop lying. Everything I've said tonight has been a fact. I'm about to prove this to you.
Yeah, no cap, JP. You've been hitting them hard, man.
Hold on, let me go.
Yeah,
Okay, he
JP
said
going
he just
crazy.
put. Hey, listen, everybody. He just put note in the comments. I'm about to read his exact phrase here. This is from Albert Einstein, and he gave this speech of how I created the theory of relativity. While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. The strange result was that it wasn't spinning. Since soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null experiment as a fact, which it was, this was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. This is what made special relativity. Since then, I have came to the belief that the motion of the earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. So if somebody tries to tell you that they're looking at something telling you that we're spinning, that is a false by your daddy, fucking Einstein. By your daddy, Einstein. So you cannot say that I'm lying to you. That is a fact. Stop. You're lying to yourself in your belief system.
Yeah. Hey, I'm about to cut out, Sanchez. Thanks, man, for letting me up.
Hey, Loyal, as
They
always.
just mad, man, because the average Joe can debunk their shit now.
That's facts, man. I always appreciate you for joining, bro. You already know it. And check it out, y'all. What's crazy is if there's any globalist that's in the chat room, click the link and come on rejoin. King Ed, you can come back up, bro. Y'all can come back up. It's just that when you go to getting disruptive and shit, I'm the type nigga, when I'm trying to make my point, you can interrupt. I been forgot my shit. That'll be your way of winning that one. I ain't gonna never let it happen. Nope.
Hey, Mute Decibel, please come up and tell me how I lied, Mute Decibel. Stop chatting in the thing. Come tell me how I lied. You're on the panel.
Man, and I'm gonna tell, and you know what, JP? I believe a lot of them niggas was working together to make that shit a shit show. I played into it a little bit, but they was playing off of that, like you somebody said it earlier when they first came on, like, bro, they trying to trigger you. I let
Real
it
talk. And I ain't gonna lie,
also
bro.
with the professor too.
Bro, you let them get off of your skin tonight. I ain't gonna lie to you. You let them
Just a
get
little
off of your
bit. You got to
skin.
go smoke a blunt or something, Sanchez.
Real
Yeah,
talk,
man.
but that's why. But when they try to take you to these stupid ass places, you know what I'm talking about, outer space and diamond planets, bro, get their ass back down to this Earth shit. We can all prove that's not super debatable. What the Bible says, if it's an allegory or not, get their ass back down here on this goddamn Earth, and we gonna spank them every time.
Yeah, man, they like to do that, the dance. You know, when you go to beating that ass, they got to do that to let their ass cool off while they talk about something else. So, because when you get back to that ground, that's where you find their ass up at. That's what that is.
Man, but I see it coming every time, man. Whenever you get to hitting hard, right? Like when you got the truth, you can't wait to say it. You can't wait to prove your point, right? Them niggas, they spend too much time being, well, can I talk now? And can I? On some elegant shit. That's how I know. That's how I know they full of that bullshit, bro. When you got the truth, bro, you can't wait to get that shit out. You ain't gonna let nothing stop you from getting that shit out. And that's how I tell every time, bro.
And I'm gonna tell y'all why this is dangerous too. What I found out, there's a cabal of globalists out there working with the people to make flat earthers look like tyrannical neo-Nazis that's dangerous and shit. They're trying to sink the flat earth shit to cult-like radical behavior. And when you look at it though, on some real shit, right? These folks is trying to look for ways to taint your character, not to disprove your information. A lot of times they know they can't debunk your information. So like what Craig was trying to do when I kicked him off, I called him a lie based upon the professor on the show did say that one of those globalists was wrong. Craig was trying to say every single globalist that joined from his side was right. Then I'm gonna say, why did that professor say who he meant to when he was saying they're wrong? He wasn't talking to flat earthers. So both can't be true. But see, Craig want to go on and on. Well, you called me a liar. Oh, you called me a liar. And I'm like, bro, I ain't got time for that feminine shit. Like,
That's how you know.
Like in a debate, nigga may say that's a lie. I'm gonna say prove it wrong. I'm not gonna focus on a bitch argument like, man, so am I lying? I'm emotional with with them. They don't want it to go to the knowledge, because a lot of time you can deflect with just some emotional shit about like, nigga, in debates, both people gonna say one line, or nigga, you lying or you lying. That ain't nothing to fucking like do a whole session or bitch fit about. Keep moving. You lying. Now prove your lie right in a debate.
Hey, and this is exactly why I walked that man down, so we could come on common grounds. If we can both agree that you guys have a definitive answer for the diameter or the radius of the Earth is 3959, and we can disprove that, not only would that disprove that that calculation is right, but do you not know that they use the diameter and the circumference of this Earth to determine how far away the sun is, how much the sun weighs? Once you disprove that, that kills the entire model. Everything that you have, it disproves how much gravity you talk about there. It literally disproves everything once you disprove that their goddamn diameter.
And the professor never refuted anything that you said. He just got up out of here.
And I'm gonna tell you what.
Hey, he started double talking. The way that he tried to say,
he started failing.
This is how he started double talking. He straight up said, "Yes, you're right. A person that's 6 foot tall should not be able to see longer than 3 miles. However, theoretically they can because of refraction.
There you go.
Theoretically,
yeah,
exactly. But in reality, your spherical geometry says nope. It's a curve there. You can't see past it."
Hey, look, remember how I squeezed that gravity out of him on oh, that was, we gotta go back and mop the floor with that. Yeah, go back and y'all kill that too, cause they moved past that too. Cause he was saying how, like, with the density shit, right? Oh yeah, that's laughable, nigga. Oh shit, that's what he said. He said, y'all dig this, right, JP? Y'all ready for it? Y'all gotta eat this up here, man. He said, cause gravity pulling the atmosphere down, it pushes the fucking hot air balloon up. That's what he said.
I wanted to answer him.
Don't even make sense.
And when I was asking him, like, because eventually I made him say gravity, because he kept calling it downward force. But let me tell you,
I'm waiting for it.
And now here go the game though. Y'all know why? See, even science trying to get rid of gravity now. They trying to find another word for it, because you know why? Pat yourself on the back, nigga. Flat Earth that nigga. We done fucking beat that shit out of existence.
Beat that shit in the head.
I'm telling you, dog.
Hey, and another thing that I like to bring up with a lot of globe earthers is how they came up with the distances to the sun and the moon. Because your model says for sure that these things appear to be the exact same size in the sky. That's why during the eclipse, they literally eclipse each other perfectly. So you can't tell me that the same parallax experiment that all it relies on is how big it is in the sky can give you 93 million miles for that and 238,000 miles for that. That's impossible if you're using the exact same type of observative math. They're the exact same size. How do you get that one is farther than the other? Because that was before we went to the moon.
AJ and y'all,
the sun and the moon are the same exact size.
You okay, industrial nerd? You want the smoke? I'ma fall back.
Yeah, let's go. What did he say?
Anyway, so let's start off with I'm a flat earther, by the way.
Oh, salutes to that. I thought you was a global, my bad. But
the sun and the moon are the same exact size.
True that.
You've seen pictures that NASA has produced in books for you. Bullshit.
I want y'all to realize something too. When they realize, see, a lot of these, like Mactoon got a channel over there, they be debating all the time. When I seen flat earthers join they shit, and we treat them with way more respect than they do them niggas, y'all. I'm telling you,
it's a religion.
And check it out, y'all. These dudes go over there, be making points, it be making sense, they be smart, And when they see that, they will deflect and lead them in circles with the chat room and just ended up making them feel like shit, like you just a bad person. And I'm telling you, I'll be watching this shit from a distance. That's why I don't debate on a lot of them shows, man. I like I go on Sonetta and debate before I do a lot of them shits, cause it's belittling your ass. Like Craig wanted to come up here talking about some me calling him wrong or a lie, when his folks over there calling us retards, flat-tards, flirts and shit. Like you said, that's religious behavior, because a Christian need a word for the opposition. That's their word for sinner. You're a sinner.
You're a pagan.
You're a pagan.
Yeah,
you're a pagan.
Yeah.
I don't like that, because Craig, Simon, Dan, McToon, all of them part of a little communion with Red Rhetoric, all them. And bro, they whole thing is to make flat earthers look like error. Think about this, y'all. If you're on a debate with them and they can make you look infurious, rage, mad, and then everybody indoctrinated with the globe, and even though you making sense, the attention span ain't high. People don't care that you just literally had a dagger. They believe in the globe. So they already got their guard up, bias up, and they want to poke the bull and make the flat earther mad. So don't do what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm on my A game, sometimes I'm not. It's so fucking hard to stay calm when them motherfuckers go to doing that, bro. Cause I know that they don't want niggas to be smart like that. And I hate to say that,
bro, I wanted to come in and cool you out, but you know how when a nigga swinging, you might get hit in the damn jaw. I thought you might kick my ass up trying to stop you.
Right.
It's all good, man.
Sometimes you got to get mad on these niggas, though, man. Sometimes you do.
It's because
that's why I let them go. That's why I let them go.
After that, hey, look. After McToon said that Felicia shit, nigga, I was turned up and wasn't going down after that.
That wasn't even good enough for me to get mad. That was kind of
That's
lame.
when you know. Look, that's when you know. Like I said, the truth. Like when you got the truth, all that smart shit, that shit don't even matter. We intellectual sparring, right? So all that slot talking and all that don't mean nothing.
It triggered me because that man compared me to my like a woman, bro. Like right. He's saying, nigga, you acting a fucking a woman.
I feel you 100%, but you know you a top-notch debater, and you know that all they trying to do is get you off the still. Man. All they trying to do is get you off the still.
It fucked with me because it fucked with me, right? Because I've been hearing about McToon for a minute. Craig been telling me about him, folks like go sub to him. I know I've been on his radar, right? He finally joined my shit. And I said the first way he came in, can you measure your flatness? It's the stupidest shit ever. Like I'm sitting.
That shit was stupid.
Like I'm sitting there,
right then.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, right. It's like, goddamn it, bro. Like what else that nigga was doing? Yeah, he kept on fucking repeating the question to me, and I was like, you know what? I that's my answer. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm moving on, but they wouldn't move on.
You said he didn't know if the NBA was flat. That shit was so stupid.
Like damn near every point they made was invalid. The guy tried to rebut me by saying you could get a flat projected mirror image on a curved surface.
Yeah,
and try to stand on it.
And try to stand on
it. Chicago beams is a reflective surface. Ain't nothing on there.
Hey,
it's all disoriented.
I just thought of it. We forced folly. We forced folly out of them niggas. We forced some folly out of their motherfucking ass because.
And then did you hear me ask that man just to make sure your model claims that you can literally refract something indefinitely. So literally, I could be looking at something on goddamn what's that, Antarctica from my viewpoint, but that's all refraction if I saw it.
Right, man, that refraction is killing their ass right
that
there.
That might be
because they can't explain it. They cannot explain it,
bro. And the whole gold shit was just dancing. Like, come on, man, y'all want to talk about gold for a whole hour, and at that point we speculating because you talking about what gold do at the North Pole and shit. I asked you if you been, nope, but other people have, and they said that gold, you know. Like, come on, bro.
That's
different parts of the earth.
When
don't prove nothing. Don't prove a
my bad.
earth.
Go ahead, big boss. Go ahead.
My bad. I was just saying that places, different things are different weights on different parts of the earth, and that don't explain the globe Earth. That just explains shit way different. That's it.
And at the end of the day, when they start going down them paths, just ask them, does that prove the shape of the earth? No. So let's go ahead and move to some shit that's gonna prove this shape.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to deny pressure. He was trying to like deny pressure. Like when you tell me when you go underneath deep in the water, the pressure doesn't change. He was like, no, it doesn't change.
Yeah.
Like every like little normal shit that everybody normally know, they would deny that shit to prevent from being caught wrong. You know what
Great point, AJ. Great point.
And you know what these niggas do, AJ, man? Because everybody hit the like ship, and we resurrecting this Flat Power channel. I want to thank y'all in the chat because we got good viewers, man, over here tonight. But so that let me know people still rocking with this channel. We gonna do this more. But check this out, y'all. We cooking, cause check this out. What I just thought about it, listening to AJ and all y'all bright-minded brothers. This is what globalists do. They say a phenomena and they say, well, this is how we explain it on a globe. How do you do it on a flat earth? That don't really prove the shape of the earth for real. And it just goes into whose model correct. But we live in a world, we flat earthers are proving the outside what we live in. You're into proving models, which is why they're like, show me your model, what's the measurements, that ain't flat earth mentality. See, we got an ancient, simplified way of coming to our conclusions. And the thing about them, what made them stray away from the truth is their complicated approach to understanding nature. Because if you look at what they do, right, they'll say, well, what he said, well, if you get in the sky, well, on a globe, if you going against the rotation of the earth, right, you weigh less. And if you go the other way, you weigh more, some of that nature. But it's like we're arguing about how this shit will work on each other models versus proving or disproving that nature is indeed the way our senses tell us it is outside, because that's what flat earth, globe earth is about. That's what it's, because they'll say something like, see, on a globe, my right pinky toe wiggle a certain way at the North Pole. But see, at the South Pole, my right pinky toe wiggle a different way. How would that work on a flat earth? And I'm like, bro, come on, like that's the kind of shit you get with them, though. You know?
Almost no correlation.
And it's like what we pulling up is stuff that cannot work on your globe model. Then you get to using all this theoretically, maybe it could work. And it's like, no, bro, is it reality or theoretical? If that 3 miles, is that a theoretical fucking curve or is that a physical curve? Because if it's physical, you can no longer see past it, period.
Man, you just gave me another idea about the Chicago skyline refracted image. Like, what are we debating if there's nothing there, and what are we measuring? Because that's why I told them when they was double talking, that's another one I wanted to run by y'all, how the globalists say, where the curve of the earth hiding the bottom of that building, and then you got these group of globalists saying it ain't no buildings there. So the bottom of the buildings that y'all saying is being hid are fake buildings. Why we even debating this refracted image?
How is that possible?
You know what I'm saying? That's fucking crazy, man. These niggas so easy to debunk because when you ain't got the truth, bro, that's when you ain't got the truth, man. And you notice we ain't on guard or nothing, because when you got the truth, you can relax and shit. They got to make up shit, fumble, all that, dog.
Hey, and this is another point that you can pull up to them right here. Let me get this right here. So when I like to stay on that 3959 because they claim that as a fact and we can disprove that every fucking day. But if you look at what astronomers have always said about the distances to the sun. So Copernicus was the first guy. He wasn't at 93 million miles. He was at 3.3 million miles. The next guy was Jones Kepler. He was at 12 million miles. Sir Isaac Newton, he was at 28 or 54 million miles. Benjamin Martin, 81 million miles. Thomas Dilworth, 93 million miles. John Hine, 95. And these are all globe Earth scientists. So you can't tell me, like, your model changes every fucking couple of years. They just changed the distance of Polaris by 100 light years. Your shit is inconsistent at best. So don't say, like, hey, give me your model. Which model are you fucking debating?
You know, and the facts. You must have a horizontal baseline to obtain elevational angles. You know what I'm saying? That's facts right there. You know what I'm saying? That we have protractors and compasses and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? These are tools that we have. These is facts. You can't go past this all day. So you tell me how you calculate trajectories and airplane and trajectories, and show me how all of that stuff is going on without a horizontal, you know what I'm saying, base.
Come on. That's simple, man.
And the reason that's so damning is because I can empirically prove that every last one of your signs, from Kepler to Benjamin Martin to Isaac Newton, they all had a different conception of your Earth, because that measurement needs the diameter and the circumference of this Earth in that equation. So all of your scientists had different, fucking measurements of this Earth.
And y'all, what the fuck was he really trying to get at when he was like, can you measure your flatness? I literally didn't know what he was telling. I wasn't trying to play dumb.
Because he was trolling off the rip.
He never
They don't
said
even
anything.
make sense.
He never said anything.
Yeah,
Because there was nothing to be said. They be asking dumbass questions.
I wanted to chime in and be like, yeah, I can measure the flatness. It's called a ppm meter. You know what I'm saying? Parts per million. And we'll find out if there's anything in the water, or is it flat.
Yeah.
You don't play no games with me.
Hey, and if somebody ever tells you that water doesn't find its level, then ask them, how does a fucking leveler work? They put water in it for that exact reason.
That guy said water wasn't level. That's what he was trying to say with the whole Alaskan Cape or whatever the Santa Claus do. He finished it with the water isn't level. He said that for real. Like the water's sliding across Earth in his mind right now.
Can y'all believe I went to the old debate? They still in the comment section making comments on that to this day and talking about how water is sticky, and I'm wrong. Because then they was like, I put something in there. I'm gonna come back and respond. Dude was like, water stick to your. Remember Craig, the sticky line? Now he said water stick to your hand, and I'm like, bro, we never say talk like that. We say water wet your hand. Okay, we know what sticky is, and we know water may quote unquote stick to your hand, but we don't say, look at all that water sticking to your hand. We say, boy, your hand's wet.
Exactly. Small amounts of water that can be adhesion. It's not just because it's sticky. That's stupid.
They stick.
Water to stick coming together. It's dumb.
Mute Decibel, you keep sticking around here, you about to turn into a flat earther. Everything that you've said in this chat, I've been able to answer for you, and in my opinion, great. So you just said, is the water in the level flat? So water holds the shape of its container. Those goddamn little things that's in the level, but they use water in it because it finds its level. Like literally, that's the physics of a level, why they have water in it.
Hey, JP, now we finna go deep. One world, let's talk magnetism, one world. Remember the part where he showed us the water shit levitating through the thing? Now, he tried to say that, JP, to say you don't need a container, but they're not schooling with that acoustic container, that sound container on his bitch
acoustic.
ass.
I love that. I loved it.
Besides that, I like to see them do that with 5 gallons of water. Don't show me a drop of water that you moving around with the sound. Show me you holding up 5 gallons of water.
Right.
Bam.
Right. And then what kind of force gonna hold a whole ocean like that? Please tell me.
Come on.
Exactly. Why can't they recreate that? Why can't they recreate some sort of globe that water sticks to and doesn't, it doesn't just immediately slide off? Why can't you recreate that somehow?
That's killing them. If he gonna use that cymatic shit to say how the globe is making a ball in space, and that thing wasn't even making a ball, it's making cymatic, it's morphing in between these star-like shapes, because that's what the stars are. He literally showing us holographic distortion, like that image of Venus that we were seeing when it was rippling. That's what that cymatic shit looked like, what he was showing, a star and all that. So that ain't the globe, though. Because look,
see the moon.
Right, that would be the flat Earth model, because all of the cymatic angles and frequencies that's beaming to the water ball are coming from all of the angles all around it, like the flat Earth magnetic ley lines going to the North Pole, the core of the blob. And at that core point where the energy is meeting that's what's causing it to keep changing patterns and fluctuating like a twinkling star. This is electromagnetic talk. They use it. See, every time a globalist try to go deep, everything they do is just more compatible with our model than theirs. It just is. It just is, man. Not because we say it is, because we want it to be. We believe it real hard. It
Hey,
proves
is it possible for me to screen share from my phone?
Yeah, I'm unlocking the screen share right now, y'all. We getting it in, man. We need this content over here.
Hey, let me know when you can see my screen.
Y'all go ahead.
Let me know when you can see the screen.
And tell us when you sharing so we can.
Oh shit! I thought I was sharing already. Let me get back to it. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I ain't experienced. Let me get in here.
Oh man, we really killed. That dude said have a call-in show. I said, Craig, man, do you know that it's gonna be a bunch of like flat earthers on against you, bro? You gonna have? He said that's how I want it, cause
I saw it on Craig's page. I ain't even seen it on your page.
Yeah, he been doing these shows where he go and debate all the flat earthers, but no offense to them some easy little rooms he in, bro. I told him when he come over here. Yeah,
hey, and are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah, I'm gonna fall back. You got it.
Perfect. Hey, this is something that, for real, all flat earthers pull this out, man. Mount Canagoo. The reason being is because now, Mr. Mute Decibel, there's a such thing called a Earth curve calculator. You can pull it up right now if you want to debunk me and what I'm about to say. So it tells you exactly how far away this mountain range is. Even your science right there. This is not a flat Earth page right here. You can literally see that this is from the USRA, Space Research Organization. You know, Globe Earth shit. Read the second paragraph. Without considering the effect of atmospheric refraction, these mountains are too distant to be observed from Marcel. So again, y'all will actually agree with us that these distances is too far to see. On a flat Earth, this works perfectly. On your model, you need this magical refraction that says that what you're looking at right there is not the mountain at all. This is a refracted image. It's below the curve of the Earth. Bring up pictures like this, the Bolivian salt flats, just anything that debunks their diameter, because that kills their entire argument every time. And they can't even fucking tell you what refraction is without bringing up the model, and the model is laughable.
I was still waiting on them to tell me what refraction is and how does that even. What makes it do that? I was still waiting on that.
I told y'all.
Globe Earther will explain. They just don't use the word without explaining.
Right. You know what? Refraction is the distortion of an image based on a medium. Now that's a simple as definition.
And I would think it bends light, but don't curve light. You know.
And the concept of bending light though is what's happening like with magnetism through a black hole. And I wanted to talk to y'all about that. Is it accurate to even use the term bend light? Because I've used that before in the past, but I stopped saying it because, especially with refraction, is light really bending when we looking at a refracted object?
That sounds like some stuff to me. I don't even like saying stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to. It could be, but I just want to. If I don't know it for sure, I ain't gonna say, well, it bends light, because they do that.
It looks more like it's when you use that straw in the glass, it looked more like it's magnifying it to a certain angle. You know, it looks like more like a magnification. If that's what refraction is, that straw in that glass, it looks more like the water is magnifying the image and distort to make it look like it's bending.
It's also at that little level where the horizon line at right here, it breaks it in half and kind of reflects it Because as it reflects through the water based on magnification, like you said, a lower straw is bigger than the one at the top. It also has a thing where it's kicking it out of alignment. And that's the part I want to talk about, because I understand what's going on, but I don't. It's like the alignment part where it's broken, though, with this whole refraction thing. I get it, but I don't, you know.
Hey, and the beautiful thing about it is that we will actually try to apply science and get a good understanding of it. Oh boy, this man was 60-some years old gonna pull out a fucking magnifying glass and tell you that that's what your atmosphere is.
No.
It's a magnifying glass. You are fucking dumb. Like, no, the atmosphere is not a magnifying glass.
Like,
See out into space through.
Yeah.
That makes
they
sense.
they bring up arguments that let you know that they literally just a part of a religion, man.
So true or false, y'all. You can have reflection without refraction, but you can't have refraction without reflection. Think about it.
Say it again, bro.
A reflected object don't necessarily gotta be refracted, but a refracted object is always reflected.
I feel you. I got where you're going with that.
I just peeped that shit. Cause this refracted straw is still another reflection. Like they try to use that to say how you get a second copy, but that ain't the real one on that Chicago skyline. You know what I'm saying?
It look like the real one to me. It's the same building. It ain't bent or nothing.
Yeah,
it ain't
exactly.
distorted. It ain't none of that. It's right there. It's the same one.
That's the same technology to medicate your eyeglasses. You know what I'm saying? To put a curve on it to make you be able to see it better. You know what I'm saying? That's all these glasses is doing.
Hey, and this is how they got to give themselves out. They say, well, theoretically, you could literally see on the other side of the globe, you know, because of refraction. That's how they give themselves out for magical shit like that. Theoretically, you can see all the way to fucking Antarctica. Yes, because we're on a flat Earth. You can't do that on a globe, period.
And you know, it's something I hate. All of this show me your model shit. And it's like none of you globalists are consistent. The professor came up here, had to correct y'all. I saw at a point 2 globalists was disagreeing right with each other right there. And then, goddamn it, you know, like when that one globalist said that the news reporter was wrong, when they allowed him to go out there and teach that lie and nobody censored it, put a fact checker or none, but he can just go get his version. But it ain't no flat earth is what he's saying. It's a reflection. Even though it's a bunch of globalists that disagree with that news reporter, they ain't gonna check him because he's still saying it's a globe, even though they saying he wrong like the other dude doing. So I think all of them wrong, and that they can just change the narrative whenever to fit. Just like the professor came up here and basically said, listen, Sanchez, everything you've been debating that made you win this debate is backwards and they wrong. So now they can have another globalist come in and say, well, they don't really know what our science is. Our science says it backwards, they wrong. So now can you win, Sanchez? Then I would have to say, well, no, I lost. But I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna always find a way to answer your ass adequately with my many models I can access. But I saw the game though. Like they brought the professor in, like, look, somebody gotta go in and flip that shit. He definitely will have him then. You know what I'm saying?
They thought they put something on the moon. Shit was gonna scare somebody. That shit had me laughing, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm glad you said it.
Telescopes that can see all the way to light years and moons going around planets, but you can't see right across the water.
Come on, man.
You can't see right across sea level, right over the water, the other side of the water, but you can see light years.
Hey, bro.
What kind of telescopes y'all got?
He said I put something on the moon.
Hey, let me.
Told him that don't be mattering over here. That'll work on a globalist channel. Ooh, he put something on the moon, everybody.
Nuts on the moon, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
the moon is so big, it must be closer tonight. You know what I'm saying? We should be able to see more now, I guess. Since it's so close. You know what I'm saying?
I just came from out there. It's looking real bright out there. I just came from out there. It's big.
It's pretty crazy right now.
And
I
that
should be able
one
to see a flag on that now. I should be able to see the flag.
And don't forget about the one religious dude that came up trying to pseudoscience his way out of that all eyes gonna see the Lord shit. Yeah.
Hey, let me smoke out this guy Mute Decibel. I want to see if this man can be honest one time on this panel tonight.
Can he get on the mic? Can you get on the mic?
Yeah,
Hey,
I want. Guess what, y'all? Guess.
Hold on, let me talk to him.
Go ahead.
Mute Decibel. Look at the screen right now. Am I sharing right now, bro, Sanchez?
Yeah, you sharing.
Perfect. Hey, Mute Decibel. Can we at least agree that Nicholas Copernicus, Jones Kepler, Isaac Newton, who else is on here? Benjamin Martin, Thomas Dilworth, John Hahn. Can we all agree that they had different conceptions of your globe Earth, that none of them are consistent with the other scientists? Can I have you be honest on that? Look here at the screen and please go verify it on Google.
I'm glad you doing this because I heard them debating on Cuba, the channel, and they was trying to say how all the scientists don't disagree with each other. They was really trying to prove it. I was like, damn, it's some people out there that think all the scientists on the same page. Yeah, man, let's get it.
Hey, and if y'all want to screenshot this, please do and bring this up in them arguments so them niggas know that all of your goddamn scientists are debunking each other.
Right.
Kepler debunked Copernicus, Newton debunked Kepler, Benjamin Martin debunked him, and we keep going. And it's gonna change again more than likely. So, Mr. Mute Decibel, can you at least agree on that point, that it has not been consistent at all, period? Can you agree on that point, sir?
Even the astronauts disagree. Some of them see stars, some of them don't see stars.
So he just wrote, Earth is consistent with science as understood at that time. That's what debunks you. No, I don't think you understand that all of those scientists were using the exact same mathematical equations because we haven't been to the moon at that point. So they were all using parallax and trigonometry to get those answers. So they're using the exact same math coming up with different fucking answers. That is not consistent whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about right now. What do you mean, what's the info? It's on the screen. The info is on the screen. Like, you get out of your religion, my brother. Get out of that.
Like, dude, I regret taking the Navy, dude.
I'm showing you, I'm actually showing you that math doesn't back your claim. It didn't back Copernicus, from Kepler, from Newton. It doesn't back their claim because once you change the size of that changes the diameter of your Earth, the circumference of your Earth, the weight of the Earth, the weight of the moon. That changes everything when you change the distance and the sizes. He's saying show it. I don't know. Why am I showing you something that's a fact? That's in your science.
Can you show you anything or even talk? I mean, this is crazy that we respond.
Man, he gonna be a flat earth.
Man, you know what's crazy? For a dude to say all of they scientists been on the same page, they even admit that they model didn't evolve to where it's at today because the different debates between the geocentrists and the what was the heliocentrists, right? Those were two globalists. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of us flat earthers are geocentric, but what the globalists are trying to deny is that they got a geocentric history because they had globe earthers that still taught that the globe earth was in the middle of the universe and it didn't move. So they model evolved so many times over the years and ages, and they act like it's just been consistent and shit. Like, when I was in school, we had a flat solar system. They got a vortex today.
Hey, and hold on. One point on that, just to piggyback. The beautiful thing about that is geocentrism actually helps out flat Earth, not globe Earth. Because in order for it to be geocentric with us in the middle and be able to see everything that we see, it can't be on a ball. It has to be on a flat surface. So geocentrism only works with a flat surface, not a ball.
That's right. And they tried to make it work with the ball.
Because geocentrism requires the Earth to not be spinning.
Yep.
Just so you know that.
And that's why if I show you this early model, the Tychonian model, and them early Greek models, they was laughable. You know how they laugh at the flat earth that they do? If I show you the early geocentric models that gave birth to heliocentric when they started changing it, like, bro, let's pull this shit up real quick. Y'all go ahead, hold on. These folks are crazy. because they was teaching this shit at one point like it was true, like how the globalists debate us like it's true today. And I was telling that dude, like, bro, your motherfucking shit changes and evolves over time. Here's the model that they had. I'm about to pull it up. Tyconian model. Mr. Brahe did a whole thing on him. Check this out. Check this monstrosity of a model out. They like to see, y'all like to come to flat earthers with your model. We got several models, and like I was telling him, all of them got their flaws and good things about them. That's why I use a different model for different arguments, because some argument models give us certain aspects better than other ones. They act like we the only ones do that when they literally got different models, theoretical animations for one claim. Just like, so my thing be, if let's go back to this model though, this is what I want to talk about. See, because at this time when folks believe this, y'all, they taught it as it was the truth and the end all be all, as it was fact. Now, can y'all look at this and tell me how would you debunk this if you was living back then and Tychos tried to come to you and say the earth is a globe and is in the middle of the universe not moving? You a flat earther, right? You go on with our model, like, how would you, because this what was going on back then. And they kept changing it over time. Then they moved the earth and placed the sun there. Oh, we wrong. The sun is there. It's not moving, and it's just changed over time. So, yeah.
And, bro, for them to have that model, we already know who they copycatted that model right there off of.
Uh-huh.
We are you the separatists on that.
That's flat earth all day with Mount Meru in the middle. That's the earth. That's facts, bro. Big old major facts, man. Here it is. Like, and all we got to do is look at the elliptical orbits of them planets, and that'll show you the different planes. Let's pull up what the brother talking about. JP, guess what? This shit about to go deep, man, because check this out. Here go the Babylonian joint. Let's go deep with it now. Now watch this. Everybody know on a flat earth, and every one of them planes, they got their own sun and moon. Like, think of the Martin Kenny presentation, remember? So now watch this though. If you look at Tycho model, I'm finna say something to what JP saying, right? Check this out. You see, here go the solar system. It was based, they was leaving from this. They look at this shit today and laugh at us. And that's what make me mad, because it's like, this was the solar system, the different sun and moons on each one. And then when you look at this, right, and I'm finna land right here. Now look at this. No, you fine. How they got Mount Meru in the middle, this core, this little diamond at the middle. They just replaced that with the earth. And then the elliptical plane orbits are the plane nets. These are planes with nets over them. Look at this. And each of they sun and moons going in each one like that. See, we can see how they did it with this. I'm glad he brought that up. I'm gonna fall back. Y'all eat it up. I'm muted up, man.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me, Sanchez?
Hey, I'm finna get on up out of here.
I want
Hey, appreciate it, JP. Appreciate the
Hey, go ahead and explain that, but let me go ahead and hop out of here. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, appreciate it, bro.
You know, it's always a pleasure, man. Everybody, peace to the panel. Love y'all boys, man.
Hey, much love, bro. Appreciate it, man.
Mute decibel. Keep coming around, boy. We gonna get you right. Keep coming around.
If I put you off and you can't get back on, just make another account. My bad. And shut the hell up next time. Have respect. Let's go.
Y'all be easy.
Hey, if you look up the Fisherman's Reef or the Fisherman's Dream Catcher or something like that, you'll notice that it looks just like the same ring system. It's showing the same ring system. I seen that because I got my guys owning all these big yachts and boats and hanging out with them in the summer, and I seen this thing hanging like all of the old stuff that they used to use when they, on big fishing boats and stuff back in the days. And I'm looking at the things hanging. I had to take a picture of it too, and I was like, "Yo, this is like the flat Earth. The whole shit is showing a whole ring system. You know what I'm saying? That we're looking at with all the space on it. The same blue ring system. It looks just like the Fisherman's Dream Catcher. You know what I'm saying?
The
Just like
dream
that.
catcher.
Yeah. Back
Yeah.
up one. You know what
I'm
I'm saying?
finna pull up the fisherman's dream catcher now. Yeah, let's get our syncretism on. That's it, man. God damn it. Like, just when you look at it, ain't no, that's it, ain't shit. That's it,
You
nigga.
get the
That's the
right one,
whole.
it'll have all the rings in it. Catch the one with all the rings in it. You'll see it. It's just like our the same ring system.
Ooh, this a good one right here. This a good one here. I think this is what you talking about. Hold on. This kind here. Yeah, so that pattern like a spider web, that's the AE map though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got the picture. I got one in my phone that I actually took. You know what I'm saying? Showing you just like how that blue map that you're showing that shows all the other lands, how the
Yeah.
ring shows it, you know what I'm saying? Their fisherman catches looks just like just like that.
Yeah.
That's how the dream catcher look. It show it, you know what I'm saying? Their whole ring. I'm like, interesting. You know what I'm saying? The syncretism all started popping in right there. You know, I started talking to them. I'm like, yo, listen, is the same if I talk to the airplane captain, I talk to the boat captain. Is the earth is the water curved or what? And he says, man, I done took a boat from here all the way to South Africa and I ain't never went over no curve. He says,
Hey, look, watch this, One World. Guess what, y'all? Cause man, I want to say thank y'all all for joining too. Cause goddamn, yo, not on like fuck what they saying about. Yeah, I did kind of let them trigger me, but guess what though? Why they trying to trigger a nigga? Just come debate, win the debate. Quit trying to win a trigger. Well, we triggered them, but you ain't win the debate. So my thing be like, watch this, right? If you look at the magnetic ley lines on this globe right here, and then think about what we saying here, it make me see now, right? What you saying with the dream catcher, because even the fucking Hebrew cosmos got the dome when you look through the cathedral, the dome, all that shit. But also, here go to another version of the Tychonian system with the sun in the middle. But I was comparing all of this to the Antikytherian mechanism. I was watching a documentary the other day on the Antikytherian mechanism, and they was saying how it got 7 different spears to track the movement of the stars. And I'm like, oh, the 7 wondrous stars. You pull it up and you see what they showing you, and it's exactly what we saying right here with the flat earth ring maps and stuff and all that. But so I thought, like, damn, that's dope. Maybe I need to just talk about the Antikytherian mechanism, because they act like they don't know what it was used for, but that's because we believe in a globe today. Once we look at the flat earth, it's clear what it was used for. They was tracking the heavens over flat plane, and like all of the instruments I show y'all, they model off of the flat earth, as above, so below, just like that pilot indicator with the Hebrew code. That's why I do that. Folks laugh at it. They like, okay, so the tool shaped like the earth. What does it mean? It means a hell of a lot, like this Antikytherian mechanism. That is, it's mirroring, it's a miniature map of what we own, and it's tracking what's going on a little bitty scale, since it's so hard to see on a big scale. That's my theory, though.
Like what you do with a science experiment. You make a small scale model of something happening on a large scale so you can explain the macro with the micro.
Yeah.
But I wanted to point out something with the light refraction, about why the buildings images disappear from the bottom up and all of that and everything. Like it's things that people are overlooking, and I want to point them out. So if you could bring up the image with the straw in the cup, let's get into the light refraction and point out some things that can't be refuted. And globe earthers, you can't deny this. Okay, with this image here, right? We're looking at the straw in one place where the actual straw is. When it goes through the water, that horizon line, the middle line, it appears to be below, right? So that's showing you the light refraction is refracting the image downward. So the thing is, so if you're going to say things that you see in the distance are mirages and that you're not really seeing them, it's a refraction, well, show me somewhere where light refracts upward, because as you see here, light refraction happens and it pulls the images downward, which is why you don't see the bottoms of those buildings, and why they appear to be below something is because the light is being refracted downward. Light doesn't refract upward. So how would a mirage appear over a curve? If it was actual curve and it's being refracted, it will refract down and not upward. Show me where light refracts images upward, the opposite way of what this straw is doing. You see the straw up top is pointing in one direction, but once it hits the water, it looks like it's going below it. Show me where the opposite happens. And then a globe will have an argument.
You know what? That is dope, man. Yeah, that's dope right there. And it also,
you follow me?
I'm following you, man. Like, you never see this staggering pattern happen no other way but downward. You know what I'm saying? And it's yeah.
Then that's why the building images, why it appears you don't see them no more. The light is being refracted in this manner. In this manner right here.
And if we kept refracting that building, and it's crazy because the medium that it would be refracted through would be like they saying these thick layers of atmosphere, if I'm not mistaken, if I was to pull up that video with the Chicago shit. But what this made me think about was like how you had those floating ghost ships and shit. Hold on.
Hey, yo, I gotta bounce, y'all. It's getting late on my side. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here too. This last point I'm gonna make too. You see, it's like a little bitty thin strip that this ship is floating on, y'all, between the water horizon and the bottom of it. And salute to that brother. I hope to see him on the next one. Salutes to all of y'all. I gotta get ready to go too. I got people coming. But check this out, y'all. I want to point something out. He made me think about it. This little strip right here is like, these are where they would refract a whole nother ship below that. I don't know if y'all be looking at the floating ships and shit, but if you look at the refraction in the cup, just me thinking out loud, you see there's a thin little pocket of where the magic happened, that event horizon. That's where the water and the air meet. It's this thin little rim on the water where the straw is broken. Let me zoom in at it. This thin little, we can measure this thickness, right? Right here. Right here where it snaps. And I'm saying, could that account for this thin layer on the floating ships, like when we dealing with where it severs and get this mirage at? Because I'm reaching out, though. I'm kind of reaching.
So the boat is clearly on water, right? But you can't see the water. What's happening to the water there? Like if you look out in the distance, you see the water. Like never mind the blue layer that it appears that it's in the sky. Right. Look at the water layer. You see the water off in the distance, right? Why don't you see it under the boat? Is the water now what you would have to argue, Globers, is the water is going over the curve. and the boat, like what is the boat doing there? You see what I'm saying? Clearly the boat is on the water.
Because look,
it's not in the sky.
Yeah, so what's happening right here, right? We're getting two horizon lines. And if you look real hard, I can point them out to you. So right here, right, where my mouse is at, you get in the ocean a dark blue line. Y'all see that? Now look, right where the boat at, you can see a little line too, but it's faint.
That's the what?
Now look,
that's the light refraction.
Now watch this though. This whole little gap right here. Let me say this one thing. You can see it's different colors of blues. You got the dark blue. You got let me say this. I'm gonna shut up. We can't talk over each other. I'm gonna just say this and be quiet. Hold on. You got a line right here, the dark blue horizon line. Then you got another line out here. If you can see it, is real faint. That's a whole lot of distance of miles of water that's being shrunk into a little bitty band. But that's a lot of space. But there's a layer of atmosphere right there that's blocking it. That's why it's not dark blue like this one. We look at there's a strip of dense layer right here of atmosphere. That's what that ship is. That's what's making the water scene to stop right there. And that's like a theory of mine. But I'm also comparing that to what's the point where the straw is severing, this little thin layer here. I'm reaching though. That's all I wanted to point out, and I'm gonna fall back. And I want to thank all of y'all again for talking.
Nah, that's not a reach. You're definitely on point, because look how far in you have to zoom in on the boat to see this compared to where the straw. The straw is closer. To see this, this is a result of you also looking off into a distance and your eye being tricked. So like people saying stars are this amount of many light years away. Like, again, ask yourself common sense. Can your eye see a year away? If something goes off into a distance that it goes a year away from you, are you telling me your eyesight will be able to see this? I don't care how big, how bright it is. Once something gets, I'm nearsighted. I need to wear glasses. So once something gets too far down the block for me, it gets smaller and smaller, and it gets hard for me to see it. You see what I'm saying? So your eyes gonna start playing these kind of tricks. So again, the light refraction, just like you said, you clearly see these blue layers where they differ, and the line, the other what you call the other horizon, if you will, in the background is very faint. But what's happening is the atmosphere, the light refraction is pulling the sky downward, making it, because the sky is easier to see off in the distance compared to the boat being behind. Like, the boat is blocking the distance of where the water is meeting where the atmosphere of the sky would be. It's kind of blocking that. So the light is now pulling the image of the sky down, pulling the image of the water down. That's the light refraction, like with the straw. But in the distance, it creates this weird effect here. But up close, it creates the image that you see with the straw in the cup. That's what I was trying to point out.
Hey, I want to say that's proof. That's very profound. It makes sense. This channel is about us doing just what we doing. I want to say something to everybody tuning in to the show. I don't regret none of the ways I turned up against Fight the Flat Earth Craig or any of them. It's F them, and I'm not even trying to deal with them no more. All of the people that rock with what we doing over here, and the globalists that want to have respectful, timed and moderated debates, we can do that moving forward, and I don't care who it's from. But what I gotta get out of here, but I'm finna say this. I want to say to the brothers, if I offended anybody any kind of way, I apologize. These be 20 people on a call where things got to be militantly orchestrated for to get the best audio and everybody be legible. And niggas gonna turn up, so I apologize. But if I cut folks off or was arrogant, but to them globe heads that came with FTF and him and his whole movement, y'all buck stops here. We can debate different people besides y'all, man. It just always end up ratchet when it ain't moderated and timed and shit. So especially, and that was his idea, to just have this free for all where we all call in his side, my side. But that's because it's letting me know. See, when we had a time debate with a moderator, I think that was his worst nightmare. When Jaron moderated the thing, I mopped the floor with him, made him talk about how astronauts can't poop and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, but he liked to hide behind the chaos. And I'm saying that if I'm going to debate them in the future, it got to be moderated. I don't even want to see them if it ain't no moderator in between it, man. Him and none of his people. Mactoon, Red Rhetoric, none of them. You want to debate me? We gotta talk moderator and all that. I ain't even doing these with them. But yeah, man, any other globalists that want to join these little calls like this, y'all can. But yeah, I see what they try to do because they go on their channel and guess what he labeled? Sanchez rage quits and all this shit. Nah, man, y'all niggas be on some shit. Peace and love to everybody in the building, no flat motherfucking power. Another W if you ask me. Pharaoh was on a interview saying that he a undefeated. Salutes to young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh, I got the email from one of my peeps. They said you said on the interview that you undefeated in this debate thing. Let's set up the Flat Earth Debate 2023, my brother. And I'm finna be restreaming that old debate that I had on him over here. Be on the lookout. But I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace and much love. I'm glad Mute Decibel made it back. That let me know that if I put y'all off, you still can get back on. Because a lot of folks be like, I'm blocked. Nah, you should be able to get back on. But so if I put you off this show, join the next one and let's try it again. Peace and love, everybody. And thank y'all for all of the super chats. Let's get to those real quick, man. I appreciate y'all for real. Shout out to my brother JC the Truth and the sister Lady Leg said flat mother loving power. Salute bro Sanchez. JC the Truth said buy this guy a flat earth clock app, please. Brandon Prather said we are on a plane surface surrounded by something spiritually shaped. Awakening Mind said height and weight will forever be governed by pressure, atmospheric. Hold on, and I want y'all to read with me. I'm sharing the wrong screen, my bad. Salutes to all these super chats. I'm trying to open up channel memberships over here, but they hating on me. I gotta wait on their screening process and shit. But yeah, salutes to my brother Fo Jack said much love and respect, bro. And Lord Dana says fireball, salutes to that. And King Ed said I try to have civil talk and you get scared and boot. King Ed, man, I just get frustrated with all the trolling. And then when my troll meter get high, it can be people who ain't even trolling, but I'm just going to put them out because there's so many people on the call want to talk. If it's anything that you can do where I can boot you, it's like I'm lessening up space, making it easier to manage. I ain't going to cap. That's probably ain't the best way to do it, though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to even cap to you. But if I put you off, you can join the next one. It ain't blocked. It'll let you back on. And if it won't, make another account. I'm not going to block in the future over here just because I didn't know it. Y'all should be able to rejoin, though. But salutes the Swamp Boy. George Ellis said the same thing. Thank y'all for all the super chats. And salutes to everybody that hit up the Cash App as well and the PayPal. And always salutes to my Patreons for sure. So hold on before we get out of here because one note here I got to shout out my brother Moto Wolf. Hey Moto Wolf, I got your donation too. Appreciate you. Let's see here. So if you sent in a Cash App and you want me to call your name out, I would say damn it, I need to find a way to know which Cash Apps to read and which ones not. But if you guys sent in a Cash App, I appreciate y'all. And shout out to King Ed. It said it wouldn't let me. It said I was removed by you. Okay, so I tell y'all what then. If I took you off the call and it ain't letting you back on, do me a favor and go ahead and do another avatar and come back, and I won't boot that one under no circumstance. I'll mute you probably, but I ain't gonna boot you. That's my word. And I'm gonna try to find a way through Zoom to try to undo it, find the undoing process. I'm sure that's out there. I just be trying to put people to the back to make it more manageable, but then I find out that all the folks that's trying to debate got put off. That's the crazy part. But yeah, so we gotta orchestrate it. We will. I'm gonna put the timer up, I promise y'all. Everybody gonna get 3-4 minutes apiece on the next one. I was already triggered by trolls too. We gonna do this thing fire on the next one. If I put you off, I don't care under what circumstances, you welcome back. My put off is just for that show. So I peace and love, and I see